Hi, I'm author A.D. Lamar. I want to let you know that the book you're about to listen to was written by me and not by AI. I hope you enjoy it.
Aid with Spoken. Hunted by Adam Schneider. Digital narration performed by Andrew. Chapter 1. It was an overcast day in the Chinese city of Changchun. At the University of Technology, a weathered concrete parade square was festooned with banners and flags representing the university drill team, the war flag of the People's Liberation Army, and the national flag of the People's Republic of China. Several dozen folding chairs were positioned under a wooden three-sided shelter, and all but the front 5 were filled with officers of the PLA, along with several local members of the Chinese Communist Party. 2 glossy black staff cars silently rolled up to the wooden shelter, and the doors of each opened in unison. Major General Zhang Shizhong allowed his driver to open the door of the expensive Hongqi L5 and stepped out into the cool April weather. The heavy woolen tunic of his uniform was not the only insulation he possessed. He also had a thick belly that protruded in front of him, the product of a lifetime of enjoying the best food that his wealth and influence could afford. The second vehicle was a standard nondescript black staff car, and the rear door opened as Lieutenant General Ling Chaoping stepped out. He tapped on the passenger window and nodded at the driver before quickening his pace to catch up to his fatter and slower compatriot, who was waddling to the nearest door of the university building. Chaoping was tall and thin and had risen through the ranks through hard work and a little bit of luck. He had no need for the finer things in life, taking pleasure instead from the honor of his work serving the people of China. He quickly outpaced Shizhong and arrived at the door first, turning to stare laconically at the sweaty-faced staff officer who was doing his best to hide the effort of trying to keep up. 3 days ago, he had received an actual written letter from a senior party official, inviting him to a demonstration of a new technology that would assist the country in defeating their enemies. The 4-page letter had been curiously light on details, except for the time and location of the test. Chaoping was the Quartermaster General of the People's Army, which put him in charge of observing and testing new equipment for China's armed forces. Normally his job was nothing more than rubber-stamping the latest acquisition and overseeing the many billions of dollars of hardware, weapons, and vehicles forming the vast inventory of his country's growing military might. A personal invitation was highly irregular, and such a request could only mean that this technology was highly secretive in nature. It was undeniably exciting, and Chaoping was in a good mood. Chaoping waited at the door, turning to acknowledge the other general who was a newly promoted party member, not a hardened soldier who rose to his position through hard work. He could not openly show his contempt for the man, but he wasn't about to give him any extra respect either. Shizhong did not even acknowledge his superior as he arrived at the door, already showing several tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. The door was steel-clad and looked heavy, with not just 1 but 2 card scanners and a pair of armed guards posted 24 hours a day. Both generals retrieved their scan cards and swiped them at the same moment. The darkness inside the building spilled out into the early afternoon light, and the noise of marching university students faded as they entered the complex. A painfully thin civilian with deep hollows under his eyes and a permanent hunch was waiting to guide the 2 generals into the bowels of the University of Technology Research Wing, which had been completely isolated from the rest of the campus by several layers of strong security. Chaoping felt a cold draft of air pass by and suppressed a shudder. This was a sinister place, and he imagined he could feel evil spirits lurking around every poorly lit corner. His initial feeling of delight and anticipation was beginning to sour, but there was nothing to be done about that. The hunchback said nothing, leading the way through a twist of corridors to another security checkpoint. A floor-to-ceiling wire mesh gate prevented access to what must have been the very center of the wing, and another 2 guards were positioned there. This time, the civilian himself scanned the card reader, and they proceeded into a hallway that had once been a row of classrooms, but was now converted into a poorly ventilated and dimly lit laboratory. Chaoping saw everything and remembered nearly every detail. As a young officer 25 years ago, he had honed the skill of observation and could build a detailed map of an interior building from memory even after just 1 visit. He calculated that they had about 100 meters of building between themselves and the outside world, a formidable barrier against enemy intrusion. They walked by 4 of the doors, the only sound being the wheezing of Shizhong, who was clearly unaccustomed to this much walking. Chaoping wondered again who had decided to invite this worthless officer, but such decisions were made at a level far beyond even his significant authority. A man such as this was useless as a military officer, but he had access to people who could get things done, fast-track approvals, and money, so his presence here might be even more important than his own. The hunchback civilian stopped in front of the only door that was currently manned by an armed security officer who immediately came to attention in the presence of the generals. The security man stepped back to give access to the card reader, which had a stark red light emanating into the dim glow of the hallway. Chaoping felt another breeze on his neck and glanced up to see a ventilation shaft directly above his head. The opening of the shaft was quite large, big enough for a man to fit through. The cover of the shaft was flimsy plastic, basically no barrier at all. He pictured for a second how he would grasp the edges and thrust himself inside, moving through the dark interior to escape the building. Interesting. He followed the small group of men through the doorway into what had been a classroom, but was now converted into a testing center. As he walked through the doorway, he thought he saw a flash of light from the corner of his vision, and he definitely heard a light buzzing that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. Wires and cables were strewn all over, with cameras and sensors mounted on the counters, walls, and even the ceiling. Several figures were scurrying around, completely covered in white protective suits, and Chaoping could see that there were radiation hazard symbols on some of the suits and equipment. Several more strange flashes of light, this time from both of his eyes. He blinked rapidly and saw that Shizhong was rubbing his meaty hands against his eyes vigorously. The hunchback spoke in a gravelly voice. "Please do not be concerned, generals. The radiation is not dangerous for visitors." He opened up a plastic case and retrieved several pairs of what appeared to be thick sunglasses, handing them to the 2 staff officers. "You may see flashes of light. That is normal. Harmless stray particles are hitting your optic nerve, but these glasses will block them." Chaoping grabbed the offered glasses and put them over his eyes quickly. The assurances of the hunchbacked man were not convincing, and he wanted to get this over as soon as possible. Was radiation usually visible as flashes of light? Chaoping didn't think so, because there was radiation all around you, all the time. This must be something entirely different, a form of radiation with unknown effects. Shizhong evidently felt the same way, for he grabbed the hunchback by the upper arm and said, "This is taking too long. We need to see a demonstration right away," he exclaimed. But while he said it, he was looking at Chaoping. Chaoping said nothing, but when the hunchback old man turned to look at him, he nodded and gestured his assent. The hunchback nodded and walked over to a black box that appeared to be surrounded by metal mesh. Chaoping thought this looked like a Faraday cage, a setup designed to block or reflect radio transmissions and electrical signals. 2 switches were flipped up, and a small door opened on the front of the box. Inside was a small black device about the size and shape of a cell phone. When the hunchback donned thick gloves and removed the device, Chaoping saw that it was in fact a cell phone. The phone screen was unlit, but Chaoping knew that some dark and sinister energy was stirring within the innocent-looking device, and he felt real fear shudder through him like a wave, as though an evil spirit resided in the small device. He was not a superstitious person like many Chinese, but he knew that there were spirits, both good and bad, all around them. This was definitely a bad spirit, and he wished for the first time that he could have declined the summons or sent someone else in his place. He whispered a soundless prayer in his mind without letting his lips move. The room was poorly lit, the overhead lights having been removed to access the power cables and provide more electricity. Small pools of dim light revealed that the room contained a few tables, at least 2 or 3 computer stations with workers manning them, and a chair bolted to the floor in the center of the space. A shadowy form sat in the chair, all but invisible. It was a person, sitting motionless, but nothing else could be seen. "If it pleases the general, take this in your hands." The hunchbacked scientist was offering the cell phone to General Shizhong, who was sweating even worse despite the cool temperature of the air around them. His eyes bulged from his head, and he had both hands raised in a warding gesture as he shuffled backward. "No, it is not for me, you fool!" His voice pierced through the room, and Chaoping could see the faces of the half-dozen technicians as they turned to watch the new visitors. This was unacceptable. No officer should ever behave in such a way, particularly a general, and Chaoping felt anger rise in him at the humiliation of seeing his subordinate shouting at a scientist. "Sir!" His voice was sharp and loud, cutting through the murmurs that had started to rise in the room. He carefully kept a neutral expression as he approached the hunchback, holding his hand out. Xizhong avoided his eyes, but Chaoping could see a smirk across the man's lips. A better officer would have demanded to place himself in potential danger rather than let his boss be exposed, but there were no better men to be found in this place. Taking risks was part of his job, and besides, the consequences of injuring or killing a general as part of a test would mean certain execution for every person in the room. It had to be safe or they would not have brought them to this place. The cell phone felt perfectly normal, no heavier or lighter than his own, its surface clean and polished as though it had just come from the box. Chaoping was careful not to push any of the several buttons that stuck out from the sides, instead cautiously cradling the device in his palm. The hunchback man's hollow eyes became much wider, and a grin spread across his creased face. Chaoping saw him nod furtively to Xizhong, whose face was now plastered with a maddening smirk. Did these two know each other already? He had no time to ponder this, for the device that was sitting in his open hand felt like a grenade with the pin pulled out. "Please do not press any of the buttons, General." That sounded like wise advice, and Chaoping was already heeding it, holding his hand palm up with the device resting on his palm. The rest of the men in the room stared at him, some of them appearing eager, but some also looked afraid, and that was less encouraging. It took several minutes for the hunchback to poke around his lair, flipping switches and turning on a few more lights. A small lamp brightened above the chair that was in the center of the room, and now they could see that it was a man, a prisoner, with his hands fastened to the metal chair arms with leather straps. The prisoner looked to be a younger man, perhaps early 20s, dressed in a pale blue jumpsuit that was opened at the front. A nest of wires was attached to small white circles on the man's bare chest, leading to the only machine in this room that Chaoping could identify, an EKG. A white-suited technician shuffled over and plucked the wires from the prisoner's chest. He then loosened one of the prisoner's arms, allowing the man some freedom of movement. The prisoner grimaced and rotated his shoulder, apparently having been restrained for some time. Chaoping felt some anger rise in him at the thought of mistreatment of a prisoner. No matter what this man had done, keeping him strapped to a chair for hours at a time was barbaric and dishonorable. Hunchback wasn't finished handing out cell phones, and he unceremoniously seized the prisoner's hand, placing another identical device into the man's palm. The prisoner stared at the black rectangle of glass uncomprehendingly. Chaoping was equally confused, and he looked again at his own device, expecting something to happen. Nothing did for the moment, but the prisoner did briefly lock eyes with the general. Chaoping sensed the man's apprehension, and knew in his soul that this man was a political prisoner, not a violent criminal. There were hundreds of thousands of such men and women moldering in camps and buildings all over China, and now Taiwan after the successful invasion the previous year. "General, may you press the button at your pleasure?" A young man with a bunny hood and anti-static suit was standing at his side, pointing at a small button along the top of the cell phone. The tone and language of the request were so polite that it was almost irritating, the type of request that a toddler would make to their father. The young man was clearly afraid of the next steps that needed to be taken. Chaoping saw that the hunchback scientist was holding the prisoner's hand, pushing the button on the second phone. The tiny screen lit up completely white, and the prisoner stiffened briefly, then relaxed, staring at the device. Chaoping did not want to push the button, but his hand moved on its own, tracing up the smooth sides of the device and sensing the raised edges of the small button. "Stop!" He commanded his fingers to pull back. They disobeyed him, and the smooth, almost imperceptible feeling of the button moving down transmitted up his index finger. Chaoping felt the tension rise in his body, but nothing happened. The screen flared to life, almost painfully bright, but he could still see the rest of the room just as it was, dimly lit, with the half-dozen men standing around them. He glanced at the chair, and his blood ran cold. Weapon. His brain flashed a warning before his eyes could even detect the threat. The prisoner was still seated in the chair, but the restraints were gone. Where the cell phone had been a moment earlier, a glittering knife blade protruded from the man's hand. Chaoping felt the dump of adrenaline into his body, and his hands came up in a defensive posture. The only object that he had was the cell phone, an object that was clearly useless against a knife. His eyes cast about, and in less than 1/10 of a second, he spotted another identical knife sitting on a tray within arm's reach. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized it. The critical reasoning parts of his brain, the questioning parts that would have demanded to know why a knife was being displayed so openly in this room, that part was suffocated under a flood of critical stress neurotransmitters. There was no time to think, only time to act. The prisoner turned his face to Chaoping, and the confusion of earlier was gone, replaced by a grotesque look of rage. This was the face of a murderer, a man who had killed before and was prepared to kill again. The prisoner swung his knife hand from the side, and Chaoping instinctively moved inside the arc of the swing, reaching his left hand out to seize the weapon hand of the enraged prisoner. The blade of his own weapon was pointing outward, ready for a thrust, and he acted quickly, plunging the cold steel into the madman's chest and twisting the blade to deliver maximum damage. He could feel the bones and sinews crack and separate as the blade delivered a killing blow, likely severing a major artery. Chaoping held his enemy's weapon hand in an iron grip without looking at it, as he had been well trained to do in the Commando Airborne Forces more than 2 decades ago. When facing an armed attacker, the eyes told you their intention, and he found that he was now staring into the face of a confused young man, not a murderous savage, but a simple, ordinary youth with no anger or hatred in his eyes. Chaoping pulled his right hand back, expecting to see that he was gripping a cell phone, but the hateful device was missing. A 7-inch blade slid from the prisoner's chest, and blood began oozing from the open shirt. There was no huge spray of blood, for the poor man's heart was no longer pumping. The knife blade had a few streaks of blood, and some fatty tissue was stuck to the serrated hilt, torn loose as he pulled the blade free. Chaoping looked at the arm that he held in a now trembling grip, the same arm that he had seen ready to deliver a murderous blow with a deadly weapon. A black cell phone dropped from the loose fingers, falling to the floor. He stepped back, dropping the limp, lifeless arm. The prisoner slouched in the chair, held in place by the leather straps, which were still as intact as they had been when he had first seen the man. A tumult of emotions welled up inside him, confusion, fear, and disgust. The hunchback was waving his arms frantically at General Chaoping, and he was shouting words, but Chaoping heard nothing. The adrenaline was still surging through him, and his mind was struggling to register the changes in the situation. He could not feel his hands. They had gone completely cold, and his muscles were locked into position so tightly that the tendons felt ready to snap. He looked at Shizhong. Somehow this weak, pathetic excuse for a military officer was completely calm, the smirk subdued, but still very present on his hateful face. There must have been something terrifying in Chaoping's face even now, for the overweight staff officer shrunk back when Chaoping stared him down. He forced himself to look around, seeing shocked and terrified faces, but no one else dared to move. The knife. He still had the knife in his hand, dripping gore and blood all over. He looked at the smeared blade, seeing small reflections of his face in the small parts of the polished blade that were still visible. The prisoner's face was now completely white, and he was obviously stone dead, dead by Chaoping's hand. Why had he killed him? He struggled to remember the last thing he had seen. The man had been ready to attack, and he had reacted with the finely honed instinct of a well-trained soldier, but what he had seen was a lie, a projection. The cell phone had somehow projected the lie on top of reality, and it had seemed real enough in the moment. The memory of the man's face, with the murderous intent, the lack of restraints, and the knife overlaid on top of the other cell phone. A stunning technology indeed. Chaoping slowly allowed his muscles to relax, and carefully placed the knife onto the tray. The cell phone that he had been holding was nowhere to be seen, but that was all right. He hoped it had fallen to the ground and been broken. It may have been evil, but it was really just a tool. The real evil was inside of him. The ability to casually murder a man with a single knife blow. A light nausea began to turn his stomach, but he knew it would pass. Killing someone was an act that repulsed the body, but with training, you could suppress that physical sensation. What would never go away was the stain on a man's soul. Chaoping knew that he would spend a week praying and fasting for this poor prisoner's spirit, asking God's forgiveness. That was for later, but right now it was time to collect his wits and keep his darker thoughts to himself. He straightened and turned, looking at every single person in their eyes, smiling. "Congratulations." The words broke something, a palpable tension that had been suspended like fog. The men relaxed, and some of them smiled. "This is a formidable breakthrough. You have done well, and you will be well rewarded for your work." These men, and the ones who employed them, were certainly going to be quite wealthy by selling this technology to the government. He imagined them being buried alive in coins, blood money. The People's Republic will use this technology to pursue peace throughout the world, bringing the full benefit of humankind, and most importantly, to the true Chinese people and our allies. He continued to deliberately drone on for several minutes, making his voice a loud buzzing monotone. He was quite talented at speaking but saying nothing at all, for it was the job of generals to give boring speeches. He watched the men in the room losing focus, and he nurtured this, never allowing himself to stop speaking, pulling them off guard with his voice. It was difficult to suppress his emotions under such circumstances, and it was made even more challenging by a headache that seemed to be building behind his eyes. When he felt the timing was right, he concluded the speech and began to stride from the room, beckoning General Shizhong to follow with a nod. He passed under the vent and felt the light draft move across his neck once again as he turned to the right. No one spoke a word to him as he moved through the building, and he needed no direction or guidance. In 3 minutes and 36 seconds, he was once more outside. The muted cloudy daylight was painful to his dark-adapted eyes, so he opened a pocket of his dress uniform and removed a pair of sunglasses. He buttoned the pocket once again, patting it once it was closed. He donned the glasses and turned to face General Shizhong, who was trailing at a distance. The fat general looked unsettled, and that was good. Chaoping had put him off guard, but now it was time to use some flattery. "Shufu, you have used your connections well." He used an honorific normally reserved for a student speaking to a teacher. Shizhong heard this and began to smirk again. "There is some paperwork to be done shortly, but we must purchase this technology immediately. It is worth 1 trillion yuan for certain. That much I will say." The mention of money was clearly what this man was waiting for. Chaoping struggled to contain his disgust at the look of greed on the fat man's face. "I require something of you, General, and this is important." The greedy look remained, and Shizhong nodded. "I am at your service. What can I do to expedite this wonderful technology?" Chaoping paused and stared at him. "This device must remain as secret as humanly possible. No one but us may know of its existence. I will place my own men to guard this wing of the university, but under no circumstances are you to reveal what you have seen here to anyone else, including your own subordinates." Shizhong stared at his superior officer, the tiny smirk returning. "I imagine that you would not want the details of your actions to be made public, General." Chaoping was stunned for a second as the realization crashed over him. This had been a setup from the beginning, of course, and any old fool should have been able to see it. Any old fool except himself. They had brought him here, tricked him into killing a man, and now they had some leverage over him. It took all of his considerable self-control to restrain the rage that surged through him. He permitted what he hoped was a sardonic smirk to cross his lips. "Killing a prisoner? Are you planning to report that to someone?" Shizhong looked confused, then a bit angry. They could not reveal the incident without raising more questions, so they would not. It was an empty threat, but the fact that the threat had been made told Chaoping that they didn't trust him. Shizhong may even now be planning how to remove him from his position and take his place. It was possible that a plan was already in the works to make that happen. "Report to me every detail of any tests that have already been made, and any further tests that are planned, General Shizhong, and please have that as quickly as you can. I must make a report to the chairman himself." He said, throwing in a reminder that he had the ear of the most powerful man in the country, the chairman of the party. A light rain was falling as Qiaoping walked back to the car that was idling in the university square. The drops of rain on the glossy black paint brought an instant flashback of blood drops glistening on a shiny steel surface. He shuddered as he opened the door and took his place in the back, rubbing his forehead as the headache slowly faded. The driver said nothing, perhaps sensing a change in the general's mood. He was a well-disciplined and loyal man, a former member of his old squad. Even this man must not be told anything. No one must know about this device, but a process was now in motion that could not be stopped by him alone. Qiaoping touched the flap of his uniform where he had stored his sunglasses, feeling the shape of the cell phone within. This was not the cell phone that was issued to him by the army. That device was now sitting on the metal tray that had also contained the knife. The switch had been made during the confusion that followed the prisoner's gruesome death. The evil device that had altered his reality was now in his possession, and it could stay inside that pocket for now. But something had to be done with it soon. He glanced up to the rearview mirror, catching the eyes of his driver. He nodded without saying anything, and the car began to move. Chapter 2. Qiaoping returned to his home and discovered that his wife of 36 years was out, probably visiting a family member as she often did in the late afternoon. He moved directly to his home office, a room that had once belonged to his only child, the son who had served in the same regiment that he had once commanded. That son was now somewhere in the United States and had stopped talking to his parents for a few years. He closed and locked the door, and for good measure checked every corner of the room, windows, and fixtures for listening devices or bugs. There was no way to know for sure, but he understood that there was a good chance that they were monitoring him. It would not be long until they discovered that the phones had been switched, and so he must act quickly. His personal cell phone was always close to him, so they hopefully could not monitor him through that device. Just in case, he activated a powerful encryption app and turned on the Virtual Private Network (VPN). Immediately, a new folder appeared on his phone's home screen, which contained a social media application that was forbidden for government officials to use, but which he had been using for quite some time. The gray logo flashed, and his feed appeared. He had just one chance to contact a certain eccentric billionaire, the owner of this social media platform. Ike Zipoor was famous and eccentric, much like his uncle had been before his death. He was also an honorable man, pushing for free speech and continuing to develop the glorious space technology that would someday carry humans into other worlds. There was a good chance that the act of contacting Ike Zipoor would doom him and his wife to imprisonment, and maybe even execution. The thought of his wife being strapped to a chair in a dark room should have brought fear. But instead, he felt a surge of anger so powerful that he actually saw red flashes in his peripheral vision. He punched the screen, typing a personal message in the best English he was capable of mustering, directly to the one person who might know what to do with this technology. He prayed that the message would be seen and that something could be done before he was found and arrested. He powered down the device and placed it back into the metal case that he had purchased some weeks back. The metal would block most signals to and from the device, and possibly grant him the ability to flee somewhere without being found. It took about 15 minutes for Qiaoping to dress in the most nondescript civilian clothing he could find, and pack a small bag with the bare essentials to last a few days. He carefully replaced his uniform in the same place he always did. If someone came searching, no clues must be left behind, no indication of where he had gone. A very small, leather-bound book was hidden under his mattress, and he tucked that book under his shirt and into his waistband. The bulge of the book would not be visible, and it was much safer to keep this particular book on his person. Before leaving the room, he touched his wife's pillow and felt a powerful sadness, almost making him weep. He prayed under his breath that no harm would come to his beloved partner, but he could not protect her by remaining in this place. If God wanted to save her, he would, but if not, he would see her in the next life. He immediately knew where he needed to go, and it was about a 40-minute walk from where he was now, although he would need to take longer to ensure that he was not being followed or tracked. With cold resolution, He closed and locked the door of his home for the very last time in his life and began to walk in the cool April air. Chapter 3. Damien stood at the entrance of the hotel, staring at the dilapidated wooden Chinese letters hanging above the doorway. This can't possibly be the right place, he thought, glancing at his watch. It was barely a 2-star hotel, and that was by Chinese standards. He supposed it was good cover if nothing else. He opened the door to walk inside, and immediately another man came in from the gloomy day following right behind him. Damien was used to keeping track of people without alerting them to that fact, and he tracked the movements of the man as he walked towards the elevator. All he had was a room number, but that was all he needed. He punched the button for the elevator and took a quick glance at the man who was right behind him. He was surprised to see that it was another American, and the man made no attempt to hide the fact that he was staring at Damien. Damien gave a polite nod back and tried to pretend that he didn't notice him, but the man continued to stare as they waited for the elevator. The door opened and the 2 men stepped inside. Damien tensed, but the other man appeared to be relaxed. "Hey," he said. "Billionaires, right?" The man shook his head, his medium-length stringy hair flopping about. Damien was uncharacteristically startled. "Excuse me?" he said, not sure if he heard the man correctly. The man smiled, and Damien saw that he was scrawny, almost gaunt, and was missing one of his front teeth. His face was leathery, but the weathering appeared to be mostly on one side of his face, as if he had been tanning on just that side for decades. Damien observed all of this in a fraction of a second, while he decided what to do about the apparent stranger who seemed to know exactly what he was doing here. "Hey man, sorry I didn't mean to startle you or nothing, just kinda happy to see another American here, you know?" Damien nodded slowly but said nothing, still tense and wary. "I kinda knew you were on the team when you showed up looking at your watch at exactly 6. Ha!" The man let out a guffaw. Damien swore under his breath. Looking at his watch had been an obvious lapse. He had gotten soft during his contract at the embassy. He wasn't really trained for undercover stuff. His preference would have been to go into this mission with guns blazing. The ragged-looking man stuck out his hand, and Damien saw that his fingernails were yellow with nicotine. "I'm Randy!" The man was effusive, and Damien found himself shaking the proffered hand. "It's a good thing you're on my team, Randy, or I'd have to kill you right here in this elevator," Damien said, not joking in the slightest. Randy made a mock gesture of surprise and chuckled again. "Oh yeah, I know you're definitely a spook. Don't worry, I won't get on your bad side, brother." He lightly tapped Damien playfully on the arm. "No, I'm not a—" The door opened before Damien could finish the sentence and tell the man that he wasn't a government agent anymore. But was that actually true? He still worked at the embassy, and his security clearance was still intact. He had left official government employment as an Army Ranger more than 4 years ago now, after the years of massive inflation had rendered his paycheck utterly worthless. The humiliation of having his car repossessed was the final straw, and he had been nursing a grudge against the government ever since. The hallways of the ancient hotel were worn but clean, and Damien carefully eased himself out of the elevator, feeling a surge of adrenaline and also excitement. The message he had gotten on social media from the reclusive billionaire named Ike Zipoor had been accompanied by a massive payment of crypto, enough to live quite nicely for 5 years, and all he needed to do was retrieve something that was well guarded. The promised payoff was 10 times the amount of crypto that had already been sent to his account. It was worth tens of millions of US dollars by his estimate, but unlike dollars, you could actually spend crypto in China through the extensive black market apps that included free drone delivery. Damien was under no illusions about what retrieve meant. This was a straight-up theft mission. The crypto had won him over, and he immediately sent half of it to his mother. The rest he had downloaded to a wallet chip that was hidden in a golden cross necklace, which itself was a gift from his mother. The doors of hotel rooms were spaced evenly along the hallway, and at the far end, a brown-skinned man with a pleasant round face sat in a chair in front of one of these doors, his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Damien approached the man, who opened his eyes and gave a small half-smile. "Welcome to Grand Theft Billionaire," he said, a tiny smirk on his tanned face. The light Hispanic accent was barely noticeable. "I know you," Damien said, the memories from years ago tickling his brain. He had met this guy somewhere, but the memory was just out of reach. "Emmanuel Francisco de Paula Juan Nepomuceno Maria de los Remedios Melendez." He said it without missing a breath, grinning as he watched Damien's reaction. Just call me Manny. Damien let out a laugh. Yeah, let's stick with that. Manny looked him up and down and declared, You've gained weight, LT. That was it. This guy had been a ranger, and now he remembered the man. When Damien had first joined the 75th as a new scrolled ranger second lieutenant, Emmanuel Melendez had been a first sergeant in charge of the Regimental Reconnaissance Division, a highly specialized team of men whose job was infiltration and reconnaissance. Even among the rangers, these were highly respected soldiers, and Damien had immediately tried to apply to the RRD team. I can't believe you're here. Small world, right? Manny smiled and shrugged. It's even smaller than you think. Who do you think recommended you to our wealthy friend? Damien was taken aback. No one from the regiment should have known where he was. He had taken great pains to try and cut ties with the army after leaving. How did you know I was out here? He tried not to sound angry. The reply was another one of Emmanuel's famous shrugs. Let's take this inside. Emmanuel nodded, and they entered the hotel room. Randy was already whispering theatrically with a tall, thin Chinese man who wore a perpetually terrified expression on his face. Cool, we got a quartet here, Randy started saying, but the Chinese man seized his arm and held his finger to his lips. Definitely paranoid, but Damien was beginning to think that paranoia might be the better option for this little operation. Whisper, please. The man gestured around to the walls and the lone window, which was covered in dusty, sheer curtains. Okay, yeah, we can whisper. Randy adopted a louder-than-necessary stage whisper. The Chinese man beckoned them to come close, and they gathered in a small huddle. Damien glanced at Manny, and the other man nodded, coming in beside him. The Chinese man rubbed his face vigorously and grimaced. I am called Wei. That is not my name, but use it, please. The government has created something, a weapon of great power. Damien rolled his eyes, but Randy looked interested. It is not far from here at the University of Technology. He looked around at them, perhaps hoping for some kind of reaction. We need to get it. Take it tonight. It's very important. No one said anything, but Randy took a deep breath. What is it, brother? He questioned. The Chinese man held his hand to his forehead and sighed. I don't know. He didn't say what it was, but he was very scared when he came to my house. The last words were barely audible, and they strained to hear him. Damien shook his head and snorted. This is just a corporate theft. Our rich Dutch billionaire just wants his company to own some valuable technology. Randy nodded and smiled. Yeah, sounds like it. Count me in. Manny looked pointedly at him. His eyes narrowed. Then he smiled his small, lopsided smile. Oh, Sai, I remember now. You are the one who stole the latest Apple phone before they unveiled it on the live stream. He snapped his fingers. Randy grinned even wider. Heck yes, brother. That's why I'm here. I'm the best thief in the world. His voice was now a bit louder than a normal speaking volume, and Wei was frantically waving his hand, looking more panicked than ever. No, no, no thief, no steal. His whisper was barely a croak. Damien and Randy both laughed again. Emmanuel held his hand palm out in the middle of the huddle, and the laughter died. He looked calmly at the other two men, and then nodded to the Chinese man to continue. Wei was struggling to calm himself, and it didn't seem to be working. He labored to speak, but the words wouldn't come. At last, he sat on the small twin bed and spoke in his croaky whisper. This device will be used to destroy your country. Damien looked at Manny and saw his eyes widen. The hair on his neck stood on end, and he felt the laughter and frivolity drain from him. The man who told me of it will be arrested soon. He is hiding now, but they always find the one who hides. The computer tells them where to look. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. They will arrest me next. They will torture us and put our families in prison. We may be killed or we may simply be punished. He spoke these words with less anxiety than before. It is already going to happen. Nothing can stop that. You must take this technology back to America and find a way to disable it. Do not give it to your government. They will use it for evil just as our government will. Yeah, sounds about right. Damien couldn't help himself. Randy was already pacing the room, muttering to himself, his graying hair flopping around his sweating forehead. I know why he's here. Damien pointed at Randy, who was lighting a cigarette and fingering the curtains. I know why I'm here. I'm the handsome security. No one laughed at that. All right, Wei is the inside man, but what's your role here, Melendez? Emmanuel pursed his lips and appeared to think for a moment. I'm the cook. No one makes better tamales than I do. He winked at Wei, who looked utterly baffled. Manny shrugged. I was invited by Ike Ziepor. He asked me to come as a personal favor to him. Do you know him then? Damien was curious. A friend of a friend kind of thing? He shrugged again. Making friends with Dutch billionaires is not something I would have expected of a retired ranger, but I think maybe that's not the only job you've had. Manny smiled his little smile and said nothing. Wei pulled his phone out of his pocket and waved his hand as before to try to get their attention. 10 minutes, he said. Damien took a deep breath and glanced at Emmanuel, who nodded back to him. The planning session took less than 5 minutes because the plan was startlingly simple. The University of Technology had a serious security flaw that Wei explained to them in stilted English. The ventilation system provided access to the very room that they were seeking and would allow them to bypass the multiple layers of checkpoints and security gates, including getting inside the building itself. The most difficult part would be to get inside the room and take the device, since the door was coated with a proximity lock and was probably guarded by armed men. Damien had mentioned some possible problems that they might come across, including sensors that might be installed in the ventilation system, and the fact that it would be noisy to be crawling inside a metal tube. At this, Wei shook his head and opened a small satchel to produce some fairly large silk towels, which he handed out to each of them. He mimed lying on the towel and sliding, and Damien marveled at the ingenuity. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was better than getting their clothes dirty inside the filthy vents. The hotel was about 4 blocks from the university, but Wei opened the small hotel window and pointed down to what looked like a metal grate that was set into the sidewalk. A light rain was falling on the dark city, and some of the runoff was probably running under that grate. Damien was not terribly excited about the prospect of stomping through dirty Changchun sewer systems, but no one else seemed to care, so he kept his feelings to himself. They split into 2 teams. Wei took a piece of paper and drew a crude map from memory, giving it to Damien and Randy. Emmanuel and Wei took the lead and descended to ground level in the elevator. Come on, we're taking the stairs. Damien wasn't going to risk getting stuck in an elevator, and he led them to the fire exit on the exterior of this particular building. I'll meet you at the bottom. You go ahead. Randy gripped the edge of the emergency exit door, his knuckles turning white. Damien reached back and grabbed the man's loose shirt, hauling him through the open door. Nope, not risking it. It was just 4 stories, but Randy grumbled under his breath all the way down. At the bottom, Damien turned to him and gripped his upper arm tightly. Listen, Randy, we're 2 white guys outside at night in a country that doesn't really like Americans, so can you please shut your pie hole? Randy looked around, perhaps just realizing that they were out in the open. He nodded and they crossed the street to the grate, which Damien could see had several hinged openings. None of them appeared to be locked, and one of them was slightly ajar. He looked around, but they appeared to be alone on this particular section of street. Cars passed by on the adjacent road, and there would definitely be cops out here, maybe even military patrols. Damien yanked the grate open and was surprised that it was nearly noiseless. He gently prodded Randy into the opening and watched the man descend a tiny metal ladder set into the wall before he jumped into the opening, pulling the gate closed behind himself. He grabbed the other man by the shirt once again, pushing him ahead quickly. They needed to get out of sight in case someone had seen them enter the storm drains. The map was crudely drawn, but accurate, and they splashed their way through several inches of disgusting water for nearly 100 yards, taking a number of turns. Dim light from evenly placed grates like the one they had entered allowed them to navigate easily, but soon they found that there was no more light to be had, and Damien was forced to use his phone's light to make it the final 50 or so yards. He switched the light off and eased around the final corner, hoping to find Emmanuel and Wei rather than armed Chinese military guards. A quiet tapping came from the blackness of the final tunnel, and Damien cautiously moved forward, one hand extended to avoid hitting anything, and the other gripping a small folding knife that was the only weapon he possessed at that moment. He sensed them before he saw them, and stopped. Manny snapped on a lighter, the tiny flame throwing muted shadows on the cement wall of the storm drain, which no longer had any water at the bottom. "Any trouble?" he asked. Damien shook his head. "Nothing we can't handle," he replied, glancing at Randy. Randy paid no attention, instead running his nicotine-stained fingers over the rust-spotted metal door in front of them. The surface had once been painted, but it was so old that almost none of the paint remained. Wei looked terrified, and Damien felt the familiar adrenaline rush of running into a fight. Automatically, he slowed his breathing, forcing himself to calm down and reducing his heart rate. A rustling sound echoed in the tiny cement tunnel, and the heavy metal door swung open. Randy was pushing on the side of it, and this somehow negated most of the inevitable rusty screeching that you would expect. The four of them squeezed through the partially open door and climbed a ladder that took them about 25 feet straight up. Damien knew that they had to be inside a building, at least at second-floor height. A series of small passageways covered with plastic grates branched out from this section, and Randy once more led the way, carefully removing the tabs of the grate and placing it on a recess above their heads. They would need to exit by the same passage, so it was important to not leave anything that would slow them down. The small passageways were the ductwork of the building, and as Damien slithered in behind Randy, he could feel the thin metal flecks beneath his arms and legs. They would need to spread out to avoid having the tubes collapse. He turned around to Emmanuel Melendez, who was right behind him. "Leave about 10 feet between. These ducts are not strong," he whispered. Manny frowned and nodded, looking back at Wei, who was fumbling with his silk towel. The crawl through the ductwork was excruciatingly slow, and Damien felt his mouth and nose filling with the fine dust that coated every surface as they made their way through the small square tubes. Several times they had to pause as the noise of voices and footsteps echoed from under them, and Damien pictured the metal tubes collapsing at just the wrong moment, sending them plunging into the arms of Chinese soldiers. Finally, Randy waved back at him and motioned to his right. A faint light could be seen from a branch in the ductwork, and Damien watched as Randy peered through the plastic grate covering a large opening in the floor of the ductwork. He lifted it up slowly and pushed it ahead of them, carefully peeking his head down for a look. As he glanced back, he gave a grinning thumbs up and vanished into the hallway below. It took Damien just a few seconds to lower himself into the hallway, and immediately he took a position at the far end, his knife gripped against his wrist, ready for deployment. He could still feel the disgusting sensation of dust clogging his nose, and he had to repress the urge to sneeze. Emmanuel and Wei exited the ductwork, with Manny catching Wei and lowering him to the ground. Both of them were coated in dust, particularly on their faces, and Damien suspected that he looked quite the same. Randy was already working on a door that had been directly below the opening, examining a red, glowing card reader that was mounted on the wall. Damien touched Emmanuel and motioned to the far end of the small hallway, communicating without words that he should be the sentry on that side. They waited for several minutes while Randy muttered and cursed under his breath, and Damien could hear plastic breaking behind him along with soft scraping noises. At last, a loud click echoed through the hallway, and the door was unlocked. They hurried inside and closed the door again behind them. The light was still red, which should fool any guards that passed by as long as they didn't peer through the small window. Randy shoved a piece of cardboard against the door magnet to keep it from actually closing. Damien was beginning to see how talented this guy was at his craft. He would never have thought of that. The room was large. If it had still been a classroom, it would have been able to accommodate at least 60 students. It looked like a jumble of machines, computers, and wires, and Damien felt a sense of urgency and desperation. It would take time to search this, time that was in very short supply. He began to root through drawers, cabinets, and benches, looking for anything that appeared unusual. Wei pulled on his sleeve and pointed to a tiny metal box that was mounted just inside a much larger metal cage, spanning floor to ceiling. They both looked to be made of the same type of mesh, and Damien realized that it was a Faraday cage, designed to block electromagnetic signals from coming or going. They all shuffled into the large cage, leaving the door open, and stared at the smaller box for a few seconds. No one wanted to be the first to touch it, but at last, Manny grabbed a deadly-looking knife off a nearby tray and flipped up the latches with the end of the blade. A small door swung open to reveal a single, ordinary cell phone. Strange flashes of light began to appear in Damien's vision, fading like shooting stars. He rubbed his eyes again, assuming that it was dust from the vent shaft, but the flashes of light were even more visible when his eyes were closed. The tiny stirrings of a headache began to form behind his eyes. The hair on the back of his neck also began to stand on end, and his well-tuned sense of danger was shouting a warning about the contents of that cage. Without taking any precautions, Wei reached into the cage and grabbed the phone, pulling it out of the box. Nothing happened, although Damien sensed the tension rising rapidly. "Is anyone seeing, like, shooting stars or something?" Randy croaked in his smoke-ravaged whisper. Manny nodded and appeared to be blinking rapidly. Wei was fumbling with the phone, and Manny reached out to seize his hand, only he was too late. The device lit up, the screen almost intolerably bright in the night-dimmed room. He gasped and turned his head to an empty chair that was bolted to the floor. Leather restraints were dangling from the arms, and tiny black spots could be seen on the leather padding of the seat and back. Wei was frozen for a split second, then staggered backward, nearly knocking Randy over. Damien caught the man, and in doing so his hand brushed the cell phone. An apparition appeared in the chair, a man seated with his eyes closed, popping into existence right in front of him. His breath caught in his throat, but it got worse almost immediately. The man opened his eyes and stared at him for a split second, before thrusting out with a large knife that apparently had been in his hand. Damien let out a cry and reached for his own knife. As his hand moved away from the cell phone, the apparition began to fade, leaving nothing except the empty chair. It's a hallucination, he realized. It had felt real, vivid, and corporeal, the man's face twisted in anger and the light from overhead reflecting off the knife. Wei dropped the phone on the tray, trembling visibly. Emmanuel spoke in a low whisper. "You saw something, didn't you?" Damien nodded. "It projects a picture of a man sitting in that chair, holding a knife. I could see it, everything. It looked so real, I was ready to start fighting." He rubbed his eyes hard enough to make stars appear in his vision. The streaks of light had slowed somewhat, but were still visible on the periphery of his vision. "Forget the mind link, this is way more advanced." He was referring to a wearable device that could read some simple thoughts and was controllable by the wearer's eye movements and blinking patterns. The company that had invented that device was owned by the same man who was responsible for putting them in this room. As soon as I touched it, I saw the projection, but it slowly faded when my hand was no longer in direct contact with that. He was looking at the tray, where the phone was now sitting. The screen was once more dark, but the impact of that projection was still echoing in his mind. They all understood now. This was powerful technology, something that could be used in 1,000 different ways, most of them evil. The ability to project a specific vision to a person through a device that seemed to be a normal-looking cell phone was more powerful than a nuclear weapon. The fact that it was being developed by the Chinese was all the more concerning. They would certainly be weaponizing this, and with tensions between the United States and China at an all-time high, this could be the very thing to throw the planet into a nuclear war. "Take it," Wei's voice was just a whisper. Damien pulled out the silk towel, which was now streaked with dust across its velvety maroon surface. He winced a bit as he wrapped the phone in the soft cloth, expecting to see the apparition reappear in the chair. But nothing happened. He shoved the phone into a pocket and zipped it shut. It was as secure as he could make it, and hopefully, the cloth would prevent him from being haunted by any further projections. "Okay, now His voice trailed off. The door of the room pushed open with a soft click, and the four of them scattered, trying to hide in the deepest shadows of the room. Damien could not see through the doorway, but a face appeared in the small window. A short man in a dark, snug-fitting black cap peered past the door, scanning the room. His dark eyes were wide and his mouth was open. He looked utterly terrified, and Damien understood why. It was unlikely that the guards knew what was actually in this room, although they would surely have some suspicions. The man shuffled further into the room, but he was still behind the door, and Damien felt like he could probably approach without being seen. He quickly moved to the door, preparing to use the heavy object as a battering ram against the guard. Not fast enough. The man was now in front of the door and saw Damien approaching. His face went from terror to anger in a second, and the barrel of a pistol appeared in his hand. There was no time and no cover. Damien dodged to his right, a last-second attempt to get out of the kill zone of the first shot. The blast of the pistol was deafening in the small room, and Damien hit the floor, going prone by instinct. The man was no longer there. His entire body had simply vanished backward. The pistol spun as it flew from his hand, and there was a crash in the darkness from the far side of the room as his body was slammed into a bank of equipment. Emmanuel's face was the only thing he could see, half lit by the hallway lights through the open door. While Damien had been spotted, Manny had taken the guard out from behind. Damien rose to his feet, feeling himself for a gunshot wound, and was amazed to find that he was completely unhurt. The pistol was out of sight, unretrievable in the dark. The four of them scrambled through the door into the hallway, and Wei slammed the door shut. The lock engaged, and the light showed red, so their attacker was hopefully locked inside, although that was not a certainty at all. Chapter 4. Unless that lone guard was the only person in the building, the single gunshot would have been heard by someone, and they would be coming very soon. "Let's go. Back into the ducts," Damien said to the group. The open grate above them was almost 8 feet up, and getting back inside would be much more difficult than getting out was. Damien was a bit less than 5'11" tall, but he was young and agile, so he jumped and grabbed the edge, pulling himself smoothly inside. Turning around was a challenge, but manageable. He dangled his arms down, and Wei was next. Somehow the Chinese man was able to squirm past him into the tiny space, although Damien could feel the metal duct flexing and swaying a bit. Emmanuel was over 6 feet tall and solidly built, but he was able to pull himself up and inside the tube. Damien backed up to give him space and then watched as Manny leaned out to get the last member of their team. Randy was still spooked by the shooting that had just taken place, and he was not as athletic as the rest of them. He stood in the hallway, looking all around himself repeatedly, as though he was trying to decide what to do. "Grab my hands, I got you!" Manny waved his arms down, but Randy just shook his head. At that moment, a banging noise came from down the hallway, along with voices shouting in Mandarin. Damien was too far into the tube to see anything, but he was painfully aware that if bullets started flying, the thin sheet metal would offer no protection at all. "Come on, Randy, get your butt up here," he shouted down the ventilation shaft. Shooting echoed in the hallway, and Manny pulled his arms up so quickly that Damien thought he had been hit. Randy was dragged into the duct like a rag doll, and Damien scurried backward to give them space. "He's been shot," Manny whispered. The situation was spiraling out of control quickly. They needed to exfil as quickly as possible, and now they had a wounded man. "Is it bad?" he hissed. They continued to move through the ducting, and now Damien heard soft groaning. "Yeah, probably. They got him in the chest, I think," came the soft reply. "Let's get outside the building. I don't feel like dying in an air vent." "Okay, I'll drag him. You take point." Damien could not hear any more noises above the sound of labored breathing and scraping as they moved through the dusty metal tunnels. His arms were tired just hauling himself. He couldn't imagine how much more difficult it would be to drag an injured person as well. He had to stop several times to adjust the makeshift package around his leg, tightening it to keep the phone from falling out or touching his body. They scurried ahead, and Damien realized that he didn't really remember the directions. He had relied on Wei and Randy to do the navigating through these tunnels. It was another of his failures, and probably a fatal one if he couldn't find Wei. Ahead of him was the faint banging of someone clumsily rushing through the ductwork, but the sound was bouncing back and forth, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the location. Despite this, he trundled ahead through the tubing, ignoring the discomfort in the dust, squinting his eyes to keep a little bit of vision. Every 30 seconds, he looked back to make sure that Emmanuel was close by. His former ranger friend was close behind, moving quickly through the ducts despite being much bigger and dragging another human. He tried to calculate how many yards they had gone, but at this point it was a fruitless attempt. He needed to just move until there was nowhere left to move, and then fight until he was dead. It would probably end up being like that, and that was fine. This was a stupid mission, and he had been an idiot to accept it, but that realization had come too late. Damien was utterly surprised when he rounded a corner and came face to face with Wei. The man had stopped panicking long enough to gain some of his wits and had turned around to help guide them out. The man's face was nearly black from dust, but he waved in his typical way, encouraging them to move faster. Damien had become accustomed to the swing of the tubing as he moved through it, and he now felt much more confident in pushing himself through faster than they had come in. That had been a miscalculation, and, without warning, the section of tubing directly in front of him simply gave way. The building was not new, and there were probably water leaks throughout. Rusting bolts and the weight of 3 men crawling through the ductwork proved too much, and the thin tubing collapsed, crashing through the drop ceiling and plunging into the hallway below. Damien felt the heart-stopping sensation of falling. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, preparing to be smashed into the concrete floor below as his section of tubing fell. Nothing happened, although he felt his body dangling, and his hands were definitely in the open air. His feet were caught on something, and that something had prevented him from plunging all the way through. He looked backward and saw the Cheshire cat-like grin of Emmanuel Melendez, who had seized his feet and was holding him in place, preventing him from tumbling out of the broken tubing. Slowly, he dragged him back into what remained of the intact ventilation, but there was now a new problem. They couldn't make it through the broken section, and it was much more likely that they would be discovered with the collapsed tubing pointing the way. Damien could no longer see Wei, and he assumed that the man was on the other side of the tubing, beyond contact from them. He tried shouting across to see if Wei could hear him, but the response was muffled and unintelligible. He felt a tap on his foot, and he turned around to look at Manny. The man motioned over his shoulder, indicating that they should go back the way they came. No choice, really, so off they went. Damien was able to turn himself around in the confined space with some effort, but Emmanuel had to crawl backward until they got to an intersection. Damien heard him pushing the weight of Randy's unconscious body through the tunnel, and he marveled that it had been him to fall through the tubing instead of Emmanuel, who was heavier than he was and was dragging another person behind him. It seemed like they had been crawling for an hour when they came up against the same ladder that Damien remembered climbing to get into this godforsaken death trap. He was utterly astonished to realize that they had made it back to their entry point. "I'll lower him down, you go first," he said to Emmanuel, pointing to the ladder that descended back down into the storm drain. Manny looked back and made a face. "He's not looking good, LT. No pulse, and his skin is whiter than yours." Damien felt his blood pressure rise. If they had a dead body on their hands, they would be forced to leave him behind. The Chinese would find him quite soon, and the presence of an American would be a clue as to who was stealing their precious technology. He climbed back up and looked at the unmoving body of the infamous thief. He touched the man's carotid artery, feeling the coolness of his skin. No pulse. "Yep, he's dead." Damien took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "We have to hide the body somewhere. We're in the sewers. There must be a little hole we can put him down into." Manny looked very unhappy. "It's not right. He deserves better than to be flushed down a hole. If we're lucky, we might join him soon enough. You know what will happen if they capture us, right?" Manny was still looking at Randy's chest, as though he expected the man to start breathing again. "I'll pass him down to you. Just treat him with respect, okay?" They carried Randy as far through the concrete storm drains as they could before pushing his body into a small inlet that was missing the grate. It helped that he was skinny and not very heavy. Emmanuel and Wei stood silently at the inlet, paying their respects as Damien kept a fidgety watch down the adjoining corridor. The city noises filtered down through the multitude of drain covers, grates, and maintenance entrances. He looked at his hands for the first time since they had carried their comrade to his final resting place, and found them covered in blood. His stomach roiled as he bent to rinse his fingers in the filthy drainage water. The moment they had entered the grates, the city had been not quiet, but also not particularly busy. Now, there was definitely some activity, and it came in the form of loud trucks, military vehicles, and the shouts of soldiers coming from overhead. The city had 10 million people, and it now seemed as though every single one of them was an armed soldier. They couldn't stay in the storm drains forever. At some point the Chinese would wise up and begin searching the hidden areas of the city, which meant they would be found. Damien kept picturing the chair that had been sitting in the middle of that awful room, with the dark splatters on the leather restraints. He was certain that some poor soul had died in that chair, and recently. It was difficult not to imagine himself being strapped in there, with days and weeks of torture to follow. Worse than that, the embassy would be blamed, and by extension, the United States. If they were captured, it could be the catalyst for a worldwide nuclear war between two heavily armed superpowers. The United States had never been in a weaker position, and they would certainly lose the fight. The irony of it all is that they were trying to prevent such a war from happening, and in doing so probably making it all but certain to actually happen. Not for the first time that day, he cursed the name Ike Ziepor out loud. "What?" Manny was trudging beside him through the murky water, making almost no noise as usual. Damien shook his head and rubbed his hands through his hair, just lamenting the casual stupidity that got me here, and hoping we can prevent an international incident. Emmanuel snickered softly. "How long do you think you'll last when they torture you? I was never very good at resistance to interrogation class." "We aren't going to be captured, LT. Don't you know? Officers are more valuable as prisoners than NCOs. Wei stopped and looked up. The very spot that they had entered was directly overhead with light from a nearby street lamp spilling across the grate. They stood just out of sight in the storm drain for several minutes, listening and waiting. Wei was holding his cell phone close to his face like he was nearsighted. Damien tried to clean the dust from his face and hair using the murky rainwater, and he hoped that the Chinese were not mixing storm runoff with sewage. Wei stiffened and turned off his phone. He waved to them and motioned to the grate above. He reached for the hinged opening to lift it up, but Damien grabbed his hand and pulled him aside. "Nope. My turn to take point. You follow between us," he whispered in the man's ear. Not giving him time to object, Damien carefully circled the storm grate, getting a line-of-sight picture of what their surroundings looked like. He very slowly pushed up the grate, just enough to put one eye to street level. The spot that they had chosen was well situated, and it didn't appear that anyone was nearby, but he could not see all of their surroundings. The grate itself blocked him from seeing anything behind it. He nodded to Manny and slithered out onto the rain-soaked street. There was a cluster of bushes nearby, and he used that as cover to rise to his feet. The adjacent road was now completely devoid of traffic, which was probably not good. They would stand out much more readily, and it would be impossible to hail a taxi. Loud rumbling echoed through the surrounding buildings, the noise of large vehicles moving about at street level. Damien made 2 clicks with his tongue that were the signal used by military patrols. Manny and Wei popped up from the grate and joined him in the bushes, and they huddled together, feeling the soft splatter of raindrops hitting the leaves around them. This street was well suited for concealment, but they needed to formulate a plan for their next move. Wei checked his phone, the light spilling onto his face from the screen. "Put that away!" Damien made a grab for the device, but Wei pulled it back, holding it to his chest. "We walk this way, come now." Even Manny looked unsure of this, and Damien was completely opposed. "Listen, you got us in? That was great. Fantastic job on that. Now we need to leave the city, right? I can get us back to the U.S. I work for the embassy. They won't suspect anything for a while, and we'll be gone before they find Randy." Wei was shaking his head, and he abruptly stood. The noise of an engine was growing steadily louder, and Damien heard tires on the wet road. A black car pulled up, stopping at the side of the road. "That's military. Look at the plates," Manny hoarsely whispered as they tried to see the vehicle through the bushes. Damien grabbed his sleeve, pulling him down in case he was planning to do something. They had no good options. They would have to see what Wei would do. Maybe he would have a good excuse for being outside in the middle of the night. A single door closed quietly, and careful voices spoke in low, measured tones. There was no hostility, no anger, or confrontation. Damien and Manny looked at each other, and Manny shrugged his familiar shrug. "Psst. Come out, Americans, it's okay." It wasn't Wei speaking, but another man. Damien carefully rose, peeking up over the edge of the fresh April leaves. Both men were staring at him, the taller, slender form of Wei, and another older man with a military-style haircut that was going gray at the temples. He looked at the car, but the windows were tinted, and he could not see if anyone else was inside. The older man was in front of the driver's door, so it must have been him driving. Cautiously, Damien started moving to the edge of the bushes, one hand in his pocket and gripping the knife as a precaution. Before he could make it to the sidewalk, the roar of an engine was heard, and a massive vehicle turned the corner. It had 6 enormous wheels and was bristling with automated weapon emplacements. A gaggle of soldiers was running beside the massive vehicle, and they were definitely heading in this direction. The 2 Chinese men turned to face the oncoming soldiers, their faces frozen in terror, and illuminated by a giant searchlight mounted to the outside of the wheeled vehicle. Damien nearly tripped trying to get back to his partial concealment in the bushes, diving to his knees. Through the screen of branches, Damien watched as the two men embraced. Wei appeared to be sobbing as he looked at the oncoming soldiers about 75 yards away and closing. Now they could hear shouts coming from the soldiers, although Damien could not understand the Cantonese. The older man with the gray hair looked at Damien through the haze of leaves and spoke in halting English. "We will surrender. You flee, go north." He reached into a pocket and retrieved a small paper-wrapped package. The toss was subtle, carefully coordinated to look like he was just raising his hands over his head in surrender. Manny caught the package, and Damien thought it looked too small to be a book or any kind of paperwork. It only took a second for him to realize that it was another cell phone, wrapped carefully in red paper and tape. He looked back at the man, who was now staring at the oncoming rush of soldiers, hands raised. "Go!" The man did not look at them, and there was no fear or tremble in his quiet voice. "What's the plan, LT?" Emmanuel whispered. Damien did a quick assessment. Above-ground travel was far too risky, and hiding inside a building, they were likely to be located. "Cowabunga, back down we go." Emmanuel nodded, and they went prone. It was a quick crawl to the grate, which was still open. There were bushes all the way down, but they would still need to slither across the sidewalk and drop down quickly, hopefully with enough time to close the entrance grate. The soldiers were completely distracted, and Damien could hear shouts echoing down the street as the two Chinese men were accosted by the military. He suspected that the older man was military himself. He had the bearing of a soldier, and that car looked suspiciously like an officer's staff car. This had been an inside job for sure, which explained the excellent map of the building's interior. They slithered across the sidewalk and dropped through the open hinged entrance in less than 2 seconds, moving for their very lives. Damien slowly lowered the grate door, not wanting to risk a quick movement that would catch someone's eye. They needed to get moving, but at the same time, they were hoping in vain that Wei and the mysterious older man would make it clear of the soldiers. A single gunshot rang out, and they both flinched. "Time to go." Manny was turning and sloshing through the muck, Damien right behind him. Major General Ling Chaoping was dressed in business casual with a light jacket. He dared not wear his uniform, but the staff car had certainly been reported missing, and had likely been the reason that the WZ infantry fighting vehicle had turned down this road, with its complement of dismounted troops. The American with the dark skin had caught the package and vanished, hopefully to destroy it somehow. Chaoping prayed in his heart for them, rather than for himself. He knew his fate and watched it drive up on 6 giant wheels. Pastor Hongwei was in tears, but his crying was silent. He was a younger man, but as a pastor he was no stranger to fear and danger in communist China. Hongwei's young wife would never see him again, and Chaoping's own wife and 2 daughters were just as likely to be arrested. But he had prayed earnestly to God that they would be spared death. His only son was far away, serving the nation as a civilian liaison for the Chinese government, and hopefully would be spared the knowledge of his father's deeds. The shouting of soldiers turned into shoving, striking, and kicking. Both men were forced to the pavement and handcuffed. Chaoping ignored all of it, retreating to a quiet place of internal meditation that was his, and his alone. A muffled gunshot echoed into the night, but the sound barely registered with him. Nothing that happened to him mattered any longer. He was completely free from fear. The enormous 6-wheeled vehicle drove through the night once more, and the solemn streets bore witness to the bravery of men who quietly accepted their fate. Chapter 5. It took a full day for Damien and Emmanuel to make their way through the city, almost entirely through the storm drains. The exit point for the stormwater was the Yitong River, a filthy body of slow-moving water that went straight through the city from north to south. They didn't dare to try and cross the river, but used it as a reference point to make their way north. Emmanuel thought that it might be easier to sneak across the Russian border, and Damien didn't care. He was still in a state of partial shock from the events of the past day, and was trying to process the loss of his old life and adapt to the fact that he was now a fugitive in a foreign country, with the entire Chinese military pursuing him for an object that was legitimately dangerous. Emmanuel, on the other hand, was calm, and seemed to be taking this situation seriously. This too made Damien upset. He wanted someone else to commiserate with his self-pity. After 12 hours with no food, no sleep, and nothing to drink except the disgusting storm water, they finally managed to procure some food from a dumpster that was conveniently positioned right next to one of the many thousands of entrances to the stormwater tunnels. Several restaurants dumped their waste food into the same dumpster, and Damien forced himself to eat as much as he could of the slimy mess. It was pretty amazing that he managed to slip right back into the same mentality he had once carried as an Army Ranger, pushing aside his discomfort and focusing on moving his feet, one in front of the other. The two men shared very little conversation aside from what was required to navigate the storm drain, but Damien knew that they would need to sit down and discuss some options once they were clear. The banks of the Yitong River north of the city were filthy with debris from the water, and probably human sewage as well. They carefully picked their way through in the dark, seeing the lit windows of houses above them as they quietly made their way further and further north. This area was no longer the city, but rather a series of villages that surrounded it. Damien felt a little bit better knowing that they were clear of the city, but they still had a long way to go. It was about 36 hours after they had begun their journey, when they came across a very nicely sheltered stand of trees about half a mile from a small, quiet village. The ground was soft with moss and damp with recent rain. It was late evening, and they had not slept for almost 2 full days at this point. Without speaking their agreement out loud, they both sat on the mossy ground, Damien groaning as he laid back and rested his head against the root of a tree. The April sunset had come and gone about half an hour before, so they were in near darkness. The shape of his companion sitting against a tree was the only thing that Damien could see. "We need some sleep." Damien heard the raspiness of his voice. "Yeah, I'm exhausted." Emmanuel shifted against the tree, leaning over towards Damien. "Your turn to carry it." He handed over the now familiar silk-wrapped package, which now contained 2 identical cell phones, and Damien tucked it into his waistband, as he had done a dozen times already. It wasn't very heavy, but trading it back between the two of them was a way for them to ensure that it didn't get lost or forgotten somewhere. If they were approached by the military, they would need to split up immediately, and whoever had the devices would be the one to escape, while the other one would sacrifice himself. Manny was sleeping within seconds, his back against a tree that was covered in fine, soft bark. Underneath them was a lumpy, yet comfortable layer of moss and clover. It was very difficult for Damien to stay awake for 3 hours, but he managed to keep himself alert by thumping his arm against the tree. As soon as Manny woke, he fell asleep and knew nothing at all for what could have been hours or could have been minutes. When he woke, it was still very dark, but there was a glimmer of sunrise peeking over through the edge of the trees about 100 yards away from them. Emmanuel was sitting with his back against the tree, awake but silent. Damien was still tired, but at the moment he felt a little more talkative than he had been over the last few exhaustive hours of movement. Their current location felt safe enough, and they needed to hash out a plan. "I still think we should head back to the embassy. There's one in Harbin, and that's just a bit north from here," Damien said. Manny shook his head wistfully. "I wish it were that easy. Since they definitely know who we are by now, that will be the first place they look. They'll have thousands of people watching all of the embassies, you know that." Damien leaned his head back, resting against the velvety bark. He could use more sleep, but they had gotten all the rest they were going to get for now. "So what then? Steal a boat? My Mandarin is okay, but my Cantonese sucks. We'll stand out like a giant red flashing light if we try that around here. China doesn't even have access to the ocean around here unless you want to sneak through North Korea first. I was thinking that we head to Russia instead. We won't stand out as much, and the Russians have a national pastime where they smuggle things into North Korea. I've been to the docks in Vladivostok. It's almost entirely smuggling boats lined up, hundreds of them. We just need to get across the border." Damien lifted the silk package and stared at it. Even with the silk covering it, it felt sinister. "We also need to get rid of these. Do you think we can transfer the information onto a small drive? They can probably track us remotely with GPS, so we need to put these things down a deep, dark hole as quickly as possible." Emmanuel frowned and shook his head. "It's not a real cell phone. If it was, they would have found us already." Damien stopped and pondered that. It made sense, and there had been the nagging feeling in the back of his mind that they were carrying the equivalent of a grenade with the pin pulled out. "Ah, yeah, that makes sense, actually." He tipped the silk package and felt the smooth glass surface underneath. On impulse, He pressed the power button through the silk. A dim light shone through the fabric, but nothing else happened. It seems like you need to be touching it to see the illusion. Look. He turned it around to show that the power was on. Manny flinched a bit, but then leaned to look closer. The knot holding the silk together came undone, and the unwrapped phone dropped to the soft, mossy ground. Both of them stared at the screen, which was completely white and featureless. Damien reached his hand out, approaching but not touching the device. As his hand got closer, he saw the same illusion as before, the image seeming to be directly in the ground because he was sitting rather than standing. It didn't move, but it was as real as before. Unlike something that you see out of the corner of your eye, this illusion remained in place as his eyes moved, and he examined it closely for any clues. A man was projected onto the ground, or rather, half into the ground as Damien was sitting on the forest floor. It was an ordinary-looking Chinese man, perhaps about 25 years of age, standing with his arms by his side. The projection adjusted quickly, and the man moved upwards so that his feet were actually at ground level. He was moving around, blinking, and looked as real as any ordinary human being might. "Do you see anything?" Emmanuel asked. Damien realized that he hadn't said anything, and nodded in confirmation. "Just as it was before. Can you see it, or is it just me?" Manny moved his hand within a foot of the device. "I see it, but faint and shifting. I don't like it." The apparition looked at Emmanuel when he spoke, and Damien was impressed once more by the responsiveness of the avatar. Then it spoke. "What's your name?" It said this in perfect Mandarin, a language that Damien was fairly familiar with. "What?" Manny noticed his startled reaction. "It spoke! It can speak! Did you hear anything?" Manny nodded and moved closer, trying to be close enough to hear and see, but still not wanting to touch the device directly. "Ask me a question." This was in English. Perfect American accent, although the lip movement was slightly out of sync with the words. Damien stood, now face to face with the avatar living in the device, which he held in his left hand. His right hand remained inside his jacket, clutching the knife. Even though he knew that this was not real, it looked real enough that he could not help himself. He tried to think of a question to ask. "What are you and what can you do?" The avatar paused for a moment, freezing for a heartbeat. "I was designed to be an intelligent companion. I can guide you, explain things to you, or tell you stories." Damien took a deep breath. This wasn't very exciting. There were already virtual AI companions, and even one that could be projected by hologram. "What is your purpose?" Another short freeze. It appeared that answering questions consumed some of the bandwidth needed to process the visual avatar. They were using this device outside of the university laboratory, so it made sense that it wouldn't perform perfectly. This program was designed to simulate a human to such a degree that the viewer cannot detect it. This allows the user to be manipulated and controlled. It was a very direct answer, which was both surprising and not so surprising. The Chinese had not expected this device to fall into the hands of anyone except their own people, so there was no need to conceal its true purpose. "I am the most sophisticated simulation of a human being that has ever been created." Apparently, it had not been programmed with humility. "How do you know that?" "I can see the surprise on your face, and I surmise that you have never experienced a simulation this advanced." Manny spoke up. "Can you hear me?" The avatar looked at him, and this time it froze for nearly a second before responding. "Yes, I can hear and see you, but not clearly. You need to approach and touch my central unit in order to communicate. This device does not have a large scan radius." "It's proximity-based, then. It must be conducted through muscle or nerves or something to get to the brain. It's not a straight projection, but I just don't see how that's possible." Damien looked at the device, but could not see anything unusual except that there was a thin metal strip surrounding it, with glass on both sides. Damien held out the device. "Come on, it doesn't seem to be that dangerous. Have a look for yourself." Manny looked at the hand holding the device and shook his head no. "One more question." He came closer but did not touch the phone. "Are you communicating with anyone else by satellite, cell phone, or other method?" "No, this is not a communication device. It is a prototype to demonstrate the technology." They both felt a weight lift from their shoulders with that. "All right, well that's enough of that. I'm getting a headache again." Damien switched the device off and tucked it back into the silk packaging. "I wonder if these are the only two devices that actually exist. That seems unlikely if you ask me. The Chinese would never just make 2 of something like this. For sure they have more of them. He pulled out the wrapped device that had been given to them by the older military-looking man. The red paper was torn, and when he shifted the package, he heard crunching. "It's broken. This one is smashed. Listen, you can hear the glass crunching inside." He shook the red-wrapped device. Emmanuel stood and started stretching his calf muscles against the nearest tree. "Can we download the program?" he asked. I guess so. I don't really know how to do that. What would we download it to?" His companion pointed to Damien's chest, and Damien looked down at his filthy shirt. "Your necklace. It has a coin vault, right?" Damien pulled the cross out from under the shirt and examined it as if he had never seen it before. In truth, he had almost forgotten about it. "We just need to scrape the software. Lucky for us, China has thousands of internet cafes everywhere. The necklace probably has plenty of storage, and we can destroy the phones." "If we aren't being tracked, why not just take the entire device?" Damien protested. "I'm pretty sure that this floating man just told you that he was designed to manipulate people. He might be programmed to lie." Damien noted that Emmanuel was referring to the avatar as though it were a real person. "So we don't trust it?" "I don't trust anyone, no one except my family." "We better get moving then." They were within walking distance of a small village, or at least it was small by Chinese standards. Damien was still used to the small town that he had grown up in, where a village was 2,000 people, not 20,000 people. There were 3 internet cafes, and the first one that opened was nearly deserted when they walked inside. Pretty much every American owned at least one computer, but in rural China it was still quite a luxury, and so internet cafes were still as plentiful as they had been for 5 decades. The 10-year-old that was manning the counter didn't seem to be fazed by 2 obvious Americans paying for an hour of computer time with illegal crypto. Damien kept glancing around the large room, but there were only 2 other patrons, and they both seemed to be engrossed in their own work. The AirTouch terminals had drive scanners, so they didn't need to plug the device into anything. Emmanuel proved to be quite capable with technology, and he was able to isolate the memory of the device, which contained 2 programs. The first program was large, and they thought it must be the onboard AI software. The second program was labeled with just a random number sequence, but Manny copied the entire thing onto Damien's Gold Cross drive. He was a bit nervous about putting the Gold Cross onto the drive scanner. "Don't delete my crypto, Manny. That's all the money we've got." The 2 men spent the rest of the day walking, not trying very hard to conceal themselves, and not needing to either. The roads were perpetually busy with bicycle, foot, and vehicle traffic. Every 100 yards or so, Emmanuel would take a piece of one of the cell phones, crush it into a shapeless chunk of garbage, and throw it somewhere discreetly. The only piece that they didn't dispose of was the transmitter, or whatever you might call the part of the device that transmitted the signal to hijack a person's vision. The thin metal strip around the phone was connected to a chip, and Manny had pried this right off the plastic circuit board to preserve it. The metal was pliable, and they were able to wrap it around the arms of the cross, securing it in place. Emmanuel was dubious about this, and Damien perceived that he saw the transmitter as an evil thing, a talisman of dark energy that should not be touching the symbols of his devout Catholic beliefs. It was the 3rd day after their dangerous escapade that they saw the first drone. Of course, it was Emmanuel who spotted it flying, moving quickly about 20 yards up in the air. Both of them were wearing hats, and they had purchased innocuous-looking clothing, but even so, they maintained as much of a normal demeanor as they possibly could. Damien thought they were lucky when the drone started fading into the distance, but his heart sank as it decreased its altitude, and came around for another pass about 10 feet off the ground. It flew a pattern directly over the people walking, riding, and biking, and he knew it was probably scanning their faces as it passed. No one in the crowd visibly reacted to the drone whooshing around just above their heads, even though it must have been unnerving. He tried to keep the brim of his cap over his eyes, without making it obvious that he was doing so, and they walked on in silence for at least another half an hour before he dared to move his hat back to its original position. Even if the drone didn't spot them, it was impossible not to notice the hundreds of furtive glances from Chinese pedestrians as they walked the gravel roads. That evening, they found a much less comfortable clump of trees to spend another night, and Damien insisted they needed to find a faster mode of transportation. The following day, they were able to find a farmer and paid him a handsome sum of crypto to take them within a couple of miles of the Russian border, sitting in the back of a 25-year-old gasoline-powered cube van that had only one working door. The journey took most of the day, and Damien was utterly exhausted by the jouncing of the vehicle over the poor-quality roads. At last, they hopped out into the kind of China that very few tourists ever got to see in person. The surrounding countryside was heavily treed, but there were endless rice fields and farms mingled together, with no apparent order or organization. It was chaotic, but Damien also thought it was quite appealing. These people had been living this way for thousands of years, and most of the roads weren't even paved. "Where is the border from here?" he said, looking across the fields and trees in the late afternoon light. "I think over there." Manny pointed roughly to the northeast, but Damien could only see more of the same: trees, shrubs, and farms. "I don't know, man. Border guards around these parts probably shoot first and ask questions later," Damien said skeptically. "No, that's California you're thinking of. Out here you can come and go freely. I once hitchhiked almost 500 miles from Nakodka into China. Everyone out here is a smuggler, even if it's just part-time." "All right. Well, I'm still a faster runner, so if they start shooting, I'm just going to take off." He smiled as he said this. Damien hadn't left China in 4 years, not even to visit his mom, but now he didn't want to be in this country for even one more day. "We'll cross tonight, and I've got a pretty good idea of our next move after that." Chapter 6. Kostya Belov felt the vibration of his phone on the bedside table. His hand was resting against the side of the wooden cabinet, and he was awake instantly. The curtains were drawn, but no light appeared between the small gaps, so it was obviously still the middle of the night. There was only one reason that the cell phone could be vibrating, and was that one of his trusted contacts had sent him a message. He sat up in bed and grabbed the cell phone. The message glowed green in the unlit room. "Come to docks," it read. The sender was his contact at the Vladivostok dockyards, a man who bought and sold fishing equipment and was also neck-deep in the smuggling business. There was no context in the message, but Kostya was curious enough that he dressed quickly and left the small rented room, grabbing an apple to take with him. The dockyard was only a 20-minute walk, but Kostya was not about to stroll through dangerous Russian streets at night. One text, and 5 minutes later, a car and driver were idling for him, the exhaust pooling around the sparse streetlights like a malevolent creature. Kostya took a position behind the car and rapped on the trunk. The driver opened his door and stepped out with his hands showing. The man's face was familiar, but Kostya had not bothered to learn his name. As they arrived at the dock, the driver circled the area without being told to. Kostya was impressed by this, since security was his most important concern. A man stood silhouetted by the only functioning light bulb at the entrance of the dock, looking very uncomfortable being out in this area at night. Kostya's driver slowed down, rolling down the window and telling the man to take off his jacket and get in the front passenger seat beside the driver. The man did as he was told without protest, even turning out his pockets to show that he wasn't carrying any weapons. Kostya didn't say a word to the man, and they sat there in silence for several seconds. A dock worker reported something curious to me. Kostya still said nothing, passively waiting for the man to continue. "2 very strange men came to the docks about 4 days ago. They were American, and one of them looked like a Mexican or something." Kostya pursed his lips and nodded almost imperceptibly. "He says they were in a hurry, and they purchased a boat with crypto. The illegal crypto, the one that smugglers use." Kostya knew exactly what he meant. Whispercoin was basically untraceable and could be transferred without having immediate access to the internet. It was widely accepted in Russia, but it was illegal in America. The use of Whispercoin by itself was not particularly interesting, but the appearance of 2 Americans in this part of the country was very interesting indeed. He was particularly interested in the purchase of a boat. Kostya was starting to see the seeds of a theory form in his mind, but he needed more information. "What kind of boat? How big? How much engine?" 40-foot fisherman's boat, equipped for smuggling. Extra fuel tanks." Kostya sat for a second and made some mental calculations. Even the largest capacity of fuel tank was not sufficient to take a small boat from Russia all the way to the United States, a distance of over 7,000 kilometers. They might have been headed to Japan, but then what? Japan and the United States were not strong friends these days, and the United States had abandoned its military facilities there 5 years ago, selling them for pennies on the dollar. Kostya was not particularly surprised to hear that there were Americans in Russia. He knew that something had happened in China about a week ago, and that the perpetrators had escaped north. Smuggling networks had been talking about a theft of some sort, and plenty of greedy people had been waiting to try and make some money. What was unknown at the time was their nationality, but the rumor was that the thieves were Americans. The Russian government was still blocking access to many American news channels. But Kostya had connections, and was able to easily circumvent these sanctions. Naturally, the United States government had already denied any involvement in the Chinese incident, which had reportedly cost the lives of several innocent scientists and 2 more bystanders. What nobody knew except a tiny handful of people on the planet was the exact nature of what these Americans had stolen. It was priceless, but dangerous as well. Very dangerous indeed. The Americans must not be allowed to have it, but perhaps Kostya and his many companies could find a use for the technology. If there was the slightest chance that the Americans had stolen what he knew to exist in the lab in China, then this was his chance to recover that and repatriate it to the motherland, or at least to his bank account. There was no time to waste and no room for error. Kostya ordered the driver to lock his doors and drive at all haste to his private yacht, parked at the other end of the dockyard, with 6 other expensive boats owned by other wealthy Russians. He would have to find a way to catch up to the Americans on the ocean, and if that failed, find them once they reached North America. This was beyond even his capability at the moment, and he needed to call in a few favors. There was some expensive but very useful equipment that was located perhaps 200 kilometers from the dockyard, at the one existing military installation near Vladivostok. His man in the passenger seat was quiet, clutching the armrest between him and the driver as they sped through the dark, inky blackness of the sprawling docks. Twice they approached a checkpoint, and both times they were waved through. If Kostya was successful in retrieving this mysterious package, Russia would have a permanent advantage in AI technology, and he would be the richest person on the planet. No one could know about this but himself. The informant would have to die, of course, so they would torture him to ensure that he had not withheld any information, and then toss his body into the ocean with a few bags of rocks to keep him company. The driver was a serious professional, and Kostya would keep him. He would need a few killers if they couldn't catch the bastards at sea. He would also call in his brother-in-law, Oleg. His son-in-law, Luka, was already on board the huge yacht Zavoye, along with a small security team. The enormous yacht filled 2 standard-size berths and still protruded from the docks like a floating city. The cargo bay was huge and would easily fit the large pallets of specialized equipment that would be needed for this operation. Kostya's cell phone lit up with a reply to his latest text. "Da" was all it said. The equipment would be there shortly, and the hunt was on. A cold smile spread over his face. Chapter 7. A cold gray wave slapped against the side of the old, rusty Russian fishing boat, spraying up tiny droplets of nearly freezing Pacific Ocean water. Damien Webber held his tattered fishing jacket sleeve up and tried in vain to shield his clothes and eyes from the salty, frigid water. But just as other times, he was largely unsuccessful. He had been sitting on the deck in an attempt to dry his only clothing out, but it appeared that this was not going to happen. It was nearly noon in late April, and it was still quite cold, particularly when overcast, as it happened to be on this day. Emmanuel Melendez sat at the tiller, which was covered by a small boathouse structure, his dark brown eyes covered by non-mirrored sunglasses, and a small smile drifting across his face as his hands played over the tiller, keeping the boat perfectly on track with the slightest movements. He wore a white cotton long-sleeve shirt, rolled up to just below the elbow. Scars could be visible all up and down his brown skin. Some of the scars had odd shapes that seemed too regular to be burns or hot liquid, but Damien had never bothered to ask. There was an unwritten rule. Never ask a soldier about his scars. If Damien had not known better, he would have thought that Emmanuel was asleep. But Manny was such a talented sailor that he could have steered the boat in his sleep just as well as Damien could wide awake. The past 4 days at sea had already felt too long, and there were still at least 2 weeks to go until they reached the coast of the United States, presuming they made it there alive at all. There were too many dangers to count, and Damien had stopped trying to even consider all of the potential problems that they could come across in their long journey. Not considering the condition of the boat, they were very likely to be caught by either Chinese or Russian authorities before they rounded the most northern tip of Japan, which was now on their starboard side and about 250 miles away. Ever since the surrender of Taiwan, American ships rarely came anywhere closer than Japan, and that was just fine with Damien. Damien wasn't much of a sailor, and he never would be, but at least he knew his port from starboard most of the time. The boat was drifting slightly in the waves, and Manny flicked his wrist, putting the tiller over a little bit to compensate for a large wave that was coming towards them. The ocean wasn't rough, but the boat wasn't very large either, which made even the smaller waves feel like they were going to knock the boat onto its side, capsizing it and sending it to the bottom. Damien had not enjoyed a single moment of this journey so far. Between nausea and constantly eating fish, there was just nothing to love about the entire situation. Speaking of fish, Damien felt a familiar rumbling in his stomach and knew he needed to eat something, but the only thing available was more fish, and Damien was not a fan of seafood. In fact, he had always despised fish, but there was nothing else of any substance to eat besides the occasional seabird, and this far off the coast of Japan, seabirds were very difficult to see, never mind catch, as they were far too smart to be captured by the clumsy nooses and snares that Damien had placed around the boat. He had fashioned a crude spear out of an old length of pipe and had managed to grab a couple of them as they were alighting on the boat, but they were a small, poor meal, barely more than a single fish's worth of meat, and quite chewy. Another wave approached the boat, and Damien was ready for it, clutching the rusty arm of the chair with one hand and the gold cross necklace around his neck with the other. The necklace was more important than anything, even his own life. They had risked everything to obtain the information hidden inside the tiny storage module, and it was in fact the very reason that they were fleeing the two most powerful nations on Earth in a decrepit fishing boat, instead of returning home in a comfortable first-class seat, each with their own reclining bed, being served champagne by beautiful American stewardesses. 2 of their original team had already died to retrieve this, and Damien could not bring himself to allow it to sink to the bottom of the Pacific. He sat stiffly in the chair and allowed his eyes to drift close, trying to relax his body into the movement of the boat. "Hey, LT!" Damien's entire body jolted, his right hand grabbing at the makeshift spear which was tucked into a crevice on the deck. Manny was standing directly in front of him, holding a plate. Damien groaned. "Ugh, don't call me that. I don't work for those criminals anymore." He realized he must have drifted off to sleep and felt a little embarrassed at the lapse in attention. "Cooked me a steak, Manny?" he croaked. Emmanuel chuckled and dropped the old tin plate on Damien's lap. "Medium rare, just how you like it, Webber." Damien mindlessly shoved the fish into his mouth, barely chewing, and forced himself to swallow as he pulled out an old plastic bottle from between his knees and took a couple of swigs of water. There was a desalinator on the boat which allowed them to survive by processing ocean water, but the machine was old, and there was always a little bit of saltiness to the water which made it almost insufferable to drink. The only good thing about the desalinator was that it produced water and salt, which meant that they could have salt with their food. Eating unsalted fish and salty water probably would have caused Damien to throw himself over the side of the boat, leaving the precious necklace in the care of his good friend. Finally, Damien finished the plate and felt the boat settle into a nice, calm rhythm, rocking slightly but still on course, with the tiller set in the exact direction that they needed to go. "Hey, how you holding out?" his friend asked him. "I've been better. How far are we from Japan right now?" he replied, feeling the remnants of the salty fried fish slowly moving down into his stomach. Manny glanced at starboard and appeared to make a mental calculation. "About 256 miles. I think we're going to need to start keeping a watch to look out for drones." Damien nodded and said nothing, but felt the hair on his neck stand up. By now the Russians would be alerted to the situation and would surely be conducting a search to find the 2 of them. Was it possible that they didn't know? Were the Chinese hiding the theft? It would be nice to have some news. He mentally replayed the specs of the known Russian drone fleet, trying to guess whether they had anything with enough range to fly this far out. The United States had years ago lost most of its ability to spy on Russian technology as the latest budget crisis had demolished military spending by necessity. Damien supposed that they should be far enough away from the coast of Russia to avoid most of the possibility of drones, but he would feel safer once they got to the open Pacific Ocean. "Need any help?" he shouted to Manny at the helm. "Nah, I feel kinda useless just sitting here. You just keep watch for drones." "Can't we turn on the radar?" Damien gestured at the radar that was motionless at the top of the yardarm. "Might as well paint a target on the side of the boat and shoot a flare in the air. These drones can see the radar beam like a beacon." "Doesn't it look suspicious for us to be not using radar?" Damien asked. Manny shoved a piece of fish in his mouth and chewed. "The only reason a boat would be going this far out is illegal fishing or smuggling. Smugglers don't use radar." That made sense. Emmanuel Melendez was without a doubt an enigmatic character, but he knew just about everything about operational security, or what the military called OPSEC. His foresight had saved Damien's life at least twice in the last week. Damien tried to picture what he remembered about the geography of Russia and Japan. He knew that there was a very narrow channel that they had to pass through in order to get into the Pacific Ocean. That might be the most dangerous part of the entire journey, because the distance between the two islands was only about 20 or so miles. They were risking discovery by two different governments at the same time. "Hey Manny, how much fuel do we have?" "We got enough, don't worry." "How far till we get to the strait, the one named after the French guy?" "La Pérouse Strait," Manny said, pronouncing the French with exaggeration. "Yeah, that's the one." A pause. "About 2 hours, and we are going through it at night." "Night? Are you sure? That sounds dangerous." "Very dangerous. There will be ice and strong currents." "Can I vote not to sail through the iceberg lane during the nighttime?" Damien said. Manny allowed a tiny smile to creep onto his face. "You don't trust me?" "I trust you, I do not trust this boat," he retorted, running his hands across the rusted gunwale. "Night is safer. The ice will be visible in the moonlight." Manny finally took off his sunglasses and squinted into the setting sun. Damien laughed. "Fine, you got me there. I'm wearing the cold suit, though." The ship had a single water rescue suit, the only way to stay alive in the ocean when the temperatures were just barely above freezing. He made his way into the interior of the boat to try and find the cold suit, and began to mentally prepare himself for whatever might occur during the treacherous night passage. The sun had ducked behind the horizon, and the air was beginning to turn frigid, as it always did at night. The tiniest glimpse of land could be seen on their starboard beam, but it was quickly becoming almost impossible to distinguish land from the dark sky. As the sun continued to set, Damien could see white objects floating in the ocean, and he realized that it was ice, and not just a little bit of ice. Some of these chunks were enormous, 5 or 6 times the size of their boat. Emmanuel cut the engines of the ship, and all of a sudden the rumbling noise that Damien had worked hard to ignore receded. Without the noise of the engines, the sounds of the ocean could be heard, and Damien could now perceive the terrifying noise of cracking and grinding as ice chunks slammed against each other. Despite the darkness around them, the ice stood out quite clearly in the ocean, the white contrasting against the dark gray of the ocean water, much more distinctly than he would have thought. They were drifting, but they were drifting in the direction that they needed to go. Damien wondered if they had any way of controlling the boat if they needed to move very quickly, but he supposed that the engines could be turned on in a hurry if they absolutely needed them. The boat cut through the icy waters of the strait, as silent as the ice chunks floating around it. Damien realized that the boat would be invisible on radar. There was no way that someone who might be trying to track them could distinguish the boat from the ice around them. They were just another floating piece of ice drifting through the narrow channel. Out of the darkness, a large white shape appeared. A chunk of ice, larger than any other that they had seen to this point, was looming out of the inky gray blackness. Damien only had a second before he realized that they were going to strike this behemoth head-on with the boat. He turned and was about to shout a warning when he felt a rumble in the darkness. The engines came to life, and the boat slowly turned to port, the gunwale grazing the crumbling edge of the iceberg with a whispery, grinding sound. He felt the cold sweat trickling down the back of his neck, and he knew that they had just barely missed striking the iceberg head-on. How much further, he wondered. Almost without warning, the chunks of ice receded, and the calm, flat surface of the ocean was visible again. They drifted out of the strait, and now Damien could see the moon reflecting off of the surface of the water. They had made it through the strait without sinking the boat, and hopefully without being detected. Damien heard Emmanuel whispering to himself in Spanish, and he knew the older man was praying. "Thank the big guy for me too, amigo," he whispered, wiping his face with his now freezing hands. They both sat quietly in the darkness. Damien could only see the glint of moonlight reflecting from his friend's eyes. "All right, that makes 3 times now you've saved my ass." Manny let out a light snicker and said, "You can pay me back by letting me keep the boat when we get there." Damien laughed. "If there's anything left of this floating palace of tetanus, it's all yours. Are you taking the first watch, or how are we doing this?" The last 4 days they had traveled day and night, trying to make up as much distance as they could. It was tiring, but Damien had done worse during his time in the service. "We're going to turn off the engine and let the boat drift. We've got a good current, and we've got to save fuel." Manny shut down the engine once again, but kept his hands on the tiller. The boat was now bobbing in the water, and Damien had no idea if they were moving or not. The horizon was the faintest line, nearly indistinguishable from the water. It was mesmerizing, and he found himself feeling a strange sense of wonder, liberally mixed with the terror of the open ocean. He heard the hiss of gas escaping and the clink of glass on metal. He whipped around to look at Emmanuel. "You rascal, where did you get a beer?" he laughed. Manny's hand came from the darkness, holding a dark brown bottle with a gray label. "Russia's finest brew, Mr. Webber." Damien grabbed it and took a huge swallow before he could even ponder where they had been stashed for the last few days. Both of them had sorted through every single moving part of this boat, and he hadn't seen anything drinkable aside from the disgusting water. "You're a dangerous man. I'm glad you're on my team," he chuckled. The white of Manny's teeth appeared as he grinned and took a swallow. The silence returned, and they both gaped at the starlit sky all around them. For just a moment, Damien was able to forget the almost disastrous mission at the Chinese university, the deaths of 2 comrades, the escape into Russia, and several days of eating nothing but fish. He was simply happy to be alive. "We'll switch off keeping watch just like we did before, but it'll be a little bit harder to keep the boat steady without the engine running, so you'll have to keep your eye on the compass." Damien nodded and started unzipping the cold suit that he had been wearing as they went through the dangerous ice-filled Channel Mons. "We need to try and get some internet. I would like to try and get a bit of news." Manny shifted. "Well, California is still on fire and the state of New Hampshire is seceding from the rest of the U.S. Damien laughed, and a plume of his warm breath rose against the moon. "I heard you have a new president, and he said he's going to get rid of the CIA and the FBI. I bet they're real happy about that." Manny nodded and grunted. "They're going to try and kill him if they can." "You really think so?" "Yeah, I suppose that they might go that far. Look what they did to Donald Trump, and that was decades ago," Damien mused. "Do you suppose that Ike Ziepor just wants this tech for himself? Like to make another giant pile of money?" Manny was silent for a moment. "No, he has never really cared about making more money, or at least that's what he always tells everyone. I don't trust him. You can't trust anyone who's been rich for that long." Damien watched a dark shape fly across his vision as Manny tossed the bottle into the dark, dangerous waters of the North Pacific Ocean. "He hasn't let us down yet. We also haven't heard anything from him since we left Changchun. A single cryptic message and then nothing," Damien fumed. "Get the satellite going, it's worth the risk. We should try and get some news and maybe get a message out." Damien descended into the boat's interior, turning right into the ship's only true bedroom, where they kept the tiny satellite receiver. Almost all fishing boats these days were connected to the star system of satellites, and enjoyed almost the same quality of internet in the middle of the ocean as you could get on land. Between them, they had a single smartphone, turned off, and kept in a small metal case designed to block any transmissions. Damien flicked it on and connected. Manny appeared in the doorway. The familiar gray social media app opened up as he tapped the screen, and he switched to the private message feed. A single 1 hovered above the message tab, and Damien felt a surge of relief. "There's a message." He quickly tapped and read the words aloud. "Throw it into the fire. Talk to AM at Fortress." There was silence, and Manny scratched his forehead. "I don't know what that means," he said. Damien sniffed and smiled. "It's a meme, Lord of the Rings. I don't watch Star Trek." "Oh my God, are you serious? You haven't seen one of the greatest trilogies ever created in the last 50 years? Manny had a mischievous grin on his face. Damien shook his head. You're just messing with me. I was about to lose my mind, he laughed. He looked at the message again. It sounds like he wants us to try and destroy the program somehow, but that's impossible. It's software. They will have copies of it all over the place. All we have is one of the copies. Emmanuel touched the phone with his finger. Do you know what AM means? Sounds like a person, maybe initials or something. And what about when he said fortress? Damien fell back onto the tiny bed, but Emmanuel held his finger in the air, slowly moving it as though drawing something. Fortenza. Check me on this LT. Is there not a small town in Washington state called Fortenza? Damien was confused. Yeah, I think so. I know a guy who lives there. He does computer stuff. I was supposed to go to school for that, but I decided to join the army instead. Does that mean something? Is Fortenza a clue? That is the Spanish word for fortress. What is your friend's name? Damien thought about that. They had met on Discord while playing a very popular zombie game called 7 Days to Die, but they rarely used their real names. He called himself Masshole, I think. I can't remember his first name. Maybe he never mentioned it. That's the M. Does his first name start with an A? Yeah, maybe. You think that's the guy we're supposed to find? He might not even live there anymore. Manny shook his head slowly. He'll be there. Ike wouldn't send us on a wild goose chase. Ha! This entire thing has been the wildest goose chase. Okay, so we need to find a small town somewhere in Washington, find a guy whose name I can't even remember, and then hopefully that guy can stop this? Oh, and we should try not to die or get captured, too. Did I miss anything? Manny's small smile reappeared. I think you covered it, LT. Damien turned off the phone and tossed it on the bed. A wave rocked the boat, and the device started sliding, but Manny caught it before it could fall onto the damp floor of the cabin. I'm going to check the news. Can you take the first watch? Yeah, no problem. Just try to get some sleep while you're down here, all right? Emmanuel didn't say a word, just traded places with Damien, flopped back on the bed, and started scrolling on the phone. Damien ascended the tiny stairs back to the forecastle of the decrepit Russian fishing boat and pulled himself inside the partially enclosed helm box. The seat was worn but comfortable, and he tapped the compass on the panel to make sure the needle wasn't stuck. The boat drifted silently through the darkness, the occasional piece of ice bumping the hull, and the sky a wondrous expanse of stars. Chapter 8. It was day 11 at sea. Damien stood at the gunwales of the rustic fishing boat, dangling the golden cross necklace from his fingers. The pendant was about 1.5 inches long, and he slowly allowed the chain to slide through his fingers before catching it with his other hand. He repeated this over and over again, letting the rhythmic movement occupy his mind. He was no longer afraid that the cross would fall into the ocean. A part of him actually hoped that it would. He tucked the cross back under his shirt and lifted the old binoculars to his eyes once more. He had been doing a scan every few minutes for about 2 hours, and each time there was nothing but the flat, featureless ocean all around them. This time, as he was panning to the rear, he saw something. The binoculars were poor quality, and he could not tell what it was, just that it was sitting on the horizon, and it seemed to be multiple colors. The clanking noise of the ladder distracted him, and he turned to see Emmanuel climbing topside, holding a piece of paper in his hand and frowning. "Hey, Manny!" He was about to hand him the binoculars to get a second opinion, but he saw the expression on his old friend's face. "What's wrong?" The man handed him the paper, a scrap torn from a notebook with almost indecipherable scribbles all over it. "Just doing some fuel calculations. It's going to be tight, but if we slow down and coast in, I think we can make it to the Washington coast." Damien grimaced. "Slow down? I don't think that would be a good idea, bud." Manny pushed off the railing and took the binoculars as Damien held them out. "Just to the right of the mast. Something is out there, but I can't tell what. It wasn't there 10 minutes ago." Manny slowly scanned the area, bracing himself on the railing to steady the view. He slowly lowered the lenses and let out a huge sigh. "See, pirates," he said quietly. Damien thought maybe he had misheard. "Excuse me, but did you just say pirates? As in, walk the plank, rum drinking, kill everyone, and steal your boat kind of pirates?" He was incredulous. "Yep, but they probably don't have any planks, just homemade explosives and rifles." "Emmanuel Melendez, tell me that you are joking right now." Manny shrugged, the tiny smile back on his face. "What the heck is happening to this country? I leave for a few years to China and you guys get honest-to-God pirates? What happened? It's California. People can't afford to live on land, so they move out to the water. There are entire communities formed in the ocean, made of cars, barrels, whatever they can make float. Okay, but where do the pirates come into this story? Those floating communities have things to steal, along with the commercial shipping and other pleasure boats. You know the drill, LT. Once the coasties stopped patrolling, the criminals decided to take over. Damien was holding the binoculars up to his face, squinting to get a better look at whatever was out there. This is unbelievable. The Chinese always make fun of the U.S. for the terrible state of our country, but it's actually worse than they think. Didn't you grow up in Canada? We moved when I was young. I barely remember BC at all, just that it seemed like it was always snowing. You still sound like a Canadian sometimes, Manny laughed. Damien tried to focus the binoculars, but even after adjustments, it was hard to see through the dried salt water that had gotten inside the lenses. It still just looks like a regular boat. How do you know that they are actually pirates? Gang colors on the bow. Look at the paint, you see the stripes? Blue horizontal stripes are the Sinaloa cartel. Wait, these are cartel guys? I thought Mexico got rid of the cartels. Manny shook his head. No. Well, yes. But they just moved a few miles north and set up shop in California. It's been a big problem. After you left, they've even attacked a few military bases. Great. And now they are definitely getting closer to us. Damien pounded the railing with his fist. We need to speed up. I'd rather be captured by the FBI than these guys. Manny held out the paper. That could be a problem. If we speed up, we'll run out of fuel, and then we'll really just be sitting ducks out here. Crap. Can't we change direction or something? Go further south? Damien asked desperately. I don't think that will help. They are definitely coming our way, and they'll keep following if we change direction. I think they will catch us in an hour. Damien paced around the deck, ranting about pirates, but Emmanuel closed his eyes and prayed. Eventually, Damien ran out of steam, and he came to stand beside him, holding onto the railing and saying nothing, until his friend opened his eyes once more. Well, did God promise a miracle? Maybe a ball of fire from heaven? Manny was really smiling now and turned to face Damien. How good a swimmer do you think you are? He asked. Chapter 9. The single survival cold suit lay on the deck, and Damien stood in front of it, the fading afternoon light casting a long, ominous shadow across the suit and into the ocean. This somehow seems worse than getting captured by pirates. I'm not loving this idea, Manny. Manny was grabbing supplies and piling them on the deck. It will be dark soon, and we are about 70 miles from the coast. I got you as much time as I could, but the boat is almost out of fuel. They could both hear the occasional sputtering of the engine as it sipped up the last drops of diesel from the huge tank. They're going to kill you, bud. You're sacrificing yourself for me, and I'm still probably not going to make it. Damien stared at the cold, choppy waters of the late April Pacific Ocean as he said this. You'll be fine. The water is 37 degrees. Don't worry about me. These are my people. I can handle them. Damien looked at Emmanuel. That's such a huge risk to take. How do you know they won't just shoot you and toss you over the side? Manny stopped sorting and stood up to address the younger man. Haven't we made it this far? How can you give up now? That was different. We had a plan, a good plan. This is just crazy. Even if I make it to the shore, I still have to try and find some guy in a random little town that I've never been to. Damien was unusually emotional, and he realized that it was because Emmanuel had become more than just a companion. He was a good friend. It was almost guaranteed that they would never see each other again after this moment. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Proverbs. Manny quoted. Wow, thanks, that's really comforting. My mom used to quote scripture at me all the time, and look where it got me. I'm about to jump into the freezing cold ocean and swim 70 miles to shore in the dark. You are right where you are supposed to be, LT, Manny said with his usual implacable calm. Damien started pulling the survival suit onto his legs. I sure hope you're right about that, because I feel like I'm shrink-wrapping myself for the next shark that comes along. The survival suit was too big, and the floppy rubber feet extended past Damien's own feet. The entire suit was waterproof, and there was a ring around the collar designed to stop water from splashing inside the hood. The sky was nearly dark, and the first stars were peeking through the light cloud cover. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, which was in their favor. The boat's engine ceased, and he began to step down a rope ladder off the port side, ready to slip into the inky blackness of the Pacific. A strong swimmer could swim 50 miles in a matter of a day, especially when they didn't have to keep themselves afloat. It would be more like paddling for Damien, very tiring, but certainly achievable. The most difficult thing would be to keep himself pointed in the right direction. The ocean had no landmarks, and it was risky to try and rely on the stars for navigation, since the ocean in this part of the United States frequently experienced heavy cloud cover. For this, Emmanuel pulled the ship's old brass compass from its position in front of the ship's wheel and tucked it into the pocket of the cold suit. He would not have the benefit of a smartphone. He had decided that he would leave it with Emmanuel. "If I can get to the shoreline, I'll try to figure it out from there. If you manage to get away from the pirates, you might need the phone." They had debated this a little bit, but in the end, Emmanuel had taken the device. "It's got about 20% battery life left, so don't play too much Candy Crush." "Oh, one more thing. Here, hold on to this." Emmanuel tucked a glass bottle into one of the front pockets of the survival suit. Damien pulled it out and saw that it was another beer. "You son of a gun! Where have you been hiding these?" They both laughed at that. Emmanuel would not allow Damien to leave until he had said a long prayer in Spanish, and Damien did not object to this. He was going to need all the help he could get. "Thanks, Manny." Damien paused, not wanting to leave without saying something to the man who had become a good friend over the last few weeks. "I still owe you for saving me. I'm going to try to reach out once I make landfall, okay?" Emmanuel Melendez reached down and seized the hand that was covered by a thick glove. Damien gripped him with all of his strength, trying to draw some of the older man's energy and vitality. "See you in Valhalla, brother." Damien lowered himself into the water, not wanting to risk jumping in case he plunged under the surface. The rope ladder swung wildly as he descended, and he flopped backward into the water without getting too much of the cold ocean spray in his face. The ocean was a little bit calmer at night, and Damien wasted no time beginning his swim. He pushed himself through the water, doing the best he could to turn the suit into a paddle, rather than fighting the bulkiness of the material. There was no way to tell how fast he was going, or if he was even moving at all. Periodically, he would see tiny bits of debris floating on the surface, and he would try to use it as a gauge for his progress. The swimming felt incredibly slow and tedious, but soon he found himself in a comfortable rhythm. Despite the encroaching darkness, there was enough light to check the compass every 10 minutes and ensure that he was maintaining a steady bearing. There was light cloud cover in the sky, but as the sun set, stars began to appear, and he found that maintaining his direction using starlight was not difficult at all. Around midnight, he floated on his back, moving his legs rhythmically to propel him through the ocean. This seemed a good time to crack the beer. He would need some kind of motivation to get himself through this. Damien stared at the wide expanse of stars and clouds as he propelled himself through the Pacific Ocean on April 29th. This isn't too bad, he thought. The water was relatively calm, and he was warm from the exertion of swimming. There were a few clouds, but directly overhead he could see the expanse of the Milky Way. At that moment, he had the realization that he himself was nothing, a tiny speck floating in the ocean, carrying an even smaller piece of metal with information that could literally set the world on fire if the wrong person got hold of it. Damien wasn't a very sentimental person, but he recognized that this was a moment that would stay with him forever. Hopefully, this wasn't also his last night on Earth. As long as the ocean remained calm like this, he would probably make it to shore just fine. Damien felt himself jump and realized that he had been dozing for perhaps a minute or two. He opened his eyes and looked at the stars, immediately recognizing that he was drifting off course and correcting his direction of travel. Just to be sure that he wasn't still off course, he checked the compass once more. The starlight was weak, but there was an emergency flashlight attached to the hood of the survival suit. Satisfied that he was moving east, he focused on moving his legs, trying to draw as much energy out of every kick as was humanly possible. After a few hours, he realized that, despite the movement of his body, he was starting to get cold. Every few minutes, a wave would manage to crest the top of the open suit, and a little bit of water would splash into the cold suit. This water had nowhere to go, and was starting to accumulate inside the suit. He could feel it sloshing past his arms and his feet as he moved his legs up and down. He no longer dared to swim on his stomach because he knew it would simply increase the chances of getting more water in the suit, but his legs were starting to feel very, very tired. He had no concept of the passage of time, apart from the sensation that the sky was slowly rotating. He knew that this was not actually the sky moving, but the earth was rotating, giving the appearance that the stars themselves were changing position. He found himself having to take more frequent pauses to rest his body, and every time he stopped moving, the cold temperature started setting in once more. The tiniest sliver of daylight was peeking across the horizon from the east, and the ocean began to take on color once more, turning from inky black nothingness to the faintest light gray with tiny flecks of foam interspersed on its surface. Damien was running out of steam, and he felt the tiniest seed of panic. The cold was sapping his strength, and he could only swim for about 60 seconds before he had to rest for another 30 seconds. "Looks like I've been slacking on my workouts," he mused. The dawn slowly crept across the ocean, and the light was growing brighter much more quickly now. Damien estimated that he had been swimming nearly non-stop for almost 12 hours. There was no way for him to stop and rest, and he had been unable to take any real food with him. The beer was long gone, the bottle having been discarded and slipped beneath the waves. He pondered that as he continued to push himself laboriously through the water. How easy it would be to just drop the necklace and let it sink deep into the vast ocean, where nobody would ever find it. The problem was they almost certainly already knew who he was, and were going to be pursuing him regardless. The great irony was that he was probably safer in the water than he was ever going to be on land. It was around 10 in the morning when he finally spotted the coastline. The compass had stopped working, the inside of the rusty device had filled up with too much water, and the needle no longer pointed north. It was fortunate that he didn't need it anymore. He could tell he was getting closer to land, because the waves were getting bigger, splashing him in the face and filling up more of the precious space inside his suit. He could no longer feel anything in his legs, except for pins and needles, as the nerves screamed in agony. It didn't matter. He had to keep moving, and he continued with as much effort as he could muster. He hoped he wouldn't encounter one of those riptides, something that would drag him back out to sea. The last mile was the hardest, but he found that he had renewed vigor once he reached that last stretch. Having been a fairly good runner in university, he knew that physical barriers were often just mental barriers. It was high noon on April 30th when Damien slowly dragged his weary body from the Pacific Ocean, climbing the rocky shore of the great state of Washington. He found that he could not stand, and he was forced to crawl slowly along the rock-strewn beach into a stand of shrubs about 100 yards from the shoreline. He spent an hour massaging, stretching, kneading, and trying to hammer his legs to regain a bit of strength and sensation into the cold, tired muscles. He would need some food, some fresh water, and a little nap before any more traveling could be done. He was fortunate enough to find a small trickle of a stream feeding into the ocean, and he gulped down the delicious salt-free water with unabashed delight. Food was a little bit more scarce, but he managed to find some young dandelions, eating as many leaves as he could collect. There were small clusters of white mushrooms around the forest floor, but he had never been confident about mushrooms. Too many poisonous varieties that looked similar to edible types. There were plenty of insects crawling around, but his hunger was not quite strong enough to push him that far. Damien was finally back on United States soil once more, 4 years after running from all of his problems and joining the private security firm that contracted to the U.S. Embassy in China. He had only visited his mother's house once, just before leaving on his contract. He had been so bored that he cut his visit short, making the excuse that he needed to leave early to catch his flight to China. Now all he could think was that he would give away all of his crypto and abandon any person he had ever loved, just to see his mom once more and spend a boring day sitting on the couch watching videos on the internet at her house in Oregon. He spent several hours shredding the cold suit and salvaging what he could, building a makeshift pack to hold his survival items, which thankfully included a small sewing needle. Some weapons would have come in handy, but as he sat on the ground sewing, he found that his eyes were closing on their own. He needed sleep more than anything. The journey could start once he had a short nap. Damien lay on the damp forest floor, trying to adjust to the motionlessness of being on land. Sleep claimed him shortly, and he drifted away. Chapter 10. Seattle, Washington, once had a population of nearly 1 million. Before the population collapse, it had been the largest city in the state of Washington, with great weather for most of the year and plenty of wealth from the tech sector. Many of the country's elites had made their home in the Emerald City, the jewel of the west coast of the United States. The city was now in a state of disarray that got worse every day, at least as far as Special Agent in Charge Harvinder Patel was concerned. The FBI office, which everyone called the Cube, had been fortified twice in the last 2 years, barricaded against the mobs of angry communist gangs that seemed to plague the Pacific Northwest cities. Nothing flammable was permitted to exist anywhere on the outside of the building, and the ventilation had been moved to the top to stop Antifa and other gang mobs from throwing flaming bottles of gasoline into the airflow intake that provided fresh air for the agency personnel. The Bureau had lost many of its personnel to the austerity measures of 5 years prior, when the U.S. government had been forced to stop borrowing money from foreign countries, and the dollar's value had plunged by half in just 6 months. The city management had also been forced to drastically cut services, including police presence. The agency was forced to protect its own properties, and Harvinder had spent many of his nights sleeping on a cot in his office, not willing to risk a dangerous drive to his small apartment in the fortified Medina zone. The entire Medina community around his apartment was surrounded by walls and patrolled by private security, but there was no easy way to get there from the Cube. As a single man over 30 years old, he was quite content with the meager existence he lived out, and he was not bothered by hardship. Despite the challenges, Harvinder never complained. His grandfather had endured so much worse during the short war between India and Pakistan, and had filled his head with terrible stories of death and deprivation. They had moved from India to the U.S. many decades ago, and Harvinder had nearly lost his family's Hindi language from lack of use. He was committed to showing loyalty to the country that had allowed his people to escape certain death, and despite the hardships of the last decade, he felt that he had done well for himself. After 12 years of loyal FBI service, they had put him in charge of the Seattle office, at least in the interim. There were less than 300 field agents for the entire state, and now 75 of them had been pulled to Washington, D.C., as a result of the conflicts occurring on the East Coast. Seattle had its problems, but so did everyone else, and those agents were needed to shore up the government's tenuous hold on power. Maryland had just entered its 4th month of lockdowns to stop the rioting, and the governor of New Hampshire had outright declared the Granite State was leaving the Union. The biggest concern that the FBI had was the election of President Julius Milano last November. The promise to end the FBI might have gotten him into office, but he had been slow to act, until a few weeks ago. A deadline had been set to cut both the FBI and the CIA down to half of their current staff. The former FBI director, Brent Stickleworth, had issued a defiant proclamation that he would take action to protect the integrity of law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. The president immediately terminated the director and then fired both of his subordinates for good measure. Harvinder had mixed feelings about the president's commitment to ending his job. On one hand, he felt that he had done quite well, performing his duties with as much dedication as he was capable of. On the other hand, he knew that the agency was rotten, rife with infighting, and utterly ineffective. His own boss had been promoted to Washington after the Seattle branch was found to only have a 12% solve rate for the last fiscal year. Harvinder had already been informally disciplined twice for case files that his predecessor had intentionally sabotaged for political reasons. None of this mattered to Harvinder at that particular moment, because he was much more interested in tending to the rooftop garden perched on the rectangular 3-story building of the Seattle FBI office. The climate of the Pacific Northwest was quite good for most vegetables, and food was difficult to come by in the city. Most trucking companies refused to make deliveries to Seattle after a string of brazen daylight robberies. The final incident had made national news, when a mob had surrounded the truck coming from Tacoma, and the driver had been frightened enough to try and drive through the crowd, crushing 4 people to death. They had pulled the driver from the truck and set him on fire. After that incident, the Bureau had arranged for weekly food deliveries by drone, but Harvinder found that it was nowhere near enough. He estimated that the rooftop garden was providing about 15% of the weekly calories for the remaining 75 employees at their office. They had set up a roster to tend and manage the plants, and there was no shortage of volunteers for all of the tasks. Of all of his achievements for the Seattle branch, the garden was the one that he was secretly most proud of. A vibration came from the pocket of his cargo pants. It was the third message in the last hour, probably relating to the incident in China. Apparently, a group of Americans had broken into a military facility and stolen something, and the Chinese were extremely upset. The U.S. government had denied any involvement, but the Chinese were claiming that they had evidence that it was planned by the CIA. Harvinder thought that it was entirely possible that the CIA had actually committed the theft, although it was equally likely that the Chinese themselves were responsible and were trying to blame the weakened United States. There was a lot of that going around in the last 5 years. After washing his hands and cleaning the soil from his clothing, he examined the latest message, which was encrypted and marked as top secret. It could only be opened on his laptop computer, so he locked the door, flipped open the larger device, and started reading. 2 Americans had been seen by surveillance drones, moving by foot north to the Russian border. The Chinese claimed that they were both government employees and that they had captured and interrogated 2 more Americans. No names were mentioned, but the message noted that 1 embassy security officer had not reported to work, and no one could seem to locate him. The CIA was looking into the possibility that this employee had been kidnapped, but the current CIA had no real presence in China at the moment, so they were liaising with agents from other agencies. As he was reading this message, another one popped into the feed. This one was shorter, but much more interesting. It was also from the CIA, and it was addressed directly to the Washington State FBI director, who at the moment was basically himself. A fishing boat believed to be of Russian origin had been spotted off the Washington State coast by surveillance drones on routine patrol. After being located, it had made obvious attempts to evade, and they had not been able to find it again. This would not be very newsworthy, except that the CIA believed that the occupants were related to the incident in China. A description and blurry photo of the boat was attached to the message. Harvinder wondered what they expected the FBI to do about this, since their manpower was stretched as thinly as possible already. The federal government was focused on maintaining power in the eastern half of the country, and they were ignoring the west. Harvinder was standing by the window, appreciating the early spring sunshine when a convoy of the shiniest black sedans that he had ever seen pulled up to the barricaded parkade doors of the cube. At that same moment, a noise from his laptop signaled an unencrypted email. He scanned it quickly and saw that DC was only now informing him of the presence of some special visitors, with an order to surrender office space and bureau resources to accommodate these dignitaries from the BRICA countries' alliance. BRICA was the alliance of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Argentina, which had formed as a result of the waning U.S. influence in the world. A flurry of armed men exited the armored vehicles and guarded the door as the vehicles entered the parkade. Harvinder allowed himself a single muttered curse word as he quickly cleaned up his office, disposing of some old food and pushing papers into drawers. He visited the other 5 offices to inform them of the impromptu visit and instructed them to wait for instructions from him that would come soon. A chorus of complaining ensued about short notice, but he shut them down as quickly as possible. Harvinder felt another notification, but this time from his other pants pocket. He pulled out his personal phone and saw a text that had been sent to his encrypted personal private message center. He quickly checked the parkade video feed to see if his visitors were out of their vehicles yet, but they were still milling around, pulling out duffel bags and talking. No audio could be heard on the surveillance feed, but they had brought quite a bit of equipment with them. He pulled open his message center and entered the secure password. A single message from Astrid was there, as cryptic as ever. "Text me when they get there. Pretend to cooperate, but make it difficult for them. I'll call you later." Astrid was a CIA agent, and she was bossy and domineering. Harvinder had briefly dated her 5 years ago when he was doing some in-service training at Quantico, and he knew that she had serious connections in DC. A year ago, she had casually asked him if he was looking to get promoted, and when he responded affirmatively, she told him that she could make it happen. 2 weeks later, he was put in charge of the Seattle field office. Now, He suspected that she was calling in the favor, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Harvinder typed a short reply. "They are here now. Don't call. Text only, personal only." This was borderline illegal, conducting agency business on his personal phone. He felt quite certain that no good would come of any of this, but he would do his job and whatever would happen, would happen. The visitors were forced to come up the emergency stairwell. The elevator was broken, and no one had been able to come and fix it for nearly a month. They were boisterous as they entered the main floor, dropping their large crates and bags onto the floor and speaking noisily in mostly Russian, but Harvinder could also hear some Mandarin and possibly even Spanish. These were BRCA agents, an agency that had formed 7 years ago as a joint task force of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Argentina. The days of the United States being the world's police force were coming to an end. Sure, the U.S. still had an impressive military force, but they no longer held the hegemony that they possessed only 20 years earlier. Over a decade of forced budget cuts on all levels, combined with a significant amount of civil unrest, meant that the home soil was the priority. BRCA had 10,000 agents, and more were added every year. They were a bit like the CIA, but they pretended to be more like the UN, visiting various countries to observe things and hand out money, and probably some of them were collecting bribes. Most of them were either Chinese or Russian, the two most powerful nations in the BRCA alliance. The agents wore no uniforms and carried nothing more than an ID card, but he would make absolutely certain that every single one of them had their credentials checked. This was still a federal building, and he was not going to surrender any portion of it to unknown foreigners without due diligence. The arrival of these agents was beyond troubling for Harvinder. It was a full-scale disaster, and his superiors had not given him any warning whatsoever. He would need to muster all of his charm and skill to maintain control of his building and prevent these agents from disrupting the operations of the FBI. As he descended the stairs, a phalanx of his agents silently joined him, walking as solemnly as possible to greet their guests. It was a very subtle show of force and authority, but it worked. The noisy voices of the BRCA agents died out as the two groups met on the main floor, staring at one another for an interminable moment. Harvinder counted 13, 4 Chinese, and the rest mostly Russians. Most of them were men like himself, although not quite as skinny as he was becoming from not getting enough food, but one man stood out. He was Chinese and stood much taller than most Asians, probably around 6 feet. He was dressed in an expensive, well-tailored suit with the jacket unbuttoned. His hair was too long for the military, but he had a hard look on his face. What caught Harvinder's attention was that this man looked like he was a soldier trying to pass as a civilian, deliberately avoiding his gaze. He would keep an eye on that one, but quietly. A short, stocky, and very ugly Russian man with very thick fingers stepped forward, smiling awkwardly and proffering his hand. He was flanked by 2 men who were obviously bodyguards and were so close behind him that they were practically sitting in his pockets. They constantly scanned the surroundings, and they too looked like hard men, but not military. No, these were not soldiers who followed rules and lived with discipline. These were former gangsters. Harvinder would have bet his next 10 meals on that. "Welcome to the Cube. My name is Special Agent Harvinder Patel, Acting Director of Operations in Washington State, and Special Agent in charge of the Seattle branch office." He adopted a much more military bearing than he normally would, projecting his voice deep into the lobby and shaking the hand of the shorter Russian man, but casting his eyes across the entire group at once. If he could establish authority over these men right away, it would save having to clean up a mess later on. "We have been expecting you. Thank you for being on time." He smiled genially and looked pointedly at his agents. The men and women of his office looked back, but not one of them flinched at the obvious lie. They would back him up against this lot, even if some of them didn't like him personally. "This building is the headquarters of the FBI in Washington, and so you will all need to present your credentials and submit to retinal scans before we allow any further access into the building." He looked to his second-in-command, a much older man named Richard Hawking, whom Harvinder had displaced when he was put in charge of this office. He left a moment's pause to try and convey his intentions without speaking. Special Agent Hawking will be in charge while you are in our building, and you must not go anywhere without his prior approval." The slight nod from Hawking was the consent he had hoped for, and he felt slightly more relaxed. Harvinder gave them a short tour of the building, intentionally dragging this part out so that he could continue to assess the large group that he was now babysitting. The tall Chinese man was keenly attentive, drinking in every detail. The heavy-set Russian man who had shaken his hand was now touching every surface he came across, as though this was a massive home that he was hoping to purchase. Harvinder would need to assign someone just to watch that one. He was here to cause trouble. The tour of the building ended, and Harvinder assigned the group to 4 empty offices on the 2 bottom floors. His employees dutifully began to try and settle the 13 visitors into the rooms, pulling out chairs, tables, and cots for sleeping. Hawking sidled up beside him and whispered, "This is BS." It wasn't an accusatory statement, but rather a statement of fact. It was BS, and they were just going to have to make themselves a meal of it. "I need you to keep an eye on that Russian. Don't let him near any of our computers. In fact, I don't think we should let any of them have our equipment. Try to make excuses about shortages. That should sound believable." The tall Chinese man was walking their way, alone. Hawking started to leave, but Harvinder touched his arm to stop him. "One last thing. We are going to need a lot more food, so I am authorizing you to take what's left of our food budget and get us some real meals. I'll make sure that DC knows we can't look weak here." The Chinese did not have a strong tradition of handshaking as a greeting, so Harvinder was not offended when the tall Chinese man offered nothing more than a polite nod. His English was nearly flawless as he spoke. "Thank you for accommodating us on short notice." A tiny smile told Harvinder that he knew just how short that notice had been. "I would like to speak to you in private. Can we go to your office?" It was clear that this man was tacitly in charge, although the Russians and the Chinese seemed to each have their own objectives and were not mingling with each other. Inside Harvinder's office, the sun was now at the noon peak and the room was cloaked in shadows. "I am Jiang Chaoping, from Changchun." No rank, no title, but Jiang didn't seem to need these trappings of authority. That by itself was quite informative, because it indicated just what kind of man he was dealing with. A self-assured, confident person who was probably accustomed to gaining respect without needing to use his rank or position. "We are seeking cooperation from the U.S. in a very sensitive matter." Chaoping gestured to 2 of his office chairs, and they took a seat several feet apart, facing one another. Harvinder felt suddenly nervous, as though this were an interrogation, rather than 2 high-ranking agents exchanging information voluntarily. He briefly recalled the text message from Astrid, and he felt a surge of anger that she was putting this all on him, without giving any information in return. That would change. He would need to start applying some leverage of his own. Chaoping reached into the fold of his expensive jacket and removed a folded-up piece of paper, handing it to Harvinder. The paper was a printout of several photos, taken at various locations, with no obvious connection to each other. One looked like a surveillance camera from a building, showing 4 men walking through a hallway. Only 2 of the men could be clearly seen, and they were obviously not Chinese. One of them looked darker skinned than the other. Harvinder thought he might be Hispanic. Neither of them was looking directly at the camera, so their features were not very clear. Harvinder shrugged and passed the paper back. "I don't know what this is." Chaoping was very self-possessed, but his control slipped for a moment, and a flash of irritation came across his face. He calmly passed the paper back to Harvinder. "These men have committed serious crimes against the People's Republic," he said in a flat tone. "Okay, what crimes?" Harvinder felt no special urge to cooperate, but he understood that he needed to gain as much intel as possible. "Theft. Murder." He folded his arms across his chest. "What did they steal?" Chaoping stared without answering, and Harvinder calmly stared back, not blinking or flinching. It was more difficult than he thought, but after a few seconds, Chaoping dropped his eyes and gave a small, fake smile. "It was an industrial theft. I don't know exactly what was taken. The stolen items had great value. We thought perhaps you would know what they were." Harvinder sniffed, barely hiding a derisive laugh. "Why would I know that?" The Chinese man raised his eyebrows slightly and shrugged. "You think we sent him? To steal from you?" He chuckled, but the laugh was fake. It was quite possible that someone in the fragmented U.S. government had masterminded this operation. It smelled like the CIA for sure. He would need to have a frank, off-the-record conversation with Astrid as soon as possible. No, of course not, but someone sent these men. That was undeniably true, but Harvinder was not being paid enough to know such things. All right, someone sent them, but it wasn't the FBI. What brings you here? He gestured to the room, the window, and the city outside. We have information that tells us that these men fled China and are headed to America in a boat. Harvinder tried to look skeptical. You think they sailed across the largest ocean in the world in a boat? Where did they get this boat? It was stolen, of course. They are thieves, after all. Harvinder wondered how much of this story was true. Certainly some details must be accurate, but there was no doubt that this man was leaving out critical information. He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms and adopting a mocking tone of voice. It was time to push back a little. Let me guess, you've got an AI program that is trying to track these thieves, but it's giving you less than optimal results. This all sounds like wild speculation to me. Chowping allowed a tiny crafty smile in the corner of his mouth, almost undetectable. Our AI is quite capable, let me assure you. That was interesting. The CIA had speculated that China was making good progress with its human surveillance AI programs, but there had not been enough data to say for sure. This sounded like confirmation of that. So you tracked them with facial recognition then? He asked. Yes, we have very sophisticated facial tracking across China. Harvinder knew that this was true. The citizens of China were the most heavily monitored people in the world. The U.S. could only dream of creating such a surveillance state. Perhaps only the city of D.C. would have something equivalent to the technology that China used to keep tabs on people. Well, the United States does not treat its citizens like cattle, so we have no real need for that here. This was a provocative statement, and he hoped that it would cause another slip from Chowping. The other man shrugged nonchalantly. Your country will eventually adopt these measures, as your government is already doing in some areas. It is a necessity to maintain peace and prosperity. Harvinder wanted to laugh. Of course, this gentleman was spouting only the best propaganda, but Harvinder had become immune to this in the last 5 years. I don't think you've met our current president. He won the job by telling people that he was going to abolish the CIA, he said dismissively. I'll get right to the point then. What would you like from the FBI? Our resources are a bit thin at the moment. He left out the reason that most of his agents had been pulled from the state, but Chowping probably knew already. Yes, a little problem in... What is that state? Hampshire? They don't want to be part of the country, I believe. We know what that is like, but such problems can be fixed. Harvinder knew all about the annexation of Taiwan, which had been largely, but not entirely, peaceful. The Chinese had been quite content to leave the island nation alone for many decades, but when the U.S. dollar crisis struck, so did the Chinese. The entire U.S. Pacific Fleet had been withdrawn to Hawaii, and Taiwan was now reunified with its communist big brother. No one knew what had happened to the government of Taiwan, but it was unlikely that they survived long. The BRCA agents were here, inside his own building, and Harvinder was going to have to play along if he wanted to help keep the tentative peace alive. If we are going to assist, we need to know everything you know. Times, dates, locations, names, everything. He tented his fingers and leaned back in the chair. Yes, of course. Chowping withdrew his phone from another pocket and spent a few seconds tapping it with one long finger. I've sent you a secure email with the approved intelligence packet. Everything that I'm allowed to pass along is in there. He smiled, but his eyes remained cold. He was daring Harvinder to object, perhaps to beg or demand more information, but that wasn't going to happen. That's fine, but give me the basics. Tell me more about this boat. Chowping pointed to the paper which now sat on the desk. This boat entered within 100 miles of the U.S. coastline 4 days ago. It then deviated course, heading south. Harvinder was confused. Why are you here then? It sounds like they would be headed south, Oregon, California, maybe. Chowping flexed his neck slightly and stood up himself. He tapped on his phone a few more times, and then flipped it around to show the screen. It was a still image of the ocean, from what looked like a significant height. Chowping double-tapped on the screen, and it zoomed to show a tiny fleck of orange floating on the surface. It was a person, wearing a cold water survival suit. I'd love to know where you are getting these images from, Harvinder said dryly. Chowping shrugged nonchalantly. There was a Russian yacht in the area coming in on a scheduled visit. They had drones deployed to scan for hazards. The audacity of this lie was breathtaking, but there was no use in pointing it out. It probably had been a Russian yacht, but likely they were chasing these thieves down, rather than just stumbling across them. The boat dropped off a passenger then, in a survival suit. That's quite a swim. It was also late April, which meant the water was barely above freezing. A person could die in a few minutes without protection. Survival suits were commonplace on fishing boats and smaller vessels that couldn't fit an actual lifeboat, but they were not suitable for much more than a few hours in fairly calm conditions. If this fellow had actually managed to swim almost 100 miles with a bulky suit on, that was impressive. Harvinder rubbed his face with his hands. This was a mess, and it was no wonder that China was angry. Maybe he would get lucky, and they would just find a dead body washed up on shore, with a written confession in its pocket. I'll put my second-in-command and 4 more agents on a detail to start putting out calls. We'll need to get local cops read in as well. We don't have nearly enough manpower to cover the state. Harvinder looked around and then spotted his coat jacket draped over a cabinet. He grabbed his laptop and pulled out the chair to his modest desk. He wouldn't be sitting down for a little while, so may as well make use of the space. You can use my office right now. I'm going to be running around for a bit. We'll get you some cots, and you can join us for our regular meals. Many of us are living on site at the moment. Chowping said nothing, but as Harvinder left the room, the man was already sitting at his desk. Harvinder was familiar with the neighborhood around the cube. He was even on a first-name basis with many of the residents. During the day, it was perfectly safe to walk around, particularly when you were armed. After a short conversation with Hawking to get the state police headed to the coastline, he decided to leave the area to try and make contact with Astrid. With the presence of foreign agents in the building, the risk of espionage was far too great. Small, sophisticated devices that could grab wireless signals had existed for decades at this point, and if the CIA was involved, it was vital that the BRCA agents remain completely unaware. A Starbucks was still open a short distance away, one of the few iconic coffee shops still operating in the city where the brand had actually been born. They had Wi-Fi, which when combined with heavy encryption was usually safe enough. Even so, he would need to use coded language when messaging Astrid. They are here. 13 total. Thanks for the heads up, I could have used a bit more warning. The message went through several levels of encryption and was anonymously deposited in a chat server across the country. He ordered a decaf coffee while he was in the shop and sipped the bitter brew slowly as he awaited a reply. After 10 minutes, he received a terse message. You need to find it first, extremely important. There was no need to ask what it was. It was quite clear that Astrid already knew most of the details of the mysterious swimmer, who apparently had possession of some piece of technology, or if he didn't have it, would know where to find it. Already on it, Stadies are aware as well. The Washington State Police had less than ample resources, but since they knew approximately where to look, it would not require nearly as much manpower as a statewide search. Some of the larger units had autonomous drones with thermal imaging. With the weather still being very cool, it would be relatively easy to find someone hiding in the many forest areas bordering the coastline. Harvinder was filled with frustration, and not just because he had to play babysitter to a bunch of foreign agents. The Home Office was putting a lot on his plate, and the possibility that the CIA was involved somehow in the theft was making the situation much more delicate. A few decades ago, something like this would have been directly managed by people in the White House, who would also face the music if something went wrong. It was tempting to vent all of this through a long text message to the only person he was in contact with in the CIA, but it would do no good. He would have to patiently but firmly poke and prod until Astrid Clinton provided some context, offered some extra manpower, or perhaps inadvertently gave away her intentions. He began to type one final message. Why don't you come over here yourself? It was silly, of course. She wouldn't come across most of the country herself. The country was on the brink of civil war, and she would never dirty her own hands on a risky trip to find some stolen technology that she was probably not even supposed to know about. He decided that he had spent enough time worrying about what the CIA was doing. He needed to deploy some resources to find the fugitives, assuming that they actually were in his state. Harvinder left the shop and allowed himself to enjoy a relaxing walk back to the office. The drone was quite small and extremely quiet as it monitored the deputy chief of the Washington State FBI. It darted through the air at 50 feet, moving slowly from positions of cover, Tests had shown that most people either ignored the drone or they subconsciously believed it to be a bird or large insect. The drone had a very long battery life and was able to slowly recharge when not moving with the assistance of a tiny nuclear battery, a technology that was currently illegal in the United States due to concerns about radiation. Most drones of this sort were autonomous, passively gathering data to be sorted through by AI, but this one was manned and controlled by a human. Kostya Belov watched as his son-in-law Luka moved the drone with the expert touch that only the young seem to possess with such technology. The two of them were sitting in the conference room of Kostya's private yacht, the Zavoye Vatel. The 110-foot boat was docked at Smith Cove, in a large berth normally reserved for government officials. Kostya was not part of the Russian government, but he had connections everywhere, enjoying privilege and preference that even government officials would have been jealous of. It certainly didn't hurt that he could also simply bribe and pay his way whenever he needed extra consideration. The payload that he had requested from the Russian military was now in operation, with 5 of the Chinese-made drones flying directly over United States territory. It was still risky, but the Russian government had approved this operation based on the possibility that they might have a significant advantage if they located the technology that the Americans were trying to steal. Russia was famously incompetent when it came to collecting intelligence from any of its Asian allies in the BRICA, so they relied heavily on paying non-governmental entities like Belov to extract this information. They hoped that he was loyal enough to simply turn over beneficial intel, which he would certainly do for the right price. In this case, however, the price would be astronomically high, perhaps even unaffordable for the Russian government. This technology might be better used by private industries like his. The trouble was that he didn't know exactly what they were looking for. The Chinese had not given anyone else, including their BRICA allies, any indication of the nature of the stolen technology. Nevertheless, it was clear that the tech was highly advanced and probably AI-related. The drone continued to discreetly follow the FBI agent until he returned to the office building that apparently was the FBI headquarters in Seattle. They would keep the drone active, ready to follow anyone who left the building on foot or in a government vehicle. The top of the drone was magnetic, which meant it could fly under a vehicle and stick to the frame. Kostya's son-in-law pulled off the special glasses that allowed him to see what the drone could see and looked expectantly at the old gangster. Kostya said nothing, but patted the boy on his shoulder and left the room. The minute that something happened, he would be summoned back to sea. But until then, there was no reason not to enjoy a drink on the deck of his expensive boat. Chapter 11. Seraiah Thiessen self-consciously touched the bun on the back of her head, feeling for stray hairs. Her blonde, shoulder-length hair was held in place by a copious quantity of hairspray, gel, and hairpins. It took around 40 minutes every single day to prepare herself for each shift, and she did not rush this process like many others did. No one seemed to care about hair standards, but it had been drilled into her by the National Guard, and it felt good to hold to a high standard. The passenger seat of the police cruiser was not where she wanted to be, as a rookie officer with the Washington State Police, 3 weeks on the job. She was required to sit there and absorb the knowledge, but she was eager and excited to start getting into the new job. Her field training officer occupied more than just the driver's seat. His enormous body seemed to fill the entire left side of the cruiser. The steering wheel looked like a toy as he draped one dark-skinned arm over it. He could almost reach the windshield without even leaning forward, but as with most gentle giants, he was one of the nicest people that Seraiah had ever met in her entire life. Luther Wellington could not stop telling jokes in his rich southern accent, and the hours passed quickly as they wandered through the back roads of their assigned patrol area in their ancient electric-powered patrol vehicle. They had another 50 miles until they needed to charge it again, which would take them out of service for nearly 45 minutes. Despite the need for more officers to be on the road, the state did not have enough funding to buy more vehicles, so instead, officers were forced to drive 2-man and sometimes even 3-man patrols. Seraiah tried not to look down at her body armor because she knew that she would be grossed out once more by the unwashable stains in the hand-me-down plate carrier. She had managed to get a brand new uniform, thankfully, but the rest of her gear looked like it had appeared first in the 1990s and had probably been worn by 10 different officers since those days. The handcuff case in particular had been stitched up by multiple colors of thread, and someone had even tried to use duct tape as a repair material at some distant point in the past. Nevertheless, she was finally finished with her training and was nearing completion of her field training phase. She had made 2 arrests and had even pulled her firearm once on a traffic stop. The Washington State Police were not permitted to enter any of the major cities due to a severe lack of firepower to counter the growing gang problems. The city of Portland was in particularly bad shape, having not paid the state for 6 months' worth of policing after its own police service had been unofficially disbanded due to a lack of funding. Seraiah was perfectly happy to be working in the sticks, where the tall trees, cool weather, and beautiful sunsets were a hallmark of Washington State outside of the major cities. Her only wish was that the state would provide 2 meals a day instead of 1, but money was short, which, as everyone knew, was the siren song of their generation. Seraiah reached behind her seat, pulling out the small lunchbox where she maintained a stash of homegrown food. The climate of Washington was quite temperate, but even so, a greenhouse was needed to grow food year-round. She had packed herself a wonderful smorgasbord of hot house foods with a couple of hard-boiled eggs from her mother's chickens, nestled carefully in a glass container. With the price of eggs at nearly $10 each, she did not bring this precious treat to work without having at least one to share with her partner. Luther laughed at a joke that he had just made, but Seraiah had not been paying attention. Despite this, she laughed along with him, not wanting to hurt his feelings by implying that she wasn't listening to him. She looked at her partner, who seemed to be looking at her expectantly as if he had just asked her a question. Hopefully he hadn't, but there was one thing for sure that would take his mind off of telling jokes, and that was a delicious hard-boiled egg. She tried not to dive into her food until almost the end of their shift every day, but it was getting harder and harder not to simply raid her lunchbox and devour everything the minute her shift started. Luther's eyes grew wide, and his dark-skinned face split into a brilliant smile. The man had the nicest teeth that Seraiah had ever seen in her life, and his smile always made her feel happy and content. "Oh, yes, ma'am," he crowed, plucking one of the shiny, hard-boiled eggs from the small glass dish. He cradled it very delicately between his massive fingers and began to take very small bites, chewing slowly and savoring the taste. "Tell your ladies I said thanks," he declared. Seraiah laughed and began to eat one of the other eggs from the dish. Getting chickens had been her ex-boyfriend's idea, but once she had started raising hens, it became something of a passionate hobby. They would eat almost anything, and it was nice to get fresh eggs, a commodity that was much more scarce than it had been even just a few years ago. "Can I drive soon?" she asked. Luther pretended to think about it for a moment, but then smiled. "Yes, we can stop and charge in Elma. Then it's all yours." He pointed to the wheel. They were cruising down Highway 8, heading for the coastline of Washington State. They would make a loop through the small towns, do some foot patrols, and then make their way back to Olympia, hopefully arriving on time for the end of the shift. Despite the chaos in Portland and Seattle, the rural coastal towns were still very idyllic, quiet, and ultimately boring. The biggest report out here was missing people, particularly children. There had been at least 3 since she had started, all of them coming from the rural areas that touched Seattle and Tacoma. Food was also expensive, with many of the local farms having quietly gone out of production after the ban on gas-powered vehicles 4 years earlier. Even so, a quiet, stubborn spirit was palpable among the smaller towns and villages, the refusal to give up or give in to despair. Seraiah was born and raised in Washington, and she couldn't imagine living anywhere else. She lived with her mom on the 1.5 acres that their father had purchased before she was born, and together they made the most of country life, gardening and raising small livestock. She had experienced a brief moment of youthful insanity when she was 18 and left home for 2 years to live with her boyfriend. It had been the longest 2 years of her life, but she had stubbornly refused to come home until the news of her father's death had broken her resolve. Coming home had been the best decision, even though it was not easy. Joining the National Guard had been a stepping stone to get her into law enforcement, but it hadn't been necessary. The state police would take anyone with a heartbeat these days. In many ways, Life outside of major cities in the Pacific Northwest felt a lot like the Old West, but with the internet and movies. The cruiser was equipped with a fairly modern computer, thin but sturdy with a flexible screen that could be tilted up and down. Seraiah was currently using the keyboard as an armrest, and she felt the slight vibration of the speakers as a special tone sounded. It was very loud and quite distinct, but she had never heard it before. She looked at her field training officer and saw that his face had gone slack. His joyful mood had evaporated, and he tried to glance at the screen to read the message alert. "Do me a favor, read that out for me." Seraiah was quite curious now. "Sure, let's see. Oh, it's highlighted in red, never seen that before. It's from the FBI. Special alert, high priority. It means drop everything and pay attention." "Okay, wow," she replied. The message was short. "All units within 50 miles of coastline, head for nearest beach area. Await individual placement and instructions." As she read it, she felt her pulse begin to race as adrenaline pushed into her system. She had seen a few car accidents, several unattended deaths, and a multitude of missing children complaints. But this was something quite a bit different. The mysterious nature of the message added to the excitement, and she knew that Luther felt the same when the cruiser started accelerating. "Can we make it there without recharging?" Luther peered at the dash, squinting a little bit. "Nope, we're going to have to stop in Elma." The charging station was deserted when they arrived, and Seraiah jumped out to grab the charging plug from the rack. Each spot had 2 different types of plugs, and she let out a string of curses when she saw that this station's plugs had been cut off. Copper thieves again! Charging cables were a popular target for theft since they could be easily sold for money to unscrupulous metal dealers. Luther pointed to the adjacent station. "Grab that one, it'll reach." They leaned against the side of their cruiser while the batteries began to recharge, and Seraiah tried to force herself to relax. There was nothing to do, so she scrolled through social media posts on her phone. Everyone was talking about New Hampshire and Texas, even though none of her friends or relatives lived anywhere near the Granite State. "Do you think the president will really shut down the FBI?" Luther didn't react to the question right away. He seemed to be staring at the yet unseen coastline, hidden behind another 30 miles of highway and trees. "He had better. His voters demanded it," he said in his deep voice. Seraiah was used to Luther's profound mood changes. He was capable of amazing levity, laughing for half an hour at a time, but then switching to a darkly pensive state where he would cite poetry and make grandiose declarations that were sometimes difficult to understand. "I don't think he will. It would tear the country apart," she said. "Yes, the country is in trouble, but we're going to be fine." He drummed his hands on the roof of the vehicle, which came up to only his mid-chest. "You got chickens, a garden, and your family. Who cares about anything else?" "It's just my mom now. Dad's been gone for a bit." "I know." He pushed back from the vehicle to stand and stretch. Seraiah had been lucky to get one of the friendliest men in the world as her second-round field training officer. Some of the others in her class had not been so fortunate, being paired up with training officers who were all about the job, no joking or laughing, no casual conversation. It sounded terrible. After just a few days, they had shared many details about their personal life to one another. Luther was constantly telling stories about his wife and 2 young boys, and Seraiah shared similar stories, mostly complaints about her ex-boyfriend. Luther was a good listener most of the time, although he would get very excited when the discussion turned to food, and he became quite likely to interrupt with a story about some recipe he wanted to try. "What's the charge at?" Luther asked her. There was a display on the charging station showing the estimated available miles based on the type of car and the size of the battery. It wasn't even close to accurate most of the time, but there was a timer, which was good enough for an estimate. 8 minutes. I think we got another 70 miles from that, plus 50 already in the bank. He wiggled the charging port that was sticking out of the vehicle. "We need one of those nuclear batteries the Chinese have got." Seraiah nodded in agreement. It was one of Luther's pet peeves, a topic he frequently spoke about during one of his pensive, melancholy moods. Americans were far too scared of nuclear power, thanks mostly to the stories of Chernobyl, nuclear bombs, and movies depicting the power of the atom if used improperly. The Chinese were far more practical, and had been using very small nuclear batteries that produced a slow trickle of power, but never needed recharging. Lithium-based batteries were adequate storage, but when the grid was unreliable at best, getting around became a difficult task. I think it's good enough. Let's go. Luther was already opening the driver's door and climbing inside. Seraiah pulled the charging plug out and slammed it back, running to jump into her seat before Luther could start backing out. He certainly had a fire under his butt, and she didn't blame him. Capturing a fugitive for the FBI would be a nice feather in their cap, and maybe they would even get some overtime out of it. Elma, Washington returned to its quiet slumber as the Washington State Police cruiser left the small parking lot of the charging station, spinning its tires as it pulled onto Interstate 12, heading for the coast. Chapter 12. Special Agent Harvinder Patel was a little sleep-deprived and craving a coffee as the FBI van sailed through the quiet Seattle streets. It was 5 a.m. and he had not slept more than a couple of hours the night before. At least his own agents were with him, sitting in a huddle talking in low murmurs. 2 Brika men, both Russian, were seated in the last seat, utterly silent and seemingly in their own world. Harvinder was not fooled by this. They were certainly trying to listen to the conversations being had, and he had cautioned every single one of his team to do their best not to give away information without his consent. It was nearly intolerable that the head office had approved so many agents being given access, particularly when his own manpower was so depleted. He was also quite sure that there were other assets hidden around the area, monitoring with some kind of surveillance. Drones were cheap and could be made very small. Certainly there would be some foreign drones deployed, and there was nothing that could be done about it. They would just need to be careful. The vehicle was heading for the coastline, and he had decided at the last minute to join the team. Something about this situation told him that more was at stake than anyone realized, and it was not a moment to delegate to even the best and most trusted of his senior team members. If something went wrong, he would hang for it, so he may as well be there when it happened. The FBI had sophisticated surveillance assets, and those were following up in a separate vehicle that was only occupied by his people. No one except his trusted inner circle even knew about these assets, and Hawking was personally put in charge of making sure that no one found out. Harvinder had felt his paranoia surging as he gave instructions to Hawking to deploy anti-drone countermeasures before they left the cube, and to take a completely different route. Hawking, to his great credit, simply agreed without any reservations whatsoever. It seemed that whatever disagreements the two of them had were going to be put aside. It's funny how a common enemy could do that. Harvinder was currently scanning through a list of the assets that they were bringing, which included an expensive and still largely untested fleet of drones that could be coordinated with each other to scan an impressively large area, using facial recognition to examine any human who occupied that area. Unless this guy was hiding in a cave, they would find him. The trouble was that he actually might be hiding in a cave. The mystery thief had already proven to be very resourceful, crossing the Atlantic in a boat and swimming over 70 miles in water that was nearly freezing. It was impressive, but probably fruitless. They would catch him eventually, and they would bring him in. Hopefully, whatever technology he had stolen could also be recovered. The U.S. would look powerful and capable again, and he would hopefully get his staff returned back to him from the capital. Harvinder looked once more at the only picture of the alleged thief that had been given to him, along with the suspected name, Damien Webber, age 24. He was a former Army Ranger, having served a bit more than 4 years before bailing and leaving the U.S. to work security at the Chinese embassy in Changchun. Something about this fellow made Harvinder almost sympathetic to him. The Chinese would see him as a criminal, maybe even acting on behalf of the CIA or NSA, but Harvinder didn't think so. This felt more like corporate espionage, maybe even between 2 rival Chinese firms. He was looking forward to questioning Webber and getting to the bottom of this slowly unraveling mystery. Chapter 13. Austin Massey was flying through New York City in a heavily modified hot air balloon with a giant pink dinosaur, 2 girls dressed like sexy maids, and an impressively detailed reproduction of Darth Vader from the old Star Wars movies. The dinosaur was standing on the rim of the basket, throwing small bombs onto the street below. The noise of screaming pedestrians was nothing but a low murmur compared to the sound of the exhaust from 7 rocket engines that were being operated by Darth Vader. The girls dressed as old-fashioned maids were laughing and making faces into camera lenses that only they could see. Austin himself was trying to steer the balloon into a building, but there were laser turrets set up on the roof trying to shoot them down. This was their third playthrough of this level, and the goal was to land the balloon on the old Trump Tower. Austin didn't care about the actual level objectives. Those were boring. Instead, his goal was to sow as much virtual chaos as possible and try to break the simulation. Sometimes you could discover exploits, bugs, or even hidden levels if you did crazy things that were unexpected. The balloon was hit by a beam shot from somewhere, and the fabric parted where the beam tore through it. The gas inside quickly surged out, and the basket began to fall out of the sky. All of the occupants cheered in unison as their haptic feedback devices and clothing did their best to simulate the feeling of falling. The only thing really missing was the stomach twisting that you got when you were falling for real. The playthrough was ending, but Austin didn't even wait for the stats to appear before pulling off his headset. The artificial world of New York's skyline vanished, and his bedroom office appeared again, blurry and boring. He was lying on his bed, since that was the position that offered the least amount of effort to maintain for long periods of time. The virtual reality headset was about the size of a pair of glasses, with lenses that could be transparent or opaque as needed. A sensor on the bottom tracked the hand and arm movements of the user, allowing interaction with the virtual world. His room was untidy, but at least it didn't smell bad as far as he could tell. His mother tried her best to keep her only son from living in filth, and Austin worked hard to make money through a number of online business ventures and contract work. Neither of them was perfect, but they certainly supported one another. It had been 9 years since his father had left, leaving the United States and moving to Russia. Neither Austin nor his mother knew where the man was, and they didn't care much either. Austin's uncle was still serving as a senator in Washington, D.C., and he came to visit them every few months when he was able to get away from his duties. Austin really liked his uncle and looked forward to the visits, but the old senator had not been able to make the long trip for a couple of years now. It was a nice sunny day, and Austin didn't feel bad about using extra electricity. The solar panels on their roof had already topped up the battery bank, so it was perfectly justifiable to use as much power as needed. His mother was bustling around the house cleaning and tidying, so Austin decided to go out for a short walk, mostly to avoid being asked to help clean. Their small house was located at the top of a long, steep, meandering road in the small village of Fortenza, Washington, where the official population was 3,700, but the actual number was probably closer to 2,000. The countryside that surrounded the town was mostly flat, with a nice mix of open fields and forests. Far to the south, you could almost see the glimmer of Alder Lake on a clear day. But Austin hadn't been down to the lake since he was a little kid. Further east, Mount Rainier filled the horizon, rising from the earth and piercing through the scattered clouds. It was a nice small town, close enough to Tacoma that you could drive there quickly, but far enough that the gang violence of the Seattle area didn't reach them. Austin hadn't been to the city in a while. There wasn't much worth going for. Gazing down the road, he could see at least 3 for sale signs hammered into the long grass of houses that hadn't been occupied in at least a year, and possibly more. The signs had been out there so long that some of them had been bleached almost white by the sun. No one wanted to buy a house in Fortenza, or really anywhere else in the state of Washington. State policies had driven out the ones who could afford to leave, and those who were too poor to move were basically stuck. The lucky people who remained in town at least had a house, but Austin had heard rumors about encampments hidden in the forests and wilderness, with people making shelters out of literal garbage. Austin's mother charged through the front door of the 2-bedroom bungalow, carrying empty gas cans in both hands. "Honey, we need more gas. Can you pick some up if you are going out?" She didn't wait for him to reply, but dropped the red plastic jugs on the front sidewalk. Austin winced but said nothing. Getting gas was a pain, but they needed fuel for the illegal gas-powered car tucked away in the garage, and for the backup generator that kept the power on if there were extended days of rain or clouds. He quickly checked his pocket for his coin stick, a device that was able to store crypto in a tiny hidden hard drive. This particular stick was also a vape pen, and he took a quick drag before picking up the gas cans and beginning the walk to Tevin Mardirosian's auto body shop, which doubled as the local black market for gasoline. Tevin was a dark-skinned, permanently grouchy Armenian who was an absolute wizard with gasoline-powered engines. He operated his shop right out in the open as if daring the government to try and shut him down. Even before the gas ban, he had constantly been in some kind of battle with state and local authorities over some regulation that they claimed he was breaking. After the dollar plunged in value several years back, he had stopped accepting U.S. dollars at all, reverting to barter and crypto for payment. Since he was the only mechanic in town, Austin suspected that he was becoming quite wealthy. Tevin was his usual grouchy self, but he disappeared into his huge shop to fill up the gas cans after accepting a large payment of Whisper coin. The black market price of gas was going up, and Austin figured it must be harder to get the stuff these days. Austin trudged up the hill with the heavy gas-filled cans, almost in sight of his house, and staring fixedly at the ground when he heard the most beautiful sound in the world. He stopped and stared at the young woman working in her front garden, pushing seeds into the soil and singing quietly to herself as she labored. Her light blonde hair was tied back in a handkerchief, and she had her back to him, just 20 feet away. Her name was Eleanora Bennett, and she was breathtakingly beautiful, which meant that Austin could absolutely not risk talking to her under any circumstances. Women were terrifying creatures, beautiful and dangerous, only to be admired from a distance. The singing stopped, and the young girl wiped her hands together, brushing off moist dirt from the raised bed. Austin could not seem to pull his wits together enough to keep moving, and to his horror, she turned and spotted him. His heart did a triple backflip in his chest as she actually spoke to him. "Hi, Austin." She looked at her hands again, wiping them once more on the side of her sensible denim coveralls. "Oh, hey." He tried to make his feet move and succeeded in shuffling a couple more steps. "Going somewhere?" Eleanora asked him. No, just going home." He was a bit confused by this question, but then he saw that the girl was pointing to the gas cans in his hands. Oh yes, the fuel. She must think they were planning to make a trip. "Just in case, you know." He continued, nodding vigorously and doing his best to stand straight and look casual as he held the heavy fuel. "Mom likes to keep the tank full in case of forest fires." Okay, that was a weird thing to say, but it was the actual truth. They lived right at the edge of town, which meant that a wildfire was a real threat. Eleanora's smile faded a bit as she looked around the street, seeing all of the trees that had grown up right next to the homes. No one was managing the forest anymore, and the trees were now growing right through the small town. Austin started taking small steps, looking to extract himself from the conversation. "Wait, don't go yet, I've got something for you." Austin watched her hair bounce from one shoulder to the other as she bent over one of the many raised beds. She returned with a small handful of green pods, holding it out to him. The light contact felt electric, and he nearly dropped the other gas can. He stared at the pods, not quite sure what to do with them. "Try them!" She seemed very excited, and he bit down on one of the large green pods. It was very chewy, and it didn't taste very good at all. He tried to smile and saw that her eyes were wide as saucers. "No, you have to take them from the shell first." Her laugh was like a bird flitting from a branch. Austin felt his face go red as he realized what he had done. It was like eating a banana with the peel still on it. Whoops, sorry," he stuttered. The front door of the house banged open, and a much older woman with a shock of frosty gray hair poked her head outside. "Ellie, I need you, come inside," she bellowed. Austin thought the entire block would have heard her shouting. Ellie Bennett let a small frown cross her lips briefly, but then cheered again. "Come back in a few days. I've got lots more for you to sample." As the door closed, Austin stared at the peas remaining in his hand, which were now covered in cold sweat. He tucked them into his pocket and walked the last dozen yards to his house, stashing the cans in the garage where the car and his dad's old motorcycle lay collecting dust. On any ordinary day, he would have rushed back inside to his computer, but today, he just felt like getting a bit more sunshine. Truthfully, he was sort of hoping that Ellie might come back outside again. Speaking with her had been like a cool breeze on a suffocating summer day. She had lived nearby to him for years, but he had only seen fleeting glimpses of her from time to time, never more than a second, and no conversation. The idea of talking to her no longer seemed quite so unnerving. Maybe he would be the first one to say hello next time. Chapter 14. Deputy Director of Operations. Astrid Clinton tossed her phone on the large, messy desk, muttering curse words in an unbroken string. The CIA was in a full-blown crisis since President Milano had announced a 50% reduction in staff, effective June of that year. The same announcement had been made for the FBI, and several federal agencies, including the Department of Education, Agriculture, and the CDC, were being shut down completely. On top of that, New Hampshire and Texas had enacted laws banning federal agents from entering their borders, and that they were no longer submitting taxes to the federal government. This would apparently be a prelude to both states leaving the Union and becoming independent nations. It was unthinkable and illegal, but the president had personally sanctioned these announcements today, crossing a line into the highest level of treason imaginable. The federal government had been gutted by a few decades of mandatory spending cuts, but inflation had still become a major issue. The latest numbers put the yearly inflation rate at 35%, which had made foreign borrowing completely impossible. The U.S. dollar was no longer being traded for oil, and the entire country was in real danger of complete collapse. The country needed money, but the president was scornful of borrowing more money from BRICA, the only place that the U.S. could continue to get funds to run the federal government. If the CIA couldn't stop the president, they would all lose their jobs, and worse, lose their power in the government. He had to be stopped, and Astrid thought she knew how to make it happen. Someone had hired a few idiots to steal some very powerful technology from the Chinese, and they wanted it back. Her connections with the Chinese government had been very adamant that this was of immense importance to them, and that they might be willing to help remove the current administration from the White House if the CIA was willing to cooperate. The nature of this assistance had not been clearly stated, but that was a detail to be worked out later. Harvinder Patel had once been a useful tool, but he was now subtly obstructing her efforts to manage the recovery of the stolen tech. The feds had authorized a contingent of BRICA agents to visit the FBI in Seattle directly, but they did not answer to her. She needed more direct oversight, but she was trapped in Washington, D.C., thousands of miles in the other direction. The truth was, Astrid didn't really care about the United States, the federal government, or even the CIA, except that it offered her a path to power. Her grandmother had nearly achieved the highest office of the land, but lost to an absolute fool. The job should have been hers. Everything had been done to make it happen, but somehow it had slipped through her fingers. Now, Astrid was determined to climb the same ladder, but she was not going to make the same mistakes her grandmother had made. Her presidency would see the United States empire restored, with wealth and power for herself and those who were willing to serve her interests. It was a grand idea, but she was still a long way from that goal. If the CIA was cut in half, she might lose her job. Even if she didn't, the agency would never be able to maintain its worldwide influence with half of the people and half the budget. Milano was destroying their dreams, and for that, they were perfectly justified in removing the traitorous fake president using whatever means were possible. They had tried every trick in the book, and more to stop Milano from being elected in the first place. The first problem was that he was tremendously popular and well-spoken. The second problem was that he wasn't a Republican. He was a libertarian of all things. The Republicans had just as much stake in preserving the CIA and FBI as the Democrats did, and they had tried just as hard to stop Milano's run for the presidency. The entire situation had unraveled when the Democratic nominee died of a drug overdose 5 days before the election. In retrospect, it was probably stupid to nominate a known drug addict, even if he was the son of a past president. She couldn't trust that Patel would do the right thing, and she needed to get to Washington State as fast as possible. First things first, she needed transport. The agency had a multitude of small and medium-sized vehicles that were capable of taking agents to locations. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft could be chartered, but they required the use of a pilot and were logistically difficult. The agency did have a number of battery-powered personal drone transports that were considered unsuitable for long-distance travel, but Astrid had already plotted a route that could take her to Washington State in less than 24 hours and was never more than an hour away from a charging station. It would be irritating to land and charge the batteries every 3 hours, but the value of having an easy-to-use and versatile personal transport would more than make up for the hassle. One of these vehicles had already been reserved just for her, and several employees were currently outfitting the craft with some food and basic necessities for a long trip. Because she was constantly traveling, she always had a suitcase packed with a few days' worth of clothing and necessities sitting in her office. It took a while for Astrid to get to the bay where the drones were housed, but when she arrived, she marveled at the row of at least 20 of the shiny machines. The name Mini Falcon was emblazoned in slanted letters across the fuselage of each drone, the moniker given to the smaller version of a large and well-armed four-man jet that was employed by the Marine Corps. This one could fit just a single person, along with a modest amount of cargo, and was not armed or armored. Older personal drones relied on spinning propeller blades to achieve lift, but there were no visible moving parts on a Falcon. Instead, it had 4 jet boosters to provide lift and 2 on the back to push the drone forward. Each booster looked like a smooth, tapered funnel, with an opening at the narrow end where the air was pushed out to produce thrust. The top of the craft was a smooth glass canopy, with a single seat visible inside. No flying skill was required to pilot the jet. It was completely autonomous and would navigate using GPS, as well as the regular positional beacons that were employed by airports across the country. You simply programmed where you wanted to go, and the drone would take you there, flying through the existing airspace zones and even requesting clearance from local ATC towers with a simple AI-powered radio call. A technician wandered over, holding out his greasy hand to her for a handshake. She forced a smile and held up her suitcase and cell phone to indicate that her hands were full. "She's all ready for you. The food and water are in the stowage compartment right here." He slapped a small door outline just behind the steps used to board the machine. Astrid was irritated to see that the compartment couldn't be accessed from inside the craft, but as she peered through the glass, she saw that the interior was quite roomy and had at least 3 cup holders. Her phone buzzed in her suit jacket pocket, and her watch popped up with a text from her assistant. She was supposed to be meeting her here with a Starbucks coffee, but she was running late. Astrid didn't respond. It was better to let what's-her-name feel stress and panic, and it would teach her to make better decisions. The Falcon had a small door on the side, and she fiddled with it for a second before the tech reached in and lifted a latch, popping it open for her. She glared at him, and he retreated but remained nearby. Sitting in the only seat felt like being perched on a throne, and she started pushing buttons around her. The technician hovered outside the door, not daring to put his head inside. He was a quick learner. "There's a master switch right there on the panel." He pointed to a metal switch that was covered by a small plastic door. She lifted the little door and flipped the switch. A display came alive, hovering over the glass in midair, and the guts of the machine started thrumming lightly. She moved her finger over the display hologram and found that it was interactive, responding to her hand movements. Her computer in her office was AirTouch compatible, but she never used it. Her preference was iTouch, where a sensor tracked your eye and eyelid movements to make selections. That would have been better inside a $100 million aircraft, but she could live with this. "Put my suitcase in the compartment," she told the tech, not bothering to look in his direction. "Already done, Director." He was standing at another AirTouch display that was adjacent to the craft, looking at numbers that hovered in the air and tapping them with his finger. The suitcase didn't just have clothes and toiletries. A small hidden box built into the lid contained a small 9mm handgun that she had printed from unplastic, which was hard as steel but contained no metal. It was against policy to carry a firearm inside the U.S., but where she was going, a weapon was more important than money or food. And besides that, the policy was what she said it was. A high-pitched voice came through the open door, and her assistant came into view. Her short blonde hair damp with sweat from the obvious run required to bring her coffee and lunch. She nervously waited outside the door, holding the cup and paper bag. Astrid could hear something loud that was slowly warming up, the sound drifting in through the small opening. "Are you going to hand that to me, or are you expecting me to get out?" The girl looked like she was going to cry, and Astrid almost hoped she would. She quickly pulled herself together and shoved the items through the door. The technician shuffled the assistant away and started doing things outside the craft, hopefully making it ready to fly. She felt a clunk as something was pulled off and dropped to the ground, but the sounds were very quiet with the door closed. Just a little bit of vibration was felt in the seat as she buckled the harness and started playing with the display. A thin line of brilliant light pierced her eyes, and immediately the glass darkened to compensate. The doors of the bay were slowly opening to reveal the wet, rain-soaked concrete of the launch area. The craft started moving, but not flying. It was rolling forward on wheels, probably to avoid having the inside of the bay blasted with air. Once the machine left the cover of the storage bay, tiny water droplets started beating up on the window, falling away from the hydrophobic glass surface. That was nice. It would make it very easy to see out of the glass in bad weather since there were no wipers needed to clear water. The display brightened to compensate for the outdoors, and a menu appeared on the screen. Astrid played with the options, getting a feel for what the machine was able to do. There was an administrator function that she tried twice with some common default passwords, but decided not to push her luck in case there was a lockout function. She basically had but one option, which was to enter a destination on the map. The Falcon was quite fast, capable of the equivalent of 200 miles per hour, or 173 knots. Top speed would burn off the battery too quickly, so she played with the speed and distance until she got an acceptable middle ground of range and velocity. The moment she approved the final settings, the air turbines kicked in, and the aircraft rose from the ground smoothly. It was well balanced, and she was able to tilt it a little bit with the joystick, but that was all the control she was given. As soon as it started to accelerate, the joystick did nothing at all, which was probably a good thing. The craft soared upwards into the sky until it finally entered a bank of cloud cover, and she was no longer able to see anything except the moisture beating off the windscreen. The first stop was going to be Columbus, Ohio, and it was about a 2-hour flight. Astrid pulled her phone out and got back to work. If she couldn't get Patel on board, then a backup plan would be needed. She scrolled through the list of agency contacts for the FBI in Washington to see who might be bent to her will. Chapter 15. Damien stretched his legs and pulled the stolen ball cap over his eyes to block the early morning light streaming through the trees that surrounded his makeshift campsite in Olympic National Forest. It had been 3 days since he washed ashore on a rocky beach, nearly frozen to death after swimming 70 miles in the dark. He had managed to find most of what he needed for some basic wilderness camping, but he had been forced to steal a few items of clothing. What's a couple more misdemeanors when I'm already a turbo felon, he thought. Sleeping outside was fine if you had some nice gear and a campfire, but he couldn't risk having anything except the smallest of fires, burning a few twigs at a time to boil water or cook some fish. You could fashion a nice little rocket stove out of some tin cans and rocks, and if you did it properly, there was no smoke at all. It would be difficult to detect a heat signature beneath the tree canopy, although he didn't think it was impossible. So he took precautions just in case, covering anything hot with a layer of extra clothing or a screen of branches and leaves. It was slow going, and the terrain was rough. He knew his approximate location, but without a map or GPS, he was relying on landmarks to navigate. There was a huge mountain to the north which was Olympus, and he was heading east. He had attempted to keep a bit of a journal with some scrap paper, but eventually he realized that it would be dangerous to be caught with that, so he burned it. He knew approximately where Fortenza was, and it was going to take a while to get there on foot, but it was just too risky to steal or obtain a vehicle. Vehicles were GPS trackable by law these days, so it was less trouble and risk to just walk. His daily routine was simple. Wake up, try to find some food, try to cook that food, and then move himself a little closer to his destination and start the whole process over again. With no weapons or even a proper knife, he had resorted to fashioning some crude tools, including a wooden spear that probably wouldn't do much more than break if he tried to use it. It still felt good to have a weapon, so he kept it close at all times. There were plenty of streams running from the mountains, which was excellent because he could only carry about half a pint of water in an old plastic water bottle left behind by a hiker. He had fashioned a small pack out of a child's hoodie, and he carried it on the end of his spear over his shoulder, like an old-timey hobo. His facial hair was coming in strong, with about 5 weeks of growth since his last shave. It was a nervous tic of his that he was constantly twirling the end of his growing mustache, and he forced himself to stop each time he caught himself doing it. His shoes were a problem. All he had were the sneakers that he had been wearing in China, and they had been through a lot. The sides of his shoes were beginning to give out from walking on the uneven ground that comprised the entire national park. He pondered how he might fix them as he trudged through the forest, moving at the same steady pace and letting his mind wander. It was tempting to keep moving at night since the temperatures dropped down to the high 30s, but it was nearly impossible to move through this terrain without light, and the cloud cover had been hiding the moon since he had landed. He needed about an hour of daylight to collect enough branches and whatever ground cover he could find to make a place to sleep. Even with 2 shirts and a light hoodie, it would never be enough without a nice layer of grass, leaves, and pine branches. On the morning of day 5, he walked into a clearing a few yards from where he had been sleeping and saw the morning sun rising over the city of Seattle far in the distance. The downward sloping terrain was too rocky to support large trees, with large exposed blocks of weathered bedrock between tufts of grass and small shrubs. He had a decision to make: either take the more exposed but more comfortable route down or push through the trees to maintain a little bit of concealment. By his estimation, he was a very long way from any form of civilization. There had been no real hiking trails, abandoned campfires, or other signs of human encroachment into the still pristine wilderness. It was still nastily cold, and Damien felt that his tolerance for discomfort was breaking just a little bit. He decided to head down the exposed portion and enjoy the feeling of the warm sun on his face for just a little while. As he started moving, he discovered that the rocks were quite slippery with the morning dew. It had only briefly rained once during the last few days, which he thought was unusual for this climate, but seeing the wetness on the rocks reminded him that a hard rainfall would probably make this trip so much more difficult. It would force him to stop and shelter, perhaps losing him a full day of travel if he had to dry out his clothing. He angled himself back to the shelter of the trees after a few minutes. It just felt wrong to be out in the open, and he felt his heartbeat rise as the feeling of being watched drifted over his mind. Something made him stop and look up to the horizon, where he expected to see portions of the cities of Seattle and Tacoma wavering in the distance, perhaps still visible at this altitude. Instead, a line of tiny black dots was silhouetted against the sky, just above the tree line. His sleep-deprived brain struggled to interpret this visual, and for a second, they were birds flying in a straight line across the sky, except they weren't visibly moving at all. The dots were slowly spreading further apart and appeared to be getting bigger. Pure terror struck Damien, as his brain finally caught up and he recognized what these were. It was a fleet of drones conducting a grid search. He quickly scanned around, looking for some cover. The trees were still 30 yards away to his right, and even those trees were small and scrubby. He also pulled the ball cap down onto his face as far as he could. It might already be too late. The optics on the drones may have already scanned his face as he stood stupidly gazing into the sky. Damien swore loudly, the first words he had spoken aloud in a few days of solitary travel. His throat felt dry, and his muscles locked up. He fought through the adrenaline responses and forced himself to move slowly and intentionally, like a casual hiker just making his way down from the summit. There had to be other people around doing the same thing, right? It seemed to take forever to reach some decent cover, and no noise could be heard at all. If he had not been on the same level as the drones, he probably would not have seen them at all. That might either be lucky or unlucky if they managed to capture good footage of him before he made it to cover. His appearance was pretty shabby, and he looked truly homeless. But this was Washington, and there were plenty of homeless people around. He had run across a few abandoned encampments, even this far from civilization. Half an hour later, Damien felt calmer, and the anxiety faded. He was under a good canopy cover now, and making good time. The repairs he had made to his shoes the prior night, using the sewing kit to run a crude barrel stitch through the sides, were holding up nicely. It might be time to change tactics and try to blend in with regular people. Perhaps he could make his way to Seattle and set up a tent in the empty downtown like the other hundreds of homeless. If only Manny could have been here with him, perhaps he would have been more attentive, keeping a watch for drones as they did at sea. The only thing that mattered was the next meal. If the government came, he would be ready, but hunger was a much louder concern for him right now. There were no mirrors in the forest, but Damien could see that his ribs were much more prominent than they were during his cozy embassy life. He was wasting away, physically and mentally. Chapter 16. Harvinder Patel sat in the Aberdeen, Washington hotel room, staring at his laptop as the data from the search drones reached the base station. There were 48 drones flying across the vast expanse of the national parks, scanning for any signs of human activity. The surveillance and tracking artificial intelligence, or SATI system analysis, showed a high probability that the fugitive, Damien Webber, was most likely going to avoid built-up areas and would try to work his way through the many forest areas instead. The system had identified 4 areas that were possible exfiltration routes from the ocean and moving east. The drones could fly a very long distance without being recharged, but the search area was still vast, covering thousands of square miles of difficult and wild terrain. A second team was moving to deploy a second set of search drones south of Highway 12, the nearest direct route to the big cities of Washington. The trouble was that no one knew what the rogue embassy employee was planning to do. It seemed obvious that there was a plan being executed, someone to take delivery of the stolen tech, and that person was in the United States. He might be heading clear across the country for all they knew. Maybe he was stealing a car right at that moment. Harvinder had instructed the SATI to check all police databases, social media sites, YouTube videos created in the area, and anything else that was either publicly available or could be accessed by the FBI. SATI was also filtering the data coming from the drones, but the system was not very reliable when it came to facial recognition, unlike the Chinese systems. It kept finding human faces in rock formations, which was actually a very human thing to do. A knock sounded at the door, and he peeped through the security lens. Hawking was standing outside, holding a paper bag and scanning around the hallway. He seemed to sense that Harvinder was at the door and waved to the fisheye lens, holding up the large bag of food. Harvinder felt his stomach growl and quickly opened up. Hawking carefully put the food down and began to scan the room with a sensor designed to detect listening devices or surveillance equipment. He frowned as he got near the window, which could be opened halfway and had no screen. The window was easy to open, just open air looking out from the second-story room to the nearby harbor. The ocean breeze was chilly but refreshing. Hawking leaned out the window as far as his chubby shoulders would allow and scanned the area visually. Harvinder was a bit disappointed when he shut the window again and pulled the blinds. But it was a wise security measure, so he said nothing. Hawking looked nonplussed, and Harvinder gestured to the only other chair in the room, a large overstuffed armchair that was far too low to use the small table. Instead, he sat on the arm and leaned to look at the laptop, which was showing a heat map of the searched area. He held his finger up to his lips, and Harvinder nodded. If they needed to speak, it might be safer to do it elsewhere. They had requested a grid search of the southern portion of Olympia, and the drones had conducted about 27% of the search pattern. 14 dots were showing on the map, which were targets identified as possibly human by the drone search. Seraiah was attempting to filter these results, but the satellite internet was spotty and slow, and little progress was being made. They would need to manually look at each of the targets and analyze them one at a time. Most of the dots were superimposed over regular hiking trails, which made sense. It seemed unlikely that any of those would be their man, since he was expected to be avoiding people. 3 dots were sitting right on a roadway, obviously a vehicle that the drone had scanned. Hawking nudged his boss in the arm and pointed at the top of the screen, at an area that had just a tiny strip of scanned area. The dot was barely visible, blending in with the surrounding colors. Harvinder might not have noticed it right away, but Hawking had better eyesight apparently. He stared at the dot, which was much further north, almost 50 miles from where they were, and far away from any of the regular hiking trails. He zoomed into the area and overlaid the topographic map, showing the terrain as it looked from space. It was a mix of bare rock and scrubby trees, sloping to the east and looking out over Puget Sound towards Tacoma. It looked impossible to access, even for a person on foot, and it was a long way from the coast. Could a man with nothing more than the clothes on his back hike all the way through Olympia in just a week? Clicking the dot brought up a series of images. Several of them were thermal overlays, and Harvinder just skipped over those. The fourth image stopped him in his tracks. It was blurry and pixelated, but it clearly showed a man hiking down an inclined slope of bare rock. Saita was attempting to enhance the image, but there was enough detail that you could tell this wasn't just someone out for a hike. His clothing looked dirty, he had a scruffy, unkempt beard, and he was carrying a cloth bundle attached to a stick. It looked like a homeless person, which they certainly had all seen many times, except this person was miles into the middle of nowhere. Hawking cleared his throat, and Harvinder met his eyes. Without speaking, they began to move. Harvinder marked the grid in the system as the next likely target and instructed all of his active drones to begin to move to start a new sweep in that location. It had been more than 4 hours since the contact, which was enough time for a motivated individual to move a considerable distance. Hawking left the room, heading off to liaise with his team and create a mobile command post with his agency van. They had a few more drones, these ones much larger and capable of tracking a person, some of them capable of firing gunshot rounds from an internal 9mm weapons tube. They would also need to get some help from the state and local police agencies to build a cordon around a large area. Harvinder sent a few messages from the encrypted network that all agents used, hoping that it was still actually encrypted. They would play it cool, pretending to just be moving to a better location while assembling a large force to capture this guy and grab whatever he was carrying. Harvinder looked at the window of the hotel room. The FBI was in charge, but there were other forces looking to recover the stolen tech, and they had sophisticated resources that were probably being deployed right now. It seemed inevitable that there would come a point where they clashed with each other, possibly with violence. If it came to that, could the FBI justify shooting agents from another country for demanding their own technology back? Chapter 17. Kostya was sitting on the quarterdeck of the Zavoyev Hotel, wearing nothing but a bathrobe and eating sushi that one of the sailors had retrieved from the city. The poor fellow had come back smelling like an outhouse, and reported that a homeless person had tossed a cup of piss onto him. Oleg had refused to let the sailor back on the boat until he could clean himself up. This is precisely why Kostya himself was not stepping foot off his boat unless he was in one of his vehicles or surrounded by armed bodyguards. Kostya jumped as the door to the open deck banged open and Luka burst out, looking sweaty and excited. "Father, they found him." Kostya felt the initial irritation at being interrupted fade almost immediately. He tossed the remains of the sushi into the muddy brown water, pulled his robe tight, and followed his son-in-law to the computer station. Luka had 3 separate AirTouch screens open, with a host of unintelligible data showing on each of them. Kostya waited patiently for the boy to gather his wits and offer an explanation. "Okay, we followed the search drones as far as we could, but they were too fast, so we could not keep up." He waved his hand, turning the floating screen to his boss. "We have 2 drones following the FBI, and both of them show that all of the agents are packing up and going mobile." Luka held up his cell phone. "Alexander reports that the FBI chief, the brown guy, told them to move to a new hotel in a different city, already booked and paid for, but then he just took off. He says the other agents look very excited, but they are trying to act casual." Kostya smiled. The American FBI was not good at misdirection. The CIA would have done better, but they weren't involved. Yet. "You are following their vehicle?" he asked the young man. Luka nodded and switched to a drone that was showing an upside-down view of a roadway. It was risky running a live video feed while the drone was attached to a vehicle, but Luka was a master with his drones. Having eyes on the target was certainly important, but the plan was to steal the technology, and a drone just couldn't do that. They would need to get to the location as quickly as possible, and Kostya had already made plans to accomplish this. A very top-secret and very expensive machine was concealed in the storage bay of the yacht, and it only needed about 5 minutes to be fully ready to go, once they had the exact location. This was a stealth 2-seater flying machine that the Russians called Sokol, capable of airspeeds exceeding 400 miles per hour and nearly invisible on radar. It did not have a very long range, but it was equipped with some serious firepower in the form of 4 mounted 7.62 Ws 39mm machine guns. This was more than enough to obliterate any unarmored vehicle and turn the occupants into ground beef. Kostya was not a pilot, but he didn't need to be. His own brother-in-law, Oleg, was one of the greatest pilots in Russia, having flown the Kamov Ka-52 helicopter during the war with Ukraine. The only problem was that Oleg was a drunk, a failure that Kostya tolerated only because the man was his own kin. Anyone else would have been executed, but Kostya did have a soft spot for his own kin. This is why Kostya had assigned 2 of his best bodyguards to keep an eye on Oleg, keeping him sober and ready to fly. It was time to get Oleg and his machine ready to deploy, which meant they needed to exit the dock and move out into Puget Sound. The Sokol would deploy from the stern deck, fly over the water, destroy everything in the area, and retrieve the package. Kostya would already be sailing into international waters and beyond the reach of the Americans long before they even knew what was happening. Chapter 18. Daryl Paddock strolled casually through the downtown autonomous zone of Seattle, eating an apple and looking for his commissars. The DAZ was a permanently barricaded section of the city that was now occupied by the Reds, which had started out as a gang of petty thugs and thieves until Daryl had gotten hold of them. Now, they were armed, organized, and somewhat trained. Most of them were the spoiled children of rich idiots who lived in expensive suburbs somewhere in the city, but many of Daryl's Reds were hardened street people, made strong by the long war against the feds, but also by running prostitutes, drugs, and of course, weapons. The cops didn't come into the zone, and they didn't want to. Most of the people who occupied the zone didn't even consider it to be part of the United States, but rather a separate country unto itself. It had all started 3 years ago, when a few members of what had been called Antifa had tried to revive the glory of decades past, when the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone had been built and operated for a while. Unfortunately, those fools had no idea what they were doing, and the whole thing collapsed. Daryl might be a psychopath, but he was good at logistics, and he had no regard for people aside from those loyal to him. After the U.S. dollar had been massively weakened years before, the budgets of major city governments were slashed to try and balance things out, and of course, police budgets were no exception. This had provided a golden opportunity to build the downtown autonomous zone, which was now a partially walled-off section of downtown Seattle. The city government was weak and had groveled to Daryl, who was a black man, about their support for his project. This was his way of claiming reparations for the downtrodden workers of capitalism. Many of the large businesses that once thrived in the downtown area had pulled out, including 3 large hotels, which were now being occupied by the thousands of homeless and served as planning, storage, and shelter for the Reds. This is where Daryl was now headed, and he was in a terrific mood. Daryl Paddock was a communist, and not the kind that just wanted to throw a brick at a cop every now and then, or these champagne socialists who lived in expensive houses built with money stolen from the workers. His commitment to Marxism was complete, and he had spent many years of his life prior to the dollar crash studying the flaws of capitalism. When the dollar was crushed and inflation hit 10% per month for a full year, something had snapped inside of him. He had come to the realization that the entire system needed to burn, and all of the rich and powerful were to be purged. It had never occurred to Daryl that the Chinese might be interested in helping make this happen. It had always seemed that when a revolution occurred, it would be American-made. He had received a phone call not an hour ago, and it had changed everything. A decision was made on the spot, and he agreed to commit his people to a very exciting mission, in exchange for a promise of everything he needed to carry out a major revolution that would catch fire and spread across the U.S. The man on the phone call spoke excellent English and claimed to be a member of the Chinese government. He had been very circumspect about the details, hinting at things rather than speaking clearly, which Daryl would have preferred. He kept referring to Daryl as the chief and his people as warriors. The man had claimed to have heard about the small group of revolutionaries from their social media presence and suggested that without outside help, they could never achieve their goals of complete revolution. This had pissed Daryl off, but the stranger was probably correct in his assessment. A couple of hundred people could not fight a war by themselves, and he knew it. Daryl climbed the emergency exit stairs of the Alexis, which was the only way to access the floors and rooms within. The electricity had been cut off, but very soon they would have enough wealth to build their own electricity generation. The Chinese man had spoken of silver coins, US dollars, and crypto as payment for their services and funding for their fight. The evidence had come in the form of an anonymous payment made to a private crypto server, a generous amount of digital money that could be easily spent on the black market. They had demanded the second floor as the headquarters for the Reds, partly out of convenience, and partly because the floors above smelled like human waste. Leo was in charge of the floor, and Daryl had chosen him because, like himself, Leo would not hesitate to cut someone's throat or toss them off a balcony. The Reds didn't have official leaders or a hierarchy, but Daryl was unofficially in charge, and anyone who challenged that would simply disappear a week later, their body never to be found. Serena and Nick were smoking weed in the big room, which was an old conference room that was now the Reds' hangout area. Daryl didn't allow the Reds to do hard drugs because addictions were how capitalists got you to buy more and more useless trash, but pot was plentiful, and it helped keep tempers from flaring. The Reds sold plenty of drugs, and there was a very well-equipped drug lab in the basement of the hotel they currently occupied. When the revolution started, Daryl was going to put a fatal dose into every single pill and baggie they distributed and rid the world of these useless addicts. "Nicky, you didn't respond to my message. Is this how you treat me now?" Nick looked glassy, but he pulled his phone out and swore. "Oh, sorry, I didn't feel my cell buzz." His voice sounded thick, but he wasn't slurring or getting spaced out yet. Daryl slapped the big conference table, which was covered in cigarette burns and knife marks. "This is the biggest day for us yet, and I can't even rely on you two to be ready when I need you." Both Nick and Serena jumped, pulling away from the table. "Read the message, you too, Serena." He waited as they scrolled through what Daryl had sent 45 minutes ago. The look of shock hit both their faces at the same moment. "This is a scam. No way the Chinese government sent that." Daryl said nothing but removed his phone and opened the crypto trading app. He spun it across the table so they could read the balance. The disbelief melted, and they started to look giddy with excitement. "We're rich!" Serena seemed to be more excited about the money than the mission that they would need to perform, but Nick was a killer too, and he was now furiously writing on a piece of dirty scrap paper. "Daryl, we're going to need everyone, probably 30 or 40 comrades with as much ammo as they can carry." Daryl saw that he was writing down names, and he pulled the paper away from Nick, shaking his head. "Nope, we go small, just 4 of us. Too many people and the fascies will spot us a mile away. You two, Leo and me, plus rifles and pistols." He crumpled up the paper and tossed it on the floor. "Take the big van, get enough food for 2 or 3 days, plus some blankets in case we gotta do some camping." Serena made a face at the word camping, but Daryl didn't care. Revolutions require sacrifice, and he was willing to live outside for 100 days in a row if it meant tearing down the system. The van in question was an old gas-powered delivery truck with a sliding door on the back and just 2 actual seats. They had hijacked it on the outskirts of Seattle early one morning, killing the driver and taking the food from inside for themselves. No one had ever found the driver's body, but the company that had been operating the delivery service had soon gone out of business. It was impossible to find a person foolish enough to drive a delivery truck to the city, and it was causing a major food crisis among the remaining residents. Daryl had hidden the delivery truck inside the parkade of the hotel for just such an operation as this. The instructions that he had been given were simple. He was to assemble a small team, and they were to find their way across the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, continuing into the national park area as quickly as possible, but without attracting the attention of law enforcement. Once they crossed the bridge, they were in the state police jurisdiction, and the state pigs were stretched pretty thin. Serena insisted on bringing pillows for each of them, and she volunteered to ride in the box of the old truck with Nick. Nick, for his part, did not seem displeased by this, but Daryl angrily demanded that they leave behind all of their drugs. The last thing he needed was potheads with rifles moving at half speed. It was too bad that he didn't have any meth laying around. It might be just the thing his soldiers needed. Perhaps he would consider sourcing some good crystal for the next ambush, just like the German Wehrmacht soldiers of World War II had been issued Pervitin. Leo drove the van in silence as they made their way through Seattle, down through Tacoma, and finally crossed the bridge, heading into the forests that Daryl had grown up in, and then spent many years trying to forget. Somewhere out there was a tiny cabin where he had been repeatedly abused by his mother and her many lovers. The horrible beatings had only ended on his 17th birthday, when he had ended his mother's life with his own 2 hands. It was the first happy memory that he could recall in his entire life. Chapter 19. Zheng Xiaoping finished the encrypted message and hit the button to scramble and transmit it to his contact back in China, a high-ranking officer whom he had never met but who claimed to know his father. This part of the plan was extraordinarily risky, and if he was detected by the FBI, CIA, or any other agency in the U.S., it could result in his death by execution. If that were to happen, it would be a worthy death, and he would gladly accept that. In some measure, it would relieve him of the humiliation of his father's own execution, which was still a very fresh and painful memory. No action could truly take away his dishonor, but he could certainly live to serve his vengeance on the hateful Americans who had somehow deceived his father into betraying his own country. This country had been greatly weakened by decades of indulgent living, ridiculous government policies, and cultural decay. It disgusted him to even be stepping foot on their soil. After giving the cryptic instructions to the insurgent gangster, he would only need to risk one more message, and he would not send that message until the very last minute. The FBI was still working to track down the missing embassy traitor, and he needed to keep most of his attention on keeping his own assets as close as possible. Once the insurgents had struck, his people would use the chaos to grab the tech and bring it to himself. The Americans would be exposed as thieves, and his own government would take swift military action. It was time to bring the knife to America's throat at last. Chapter 20. The radio crackled, the tires bounced over muddy potholes, and the LED lights on the cruiser strobed red and blue through the dark woods surrounding them. Officer Seraiah Thiessen was finally driving, and her partner, Luther Wellington, shone a powerful flashlight into the creeping shadows between the trees, rocks, and shrubs that spread for hundreds of acres in the Olympia National Forest. It had been 3 days since the FBI alert had come across their computer, but at last, it looked like the FBI had located the suspect running east down through the mountains, staying as far away from the pavement and cameras of civilization as he could. It had been a sound strategy, and they had both been quite surprised to see that he had evidently covered well over 80 miles of rough terrain in a relatively short period of time. The state police had been able to muster 6 officers to start searching the area, joining a number of local cops and park rangers. Luther had been far more excited than she expected, and she learned that he had spent every summer hiking the many trails of Olympia as a young man after his family moved from southern Georgia. After he became a father, he continued this tradition with his own 2 children every summer. He seemed to have a perfect map of the many logging roads, all of which seemed to twist and turn and go nowhere at all. Seraiah would have been utterly lost on her own, even with GPS, but Luther provided flawless directions, calling out turns and providing a running commentary on landmarks. "There's a little waterfall under that bridge. It goes down about a mile before it disappears underground again. Water so cold you won't last 5 minutes. Seraiah only saw brief flashes of water splashing in the wash of her headlights as they passed over the small bridge. They had started their shift at 6 a.m. before the April sunrise, and Seraiah guessed that they would have another late day. The electric vehicle had been left behind, and they had taken the only gas-powered SUV that their troop motor pool had available. This was an ancient but serviceable Ford Escape with upgraded suspension, and they had packed 2 extra cans of gas along with a couple of days' worth of food and water. Their captain had authorized extra food, enough for 3 good meals every day, and the entire crew was getting generous overtime pay. Apparently, the feds were footing the bill for this little excursion, so the state was putting as many units out as they had available. The late April sunrise had not yet risen over the mountains, but the light was growing brighter as they pushed further into the park, with Seraiah trying to maintain a decent speed on the wet gravel roads. They both felt the rush of adrenaline that comes with a pursuit, and the feeling of being right behind your quarry. The vehicle radio crackled, but the transmission was garbled and unreadable. They were out of range of the radio repeaters, so they would need to rely on the computer-aided dispatch terminal for communications. It was connected to the SATCOM system, which provided internet and text transmission no matter how far they got into the sticks. They also carried personal radios, but these radios had a very short range, and the best they could do was talk to each other. Seraiah had been half listening to Luther as he received text messages from dispatch, and so she knew that there had been another drone sighting of the fugitive. It seemed that they were now in the general area, having been the closest unit with a vehicle that was capable of running these terrible roads in early spring. Luther directed her to pull to the side of the road, and they sat at the bottom of a long, steep incline, one side of the road walled by trees, and the other a steep drop-off with no guardrail. Seraiah lowered her window and shut the engine down. The engine noise died away, and she realized just how loud these gas-powered vehicles really were. "I feel like I've been listening to heavy metal for 2 hours," she said wearily. Luther said nothing, continuing to scan the trees. He no longer needed a flashlight, since the daylight was coming on strong now. Seraiah popped her door open and stepped out, stretching her legs in the brisk air. Her breath plumed as she paced to the tree line, feeling the wet gravel grinding under her feet. The forest was silent as a grave, with no animals or insects moving. Small tendrils of morning fog drifted across the roadway ahead of them, rising as the sun struck the rain-soaked road surface. She tried to listen, holding her breath to increase her perception. Luther stepped out of the passenger side, his footfalls sounding heavy as his massive boots compressed the loose rocks. He was trying to be quiet, but it was like an elephant trying to be sneaky. She heard the soft snick as he quietly shut the vehicle door. Movement caught her eye, something on the very edge of her peripheral vision on the forest side of the road. Immediately she turned her head, but there didn't seem to be any change. Leaves and branches fluttered in the light breeze, and she relaxed again, letting out her breath in a long sigh. "Do you think—" She had started asking a question, but stopped just as suddenly. Luther's eyes were wide, and he was frozen in place, staring into the nearby trees and bushes intently. Once again, Seraiah held her breath and tried to focus all of her energy into seeing and hearing. It took just a second for her to recognize that there was an odd sound. It was faint and rhythmic, like a swishing of leaves against each other. This was a sound she had heard before, and she knew right away what it was. It was the sound of clothing against vegetation, a very distinctive type of noise that military members know well. A memory flashed into her mind from her National Guard training. She had been standing sentry on a moonless night in the forest, her M16 clutched in her cold fingers. Another soldier was nearby, but invisible in the complete darkness. After a while, her senses grew more acute, and her hearing had taken over as the primary perceptive sense. The mock attack had not been expected, but they had known that something was coming. The attackers had been careful, but not careful enough. The rubbing of their clothes against the grass and leaves had given them away, and Seraiah had initiated a very effective counteroffensive, scaring the absolute hell out of the attackers in the darkness. The memory of that moment brought with it the same rush of adrenaline, heightening her senses even more, but increasing her heart rate, which now thudded in her chest. She put her hands on the butt of her Glock sitting in the holster, feeling the perspiration against the polymer grip. The noise was moving distinctly, coming slowly and descending from the steep slope. Now they could hear the crunching of rocks and the breaking of twigs. If it was a human, they weren't making much effort to conceal themselves. Could it be a bear? Black bears were plentiful in the state, but this didn't sound like a four-legged creature. It had to be a person, and they were going to find out very soon. Quietly, both officers drew their firearms and found positions of cover. Seraiah decided to move behind a tree, and Luther tucked himself behind the vehicle, behind the back door. The fugitive was allegedly unarmed, but there was no reason to take unnecessary risks. They waited and watched in the direction of the sound, which stopped suddenly. Seraiah felt her heart rate triple, and she fought to maintain her focus, pushing against the tunnel vision and trying to keep scanning without giving away her position. The man was less than 20 yards away and seemed to come out of nowhere. He was moving much more cautiously, picking his feet up in a manner that was nearly inaudible. A scruffy, thin face was framed by medium-length, grubby-looking brown hair, with a filthy ball cap perched on his head. His clothing was baggy, and he looked thin. She couldn't see how tall he was since he was crouched, but the sleeves of his shirt had been torn away, and she saw the ropey muscles of his dirt-covered arms flexing as he gripped a stick that had been sharpened to a dangerous-looking point. The pale blue eyes scanned the woods and settled on Seraiah, immediately finding her. A surge of terror flooded her, and she felt her muscles lock up. The man's face showed no fear or surprise, but she could see the white knuckles on the makeshift spear. His mouth twitched beneath the dark facial hair. "Drop that weapon right now!" Luther's voice boomed into the early morning silence, so loud that Seraiah heard an echo from the valley below them. He sounded angry, like a predator about to strike. The terror that she had felt vanished, and Seraiah stepped out from behind the tree. "Drop the spear!" Her voice was a little shrill and not as loud as her partner's had been, but the effect on the man was immediate. Seeing that there were multiple opponents, he apparently decided that running was his only hope. He bounded through the bushes, moving faster than either of them expected. More adrenaline surged through Seraiah's muscles, and without hesitation, she holstered her Glock and started sprinting after their quarry, who was now nearly out of sight. What this loser didn't realize was that she had been the 1,500-yard champion sprinter during her senior year, and she had kept up the running all the way through her National Guard Basic and Police Academy training. She was going to run this guy into the ground. Immediately, she realized that there would be some challenges that sprinting around a track hadn't quite prepared her for. Police uniforms are functional and usually comfortable, but not ideal for running in. The bigger issue was that the terrain was horribly uneven, and she nearly lost her footing several times just in the first few dozen yards. Falling down this slope could result in serious injuries, so she slowed down to try and catch her footing. She ran and ran, trying to keep the ghostly figure of the fugitive in sight and not stumble over the many fallen trees and other random forest obstacles. Her breathing was hard, but she pushed forward. A clearing was up ahead, and she burst onto a slope that had very few trees, thanks to the exposed rock of the mountain. A flash of movement caught her eye, and she saw the fugitive darting into a stand of trees much further down the slope. "How the heck is he moving so fast?" she thought. She continued to push across the rocky slope, but it seemed that she was losing ground no matter how fast she went. A buzzing like an insect sounded for just a second, and she saw a drone zip through the air, almost too fast to see. At that moment, her radio crackled, and she heard her partner calling her. "Thiessen, I've got the drone, and I'm on his trail. Keep moving. We'll try to corner him." She had nearly forgotten about the drone in the first moments of pursuit, but as she had already lost sight of the homeless-looking fugitive, it seemed that running him down on foot was just not going to happen. The drone was using older technology, including the old-style propeller blades, but they would have about 2 hours of flight time, and it could be set to follow someone automatically with a flashing visible beacon. If they could get other resources to this region quickly, they would create an ever-tightening net of bodies to confine and capture this wily criminal. Seraiah kept moving as fast as she could, trying to catch up to the drone's flashing visual beacon as it careened over the trees. It seemed to be moving up the slope again, so she adjusted her direction of travel and responded on the radio mic clipped to her vest. "I see the drone. Try to keep it higher for me. He's got a good lead, but if he changes direction, I can probably cut him off." She did her best to make her breathing steady, pulling the air needed for running and talking with difficulty. The visual marker of the drone was visible from all sides, but it would be difficult to see when under the tree cover. There were special glasses that officers could wear that would mark the drone's position on an overlay, but those glasses were a couple of 100 yards away, sitting in the case that held the drone itself. Seraiah kept running as fast as she safely could, pushing through the fallen trees, branches, and undergrowth. "He's cut off! There's a river!" Luther sounded very excited. The trees surrounded her, and she could no longer see the drone at all. As a matter of fact, she couldn't see much of anything except more trees. The only thing that gave her a sense of direction was the slope itself, and she continued to move perpendicularly as she had been. If there was a river, it would be flowing down that slope, and she would come across it eventually. Is he moving up slope or down? Radio transmissions were no longer clear. The distance and massive amount of rock meant that soon she would lose the radio altogether. When that happened, the pursuit was over, at least temporarily. No way was she going to chase some spooky crazy man down with no comms. The river was flowing through a deep gorge, and she nearly took a headlong dive into the solid rock as the trees opened up abruptly. Towering, jagged slabs of weathered granite soared overhead, and the river splashed through about 30 feet below. The edge was a steep drop that went straight down, and she felt a wave of nausea as she understood just how close she had been to running right over the edge. She scanned up the slope first, and her instincts had been good. The fugitive was 50 yards north, obviously looking for a place to cross the chasm. If he did manage to cross, she would not be able to follow, and both of them knew it. This was the moment to grab him, and Seraiah felt renewed energy fill her legs. She pounded up the slope, trading stealth for speed, and closed the gap in moments. Her firearm was out and her hands were steady. "You're not running anymore, stop!" The man didn't look at her, but rather was sizing up a flat-looking spot on the other side of the gorge. It was well over 15 feet away, and she didn't think anyone could make that jump. "Don't even think about it. You won't make it. You'll break your neck and then I'll sit up here for 2 hours waiting for a rescue lift while you slowly bleed out at the bottom in agony." At last, she seemed to really get the fugitive's attention, and he turned to face her directly. They locked eyes, and Seraiah saw the resignation in the thin face. For a number of seconds, they simply stared at each other, catching their breath from the 500 yards of sprinting. The fugitive was lean but not quite emaciated, and his clothing was ragged and filthy. He had a makeshift backpack strapped over his shoulder, fastened with what looked like homemade twine. The spear stayed in his hands, but he no longer held it in front of him. Sweat gleamed on his face and neck, and she saw a small cross on a thick necklace just visible under the torn shirt. He looked like he had been doing nothing but running and pull-ups for weeks, without getting quite enough food. "Let me go." His voice was hoarse and thin, like a man who hasn't drank water for a day. Seraiah took a step closer, the Glock at high ready. She shook her head emphatically. "Nope, not going to happen. I'm not going to kill you, but you aren't getting away from here." She gestured with her head to the flowing water far below them. "You can either jump or come with me." She holstered the Glock and pulled her taser, pointing it at the fugitive. "This entire area is surrounded by cops, and more are on the way. The FBI is here too." She moved a step closer, and the man's grip tightened on the homemade spear. "Put that stick down or I'll tase you. I don't want to do that, because you'll probably fall, so don't force me to." She kept her voice firm but calm, doing her best to not escalate this guy into making a bad decision. "You're under arrest!" Chapter 21. Damien was trapped, and he was slowly coming to grips with this fact. He had nearly delivered himself right into their hands already, foolishly blundering right past them on his way down the slope. His guard had been down, his mind wandering somewhere while his body moved on autopilot. He was fast and agile, and he had quickly fled, but it looked like they had deployed a drone to follow him. The blinking colored lights in the corner of his vision told him that he was tagged by a flying machine that would follow him no matter where he went. The female cop wasn't very tall, but she looked angry, and she had caught up to him, so she was obviously fairly capable. He could try and attack her, maybe throw the spear or something. She was keeping a safe distance, and moving slowly to cut him off from the forest, pinning him against the edge of the river. Weeks of being on the run had finally caught up with him. A sense of weariness settled over him, not physical but mental. The mission didn't seem to matter any longer, and the tiny transmitter, the small device that 2 men had died to retrieve from a country thousands of miles away, felt like the one ring, a burden that he had carried long enough. He was supposed to hand this to some person that he didn't know, in a faraway place he had never been before. Some part of his mind demanded that he keep fighting, to do something, but there wasn't anything to do. The cop was right. He did seem to be trapped, but there was no way he could just give up. It was time to switch tactics. "What's your name?" he asked, hearing his voice out loud for just the second time in over a week. It was difficult to form the words, as though his sun-cracked lips had forgotten how to speak. The female cop looked a bit wary, scanning around the rocks, trees, and forest plants as though she expected a second person to jump out. "I'm Damien," he stated, slowly lowering the makeshift spear to the ground and opening his hands to appear less threatening. "I'm a soldier, a U.S. Ranger." He pointed to the death's head tattoo on his right upper arm, barely visible under the dirt. "We're on the same team!" That was silly, and obviously not true, but it was worth a shot. Cops tended to view other government workers more favorably. The officer said nothing, but her blue-green eyes locked with his and did not waver. A tiny wisp of dark blonde hair peered out from one ear, but the rest was tightly bound in a neat bun. The radio mic on the officer's body armor crackled with a transmission, badly garbled from the distance. She glanced down at the mic for a second, as though just remembering that it was there. "I've got him. We're by a river that cuts through a deep gorge. Do you have eyes on?" Damien glanced up and scanned the cloudy sky, looking for dark blots that would indicate a drone. He saw it floating serenely and silently 100 yards up, almost directly overhead. It was flashing a Christmas tree's worth of colors in all directions, obviously a visual beacon for anyone pursuing on the ground. He had no doubt that the high-quality camera was feeding real-time images to all of the cops in the area, as well as the FBI. Bloody drones, he raged in his mind. It had been a fleet of them that had likely tipped off the authorities to his location a few days back after he had foolishly decided to walk right out in the open, but there was a good chance that even tree cover would not have been enough to dodge these things. Damien had no idea how they had even known he was in the U.S., but it was certainly better to be caught by the American feds than the Chinese ones. He just had to pray that they didn't send him right back to China. Chapter 22. Harvinder dozed in the front passenger seat of the FBI van, numb to the road noise and motion as Hawking drove them deeper into Olympia Forest. He had not managed any real sleep for 2 nights now, and it would not be acceptable to try and drive if he was too exhausted to think. What finally woke him was the lack of noise as they pulled into a rest area and stopped. "Where are we?" he asked, trying to stifle a yawn that seemed to crack through regardless. Hawking flipped the computer open and turned the AirTouch map screen with his fingers. They were surrounded by green, representing forest, blended with mottled gray that represented rocks and one small river running down the side of a mountain. "We're as close as we can get before going seriously off-road," Hawking said. Harvinder tried to zoom into the map, but it was just more green. "We need to get right on site, as fast as possible. I know you hate driving up here, so let's quickly switch then." Hawking was not a confident driver, and he rarely left the office. He preferred to manage his teams from a distance, which was common among the middle management of the FBI. Harvinder wished he could have had Suncroft or Miller with him, but they had been pulled to Washington along with the other top agents. The van was gas-powered, but the tires were in poor condition, and it would not be wise to push their speed through the treacherous logging roads that spread through this area. It was equipped with a police band radio, and he used it now, hoping to contact the state police team that had apparently found and apprehended their fugitive a little less than an hour ago. The range of these ancient radios was quite limited, but a deep, booming voice responded immediately. "This is State Trooper Wellington. Glad to hear you are close. My partner is still out there, but she has your man, and she's bringing him back." Harvinder punched the gas and pulled the van back on the roadway, driving with one hand and using the radio with the other. "Stay where you are if possible in case we need to do a search for anything." The reply was unreadable, and he turned off the pavement on the first of several logging roads that they would need to take to reach the state police unit. Under the van, a tiny drone silently detached, flying through the exhaust vapors coming from the tailpipe and shooting up 100 feet in the air to re-establish its satellite connection. The nuclear battery had fully charged up, and it had 20 minutes of flight time. A very primitive AI running inside the drone had detected a change when the van had moved onto the logging road, and it had calculated that it was likely that the FBI had found something. It would upload its data to the larger and more sophisticated AI running on the Russian yacht Zavoye, alerting them about the discovery. Kostya had gone to bed early the night before. Something in his gut had told him that the next day would be the one he was waiting for, when the fugitive would be found and his prize recovered. He had patiently waited while his family kept up their surveillance of the FBI whenever possible, giving him reports of their movements and activity. Several BRICA agents were also reporting to him, circumspectly, of course. The FBI would be monitoring cell phones that were active in the area if they knew that they existed. The drones only turned themselves on briefly to transmit data and then went silent, so it was much less risky. Some people were capable of waking up at a certain time in the morning without any external assistance, but Kostya was not one of these, and he didn't care enough to try and develop such a ridiculous skill. He had people around him whose job it was to alert him, so he would let them stay up late, and he would be well rested when they called for him. The pounding on the door came at 6:45 a.m., and Kostya rose from the bed immediately. Luka was excited, his glasses tracking several drones that were doing something that only he could see. "They found him, on the mountain!" "Yes, obviously. Where is Oleg? That man better be getting ready to leave now." Kostya pushed past Luka, walking down the corridor to his brother-in-law's small stateroom. "He is gone, Kostya, flying the machine. He left 10 minutes ago." Luka sounded almost apologetic, although this was obviously good news. "Let us go to your office and we will watch the fun." Kostya smiled for the first time in nearly a week. He loved videos of war and would watch them all day long. A live video of destruction was even better, and he would not miss a single moment. Chapter 23. Astrid was dreaming again, and as always, she knew that it was a dream the entire time. In this version of the dream, her grandmother was the president of the entire Earth, and was riding a chubby little pony with a long blonde comb-over. Astrid cheered them on in a huge stadium filled with well-dressed white people, while everyone held a small candle. For some reason, this dream always filled her eyes with tears, and she would wake up with her face wet. In this dream, she was once again exultant, singing a song that had no words, and holding her small candle cradled in her palm. The center of the stadium cracked down the middle, the dirt crumbling and shattering in a long, straight line. It moved apart, and the cheering turned into screaming as the stadium seats began to fall into the gaping chasm that was yawning from the middle. A roar of flame and smoke filled the hole, rising like Satan from the pits of hell. Something was rising from the ever-widening gap, pushing into the sky, riding into the stars with a massive column of fire that stretched deep into the earth and rose into the sky as far as you could see. The scream that she voiced was silent, and it was still bound up in her lungs as she woke, pitching forward into the seat restraints of the mini Falcon. She glimpsed her reflection on the glass canopy, her mouth open in a silent scream of terror, and her eyes bulging from their sockets. Slowly she released the air locked inside her, breathing out slowly to try and release the tension. The memory of the nightmare faded slowly. To distract herself, she switched on the AirTouch display and found her location. She was in something called Class B airspace, 30 miles east of Seattle, Washington. The batteries were at 37%, which was good for about an hour of flight time. The sunrise was visible just over the far distant expanse of gray ocean, and she saw that it was just about 6 a.m. The journey had been much more difficult than she had expected, and it had taken several days instead of just one. It was challenging to find a charging port that was operational on the West Coast area, and there had been none in Idaho, prompting a long detour south through Utah and Nevada. Spring rainstorms had made flying impossible for 12 hours, and she had spent the entire time searching a small, nameless town for a restaurant so she could eat some real food. At least the Falcon's seat would recline, making it possible to get a decent amount of sleep, even while flying. She had tried her best to unlock the Falcon's administrator functions, which would give her full control of the craft, rather than just picking a destination and letting autopilot navigate. The software was locked down with a password, which was absurd since she was already required to authenticate herself just to use the stupid thing. Her next destination was McCord Air Force Base, which had a fast charger system for this type of craft. The Falcon went through the familiar landing protocol and settled on the wet concrete next to the charger, next to 3 more machines that were similar to her Falcon. Several Air Force lackeys tried to approach the vehicle and talk to her, but she waved them off impatiently. Now that she was in Washington State, the importance of unlocking the administrator controls became critical. Astrid used the onboard computer to start searching through agency contacts, looking for someone whom she might be able to convince to hand over the password. As the list scrolled, she recognized the name Austin Massey. Her office had hired a team of coders with security clearances to work on a very sensitive database, and he had been on the team. As a junior CIA member, she had been given the unenviable task of overseeing the entire project, and had been forced to suffer a number of excruciatingly boring meetings with the dorky coding team. The pudgy blonde kid had been particularly irritating, and it had taken all of her willpower not to cuss him out daily. Austin lived in Washington, and his contract was still active with the agency. His billing history showed that he was frequently called upon to fix the database that he had helped to build and was earning a decent amount of money doing so. This was excellent news, because he would also have access to high-level agency information. As the phone rang to the programmer, Astrid took a second to plaster the most innocent smile on her normally sullen face. "Hi, Austin. This is Special Agent Astrid Clinton with the agency. I've got a special request for you." Austin had declined to turn his camera on, and his voice sounded thick with sleep. "All right, but it's double the hourly rate before 8 a.m., minimum 3 hours. The stupid moron was only concerned about getting paid. Well, that was fine. It wasn't her money being spent. "That's fine. Just bill whatever the cost is. I'm in a little bit of a hurry here, and I promise this won't take long." The effort required to not snap and lash out was starting to make her left eye twitch. Another long pause. "Okay, go ahead." "I need the user manual for the Mini Falcon 2. It's a small aircraft we use for important work." She heard keyboard noises from the tiny speaker. "Yep, I've got that here. I'll send it to your agency email." "Wait, no! Send it to my encrypted message center. I can't access that email right now." Astrid had a private, anonymous, and heavily encrypted message system set up for exactly this purpose. Agency emails were subject to being read by higher-ups, and she didn't need anyone to know what she was planning. She read out the address of the encrypted message platform and mentally dared him to challenge her about breaking policy. Austin didn't seem to care, and he sent the manual to the private server without comment. "One more thing, Austin, and this is important. I'm on a very time-sensitive and dangerous mission, and my Falcon has locked me out. I need the password for administrator access." No sound came from the speaker for a minute. "I don't think I have that. Not in this database. Can you look it up somewhere else?" "Hang on, let me check something." "Okay. The manual has a default password for admin. Try this out. It's 123123. Astrid typed that into the screen, expecting to see the red X that marked an incorrect entry. But instead, the administrator menu appeared. She was utterly stunned. The CIA had not reset the factory password for a highly advanced billion-dollar aircraft. "Did that work?" "Yeah, it worked. Unbelievable. Thanks, Austin. You definitely earned your 3 hours." She was genuinely cheerful as she disconnected and started scrolling through the vast menu. There was a very sophisticated sensor package and a stealth mode that she hadn't known about. The sensor package included several deployable mini-drones with an hour flight time and HUD access that pulled in camera views from those drones. The fast charger had topped her off to 90% in just 15 minutes, so she quickly disconnected and warmed up the Falcon's turbines. Because she wasn't a certified pilot, Astrid allowed the Falcon to depart using its autopilot, but now she could simply pick the direction of travel without having a specific destination. After leaving military airspace, she decided to move closer to the coastline and send yet another message to that idiot Patel, who was supposed to be updating her as things unfolded. The Falcon was blasting over the rugged terrain of Olympic National Forest when a strange alert sounded inside the cockpit. A flashing red warning appeared with the words, "Warning, interception." She had turned on the Falcon's sensor package to its fullest extent, which meant that it was scanning the surrounding area. This machine had never been intended to operate this way over U.S. soil. It was actually meant for operation in hostile environments. It probably had sensors that could detect and identify other craft. But how was that possible right here? As if in response, an image popped up of an aircraft that was quite similar to her own, but clearly not made by the U.S. It was larger and longer, but still not much bigger than a Cessna. The image had a label underneath Sokol, Russia, and a small picture of the Russian tricolor flag. Her heartbeat surged, and she felt a cold sweat on her neck. There was a flashing red dot on the overhead map, moving across perpendicular to her own path of travel. Astrid slammed the Falcon to a complete standstill and dropped her altitude to just above treetop level. The image of the Sokol showed that this particular model of aircraft was armed with 4 guns, while she was completely unarmed in the Falcon. For a brief second, she weighed the option of reporting this situation to the agency, alerting them to the presence of a foreign gunship flying over American airspace. They could send in military jets or drones to intercept, and they would demand that she pull back. The thought that she might be told to stand down, losing her chance to recover the valuable technology, was the deciding factor. She would report this to someone, It would be insane to not do so, but she would continue to pursue this bogey at a distance. If the Russians knew where the fugitive was, then she would be there as well. Send a text message to FBI agent Harvinder Patel. Found contact Harvinder Patel. What would you like to say? The computer's voice came back. The CIA is tracking a Sokol-type Russian gunship moving over the Olympic Forest to the east. Watch yourself out there. She still needed to avoid implicating herself in this growing mess. The Falcon began to move again, but this time she turned on stealth mode. The aircraft began to move forward at a slower pace, keeping just above the terrain to avoid being seen on radar. Oleg Belov had not flown at all in the last 5 years, and it had been nearly 2 decades since his last sortie for the Russian Air Force. The Sokol was so much more advanced than any helicopter he had ever been in, and it practically flew itself. The canopy showed nothing but trees, barely silhouetted in the morning sunrise as he tightly gripped the twin joysticks attached to the seat. Another empty seat was situated behind him, which was where the navigator and weapons operator would traditionally be positioned. He could still fire the main armaments from his seat with a trigger button on the right joystick controls. It had been 6 days since he had last had a drink. 6 excruciating days filled with headaches, chills, and shakes. Oleg reached into his flight jacket and pulled out the water bottle, spinning off the cap with one finger. The pungent smell of vodka greeted his nostrils, and he guzzled from the plastic bottle, feeling the delicious burn of the vodka cascading down his gullet. Kostya expected him to fly into hostile territory with no wingman, and very few directions except a square on a map. Flying sober was distasteful under the best of circumstances, but in this case, it was utterly intolerable. The alcohol would calm his nerves and bring his old skills back into focus. He already felt better as the intoxicating beverage soaked into his body and bones. The shaking and nerves subsided, and Oleg became the old fighter pilot once again, flying a mission against his enemies just like in the old days. Chapter 24. Damien Webber stood next to the Washington State Police SUV, feeling the cold metal of the handcuffs around his wrists. The female cop had her hand around his arm, holding him in place, as though he would suddenly start running again. A profound sense of disappointment had come over him as they walked through the forest, the feeling that there was more that could have been done. He had made it so far, sailing across the vast Pacific Ocean in a rusty tub that should have sunk to the bottom or run out of fuel. The swimming 70 miles to shore, and then surviving for more than a week in the woods with no supplies at all. And it was all for nothing. The government still had the resources to find someone if they really wanted to, no matter how well they were hidden. He idly wondered what the billionaire was doing now, if he suspected that they had failed in their mission. Even wealthy people were not immune to the government if they decided you were an enemy, as Donald Trump had found out in his final years. He felt the weight of the cross on his neck, and he wondered if the CIA or FBI would interrogate him. The roadway was well lit now, the sun finally peeking over the saddle between 2 mountains and casting its warmth across the rocky landscape, driving wisps of steam to rise from the cold, wet gravel. A huge black man was standing by the police vehicle, stowing the small drone into its case. The roadway sloped down and curved out of sight, and from that direction came a windowless panel van grinding up the gravel towards them. There were no markings on the van, but it was a light gray rather than black, and was also gas-powered like the cop's cruiser. It rolled to a stop behind the cops, and both doors opened. The 2 men were dressed in civilian clothes, wearing black, soft body armor emblazoned with the letters FBI. Right on schedule, he thought. He turned to look at the female officer, and to his surprise, she gave him a sympathetic smile for just a second before resuming the tough chick facade. One of the FBI agents approached, sticking out his hand to the big cop. They seemed to know one another from somewhere else and chatted for a second as the other FBI agent stood by, looking somewhat bored. "Harvey, you should have seen this one. She ran this guy down like it was nothing." The huge black cop ambled over to his partner, the female who had indeed run him down. Of course, they had the help of a drone and a massive river gorge, but the girl had been pretty fast on her feet. "Hello, officer. I'm Harvinder Patel, special agent in charge of the Washington branch." They shook hands like Damien was not even there. "I'm Officer Thiessen," she smiled warmly as she returned the handshake, her left hand never leaving Damien's arm for even a second. Let's get him tucked away and we can debrief. Officer Thiessen held up her hand. Just hold on to that. We need to search him first. Damien felt his heartbeat surge. They would find his cross necklace and take it from him. Someone would see the transmitter twisted onto it and ask him what it was. It was nearly over, and he didn't know whether he was happy or terrified. It was the big cop who searched him, probably wanting to feel like he could take some credit for the catch even though his partner did the hard work. Everything in his pockets was removed and placed on the hood of the police car. Finally, the necklace was slipped over his head, and all of the contents were unceremoniously dumped into a clear plastic bag. No one said anything about the necklace or the transmitter until Agent Patel came up and asked if he could conduct another search. The cops looked surprised at this, but they waved him to go ahead. Agent Patel took his time searching Damien, feeling into every nook and cranny. Each pocket was thoroughly gone through, and even the seams of his clothing were inspected closely. Finally, Patel grabbed the bag and examined the items inside. He seemed to give no special attention to the cross, and finally handed it back to the officers. Put him in your squad, we need to talk. Chapter 25. Harvinder felt angry, but he was not surprised that they found nothing on the fugitive. He had likely stashed the stolen technology somewhere along his journey, intending to come back to it later, or more likely, have someone else come and retrieve it. They would need to bring several search teams up to this area and conduct a grid search. The drones would be of great value in this process, but it was still very slow and tedious, especially in such unfriendly terrain. He grabbed his phone and sent an update on the encrypted channel to the 7 agents who were already en route. They could start prepping the drones that had been used to conduct high-level surveillance, switching the optics to enable them to search at ground level. It was a clunky system, and there were better drones for the task, but when you worked for the FBI, you made do with what you had. Hawking was talking on his cell phone, which irritated Harvinder as phone calls were very easy to grab with surveillance equipment. They really needed to keep this investigation a secret while they searched the forest to see what might have been hidden or discarded. In the meantime, he would need to send the fugitive back to the cube to conduct some interrogation. There was no way for him to do both, so the cops would need to drive him all the way there. He beckoned to the female officer and spoke quietly with her out of earshot of anyone else. We need this guy secured at our office in Seattle ASAP. Do you think you can make that happen? Officer Thiessen nodded. Are we sure this is the right guy? Yeah. He matched the description perfectly, and he tried to run when you pulled up. Seems like he's given up. No protesting or anything. Man knows he's caught. Maybe he's just planning to talk once we get him in a room. Okay, how far away is your office? It's 2 hours. Maybe a bit longer if you count the time to get back down to the highway. My guys are on their way up here now, so we need to secure this area and start searching for any dropped items. Are you sure he didn't have anything else on him? Seraiah shook her head. No, just some junk in his pocket, clothes and homemade rope and whatever else is in that plastic bag. Do you want to take his stuff so you can have a closer look? Harvinder looked at the dirty clothing in the bag. No, take it all back to our office. We'll get our forensic teams on everything. He slapped the roof of the cruiser and pointed to Luther. You're a good man, Luth. Say hi to your wife for me, will you? Luther was checking the handcuffs on the thin, scraggly fugitive and putting him in the back cage of their vehicle. Thanks, Patel. She'll be glad to know you are climbing the ladder up there. The FBI could use more guys like you, and less like... He trailed off and looked at Hawking, who was pacing the gravel and jabbering into his phone. Harvinder nodded and said nothing, but gave his old friend one last handshake before they started the long trip to the FBI office in Seattle. Damien slumped in the back seat, resting his legs against the hard metal wall of the partition that divided the front from the back. There was very little legroom, and he wondered how anyone larger than he was could possibly fit in there. He shifted to the middle, hoping to see something on their computer that might give him some intel. The air touch monitor was blocked from view by the barrels of a carbine rifle and a shotgun that sat in a locked cradle between the seats. A small plastic window could be opened from the front, but not the back. Hey, officer? The sound of his voice echoed in the cage. Neither of the cops responded, so maybe they couldn't hear him. The plastic probably muffled his voice considerably, and he was still having a hard time vocalizing after not speaking for so long. He decided to try again, louder. Hey, Officer Thiessen! The female was sitting in the passenger seat, and she glanced over her shoulder at him. She looked to be on edge, but something her partner said seemed to make her relax. She reached back and fumbled with a small sliding portal, trying to retract it. She managed to get it open, and now Damien could hear small sounds from the front compartment through the metal grate of the opening. "What do you want?" She sounded a bit impatient. "Do you have any water?" "I haven't had much to drink in the last couple of days." Thiessen looked around, then threw up her hands. "We can get you some water in a bit. There's nowhere to stop right now." Worth a shot, at least. He figured he had one more question before they got tired of hearing from him. "One more thing. I was just wondering what they told you about me. The FBI, I mean." The two cops shared a glance, and they must have come to some unspoken agreement. "We don't know anything about you. This is just a taxi ride. Once we get you there, it's not our problem anymore. The FBI is probably going to have a lot of questions, I'm sure. Sounds like fun." She gave a humorless smile. He rested his head against the hard plastic partition, letting the road vibration numb his mind as they drove. Time passed, and he began to doze. The pressure increased on his forehead painfully as the vehicle suddenly ground to a halt, the tires sliding on the loose gravel. Damien looked up and saw that they were still surrounded by trees on both sides. There was something in front of them, just around a corner, but his view was obscured, and he couldn't tell what it was. Maybe a tree had fallen across the road or something. He squinted through the multiple layers of glass and plastic to make out what was across the road. It looked like another van, parked completely sideways. The cops were animated, talking to each other too quietly for him to hear. The female cop rolled her window down a bit and unbuckled her seatbelt. Time seemed to freeze, and Damien felt the hair on his neck stand up. He knew exactly what this was, his years of training as an Army Ranger suddenly forcing his body into combat mode. "Get down, it's an ambush!" His voice echoed into the back of the cruiser, much louder than he had expected. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the big black cop's eyes turning to his, the panic beginning to register. No matter how long he lived, he would never forget seeing the last moments of this man's life before the shooting started. Windows shattered, and the windshield turned into a craze of spiderwebs as bullets punched through the unarmored glass. Luther gave a short cry, and the last thing that Damien saw before he flung himself below the windows was a spray of red striking the clear plastic divider. He pulled his legs up to his chest and desperately shoved his body into the small footspace, trying to get out of the line of fire. The shooting seemed to last forever, but it was probably just a few seconds. His eyes were instinctively shut tight, and he opened them slowly, expecting the hail of bullets to resume. The back seat was covered in glass, and he was stuck in the footwell, his hands still cuffed behind his back and useless for leverage. He started kicking his legs in panic, and to his great relief, he was able to wriggle back onto the seat. Having your hands behind your back is a major disadvantage, but Damien was pretty flexible. In a few painful seconds, he was able to stretch his cuffed hands under his legs, pulling them to the front. They were still cuffed together, but at least now he could use them. He quickly peeked up above the window line to try and get an idea of what was happening outside. The windows were completely shot out, and he could hear shouting outside that seemed to be far away. He needed to get out of this vehicle. It was inside the kill box, with no real protection. A scuffling noise from the front of the vehicle caught his attention, and he risked a quick peek over the front seat. The plastic divider was in shambles, most of the mesh was missing, and the plexiglass panel had fallen somewhere. The big cop was completely still, his head back and covered in blood. Dead for sure. The female officer was crouched down in the footspace, holding her pistol and looking at him with a terrified, angry look. "We need to get out of here. They're going to start shooting again any minute," Damien shouted to her. She nodded but didn't move. There was some blood on her arm and a little bit in her hair. "Are you hit? Hey, look at me!" She looked at him, frowning, and then seemed to notice that she had blood on her body. I don't think so. Glass, I think." "Okay, we got to get out of this vehicle, like right now. Can you unlock this gun right here?" He grabbed the barrel of the carbine, trying to keep his head below the windshield line of sight. There was no movement outside, and he could no longer hear any noise. The female police officer pulled her body up onto the glass-covered seat and actually pointed her pistol at him. "Don't touch that! I will shoot you if you try to grab a weapon!" Another barrage of shooting sent shards of windshield glass, plastic, and stuffing from the seat swirling into the air. Damien flung himself back down as far as he could get, reflexively covering his face with his arms. He tried to listen to the number and location of the shots, but the noise of bullets tearing through the vehicle was all he could hear. The shooting paused again, and he realized that these shooters were simply emptying the magazine as fast as they could. They were amateurs, he realized. That was good, and it was probably the only reason that they were still alive. Even amateurs would eventually get lucky and start flanking the vehicle. Once the bullets started coming from the sides, the huge engine block would not be there to absorb them, and they would both be cut to pieces in seconds. If this had been an electric vehicle, they both would have been dead long ago. Thank God for gasoline engines. Damien didn't wait. Once the shooting stopped, he lunged back through the opening, pushing his cuffed hands down to the duty belt of the female's dead partner. Luckily, the cop had been right-handed and his gun was just within reach. Officer Thiessen saw this and shouted at him again. "Stop it! Stop grabbing his gun!" She sounded terrified. "If we don't start shooting back, we're both going to die!" He bellowed at her, suddenly furious. Her refusal to see the situation for what it really was would be the death of them both. The Glock was already unstrapped, and Damien realized that the big guy had been in the middle of drawing his weapon when they were ambushed. The Glock slid out, and he tried to reach around to grab one spare magazine, but the ammo pouches were too far. He knew that Glocks could have high-capacity magazines, and he guessed that he had 15 rounds in the mag. Against multiple shooters who obviously had rifles, it was pitiful. But the shooters were also wild amateurs, so maybe he could outshoot them. "I'm going to dive out my window and start shooting, and when I do, you need to get yourself out, find some cover, and start shooting back." He didn't wait to hear a reply, but slithered his body out the side window, rolling to the ground, and then under the vehicle in a smooth motion. That wouldn't have been possible just a few weeks ago, but he had lost a lot of dead weight trekking through the forest. Another barrage of shooting, the noise echoing through the trees and making it impossible to pinpoint direction by sound. They had to be in front, probably near their ambush vehicle. Vehicles were magnets for people looking for cover, even though they were made of little more than the thinnest layers of metal and plastic. Damien lay prone beneath the vehicle and scanned what he could see. A foot moved out right beside the wheel of the van that was blocking the road, and he fired 2 slow shots. A high-pitched scream came from somewhere, and he knew that he had scored a hit. Now he heard more shouting. At least 2 males were here as well. The scream had sounded pretty high-pitched, and he thought maybe it was a woman. He scooted forward and immediately started a series of slow, aimed shots at the van. This would hopefully keep these bastards from peeking out, and allow the female cop to get her butt out of the kill box. Sure enough, after 3 shots, he heard the door open and the sound of a foot crunching on gravel. Officer Thiessen jumped out and ran to the back of the police vehicle, and he saw her take a kneeling stance. "I'm coming," he called, scooting himself backward. Another round of rapid shots sounded, and this time he could see small puffs of smoke from the shooter's position as they moved sideways from the ambush van. The bullets seemed to hit the top of the vehicle, not coming anywhere near them. The recoil was pushing the barrel of the ambusher's weapon higher with each shot, another sign that these were rank amateurs. Damien fired 2 more rounds, one into the rusty side of the van and another into the trees where he thought the shooter might be. He scooted all the way back and rose to his knees behind the vehicle. The female cop was covering the woods on their right, so he took the left. "Cover and move, fighting retreat. That means shoot and move." "I know what it means," she interrupted him. She fired 3 slow shots and then started moving backward quickly. Damien fired a single round on each side of the vehicle, moving as he fired. "Moving!" he shouted, which was the verbal signal to your teammates that they needed to start shooting to cover your movement. He heard the pistol bark, and he quickly jumped down the steep slope. The police cruiser was now about 10 yards away, and the edge of the road was available for cover. They could slip away from the scene and regroup, but something tugged at his mind, a terrible feeling of dread. "The necklace! I've got to grab the necklace!" Chapter 26. There was only one reason that they were being ambushed in the first place. Someone knew that he was there, and they were trying to steal the AI technology. He could save his own hide by slipping away, but he would fail his primary mission, and there could be some serious unknown consequences for allowing this technology to be stolen by people who were willing to murder cops. It was bad enough that the FBI wanted the tech, but foreign governments or terrorists might also be trying to recover it as well. A roaring noise filled the air, overpowering the sound of shooting. A black silhouette appeared in the air, hovering over the trees to the right of the van. The aircraft was sleek, about the size of a small helicopter, but without the rotors. Instead, it had 6 cones at the bottom of the flat body that appeared to be blasting air downward at high speed. Damien had seen similar vehicles before, in pictures. The U.S. military operated a bunch of these, but this design was unfamiliar to him. It had no markings, was painted a mottled camo style, and sported a large glass canopy that seemed to be tinted so heavily that you could not see inside. The craft moved slowly, making a slow, lazy circle around the 2 vehicles. The shooting had stopped, and Damien did his best to hide out of sight of the large aircraft, ducking behind the road and pulling Officer Thiessen down as well. "Don't let it see you," he hissed at her. "It's the military. Look, you see the guns?" The vehicle had small wing-like structures protruding from the sides as an attack helicopter might. Mounted under these baby wings were several machine guns, which gave him a chill. There was no way that this was American. It had no markings, and it didn't look anything like the jet drones that he had seen American forces operate. American jets had a very distinct look, with the armaments mounted on the nose. This jet had a very Chinese look to it, but he thought that it could also be Russian. "That's not the military, trust me," he begged, grabbing her sleeve and tugging her down. She yanked her arm away and stood, waving her hands in the air as a signal. The craft responded, turning to face their position. It wobbled a bit as though the pilot was having trouble with the control, and then puffs of smoke appeared from the wings as the machine guns opened up. Damien tackled the female cop, sending them both tumbling down the slope into the cover of heavy trees and shrubs. He felt branches and pine needles stabbing him as they fell, both of them slamming against the moss-covered trunk of a spruce tree. A thick canopy spread overhead, blocking any view of the sky. Rounds whistled above, smashing into tree trunks and sending splinters of wood raining down. None of the bullets came close, and the shooting stopped quickly. The noise of the jet changed, and a vague change in the light was the only visual indicator that the craft had moved overhead, resuming its circling of the area. Damien realized that he was basically lying on top of Officer Thiessen, and he looked at her. She had blood streaked across her face and hair and a nice bruise growing on her cheek, but she was still quite pretty. It seemed weird to keep looking at her, so he quickly moved his eyes away and scrambled back. "You hurt? Anything broken?" She patted herself for a second and then shook her head. "I'm supposed to be asking you that question," she said, as she retrieved her Glock from where it had fallen a few feet away. "Do you mind? It's a lot harder to shoot with my hands cuffed together." He held up his hands and tried to look non-threatening. Officer Thiessen reached into her vest to retrieve her key, and Damien shivered in relief as she unlocked his wrists from the restraints. "We need to go back up. I want to get something from your vehicle." She stared at him in disbelief, and then her eyes narrowed. "What are you going to get?" "She knows. Can't lie to this one," he thought. "My property, and the rifle you have in the front." She didn't move, looking up at the thick layer of trees concealing them from view. "That's insane. They'll kill you before you even get up to the road," she said, glancing up. Another burst of gunfire could be heard, but it sounded distant. "They're shooting at each other. Come on, Officer Thiessen, this might be our chance." She holstered her Glock and followed him up the incline, keeping her hand on the gun and eyes to the sky in case the aircraft reappeared. Damien sliced the pie over the roadway, moving slowly to avoid attracting attention. His military training was in full swing. He was thinking and moving like a ranger once again after being out for 4 years. The jet drone was hovering further up the road and was facing away from them, so he didn't waste a second, scrambling up to the road and sprinting for the bullet-ridden police cruiser. He quickly flipped up the back gate, where the plastic bag containing his meager property was sitting on top of a pile of gear partially destroyed by bullets from the jet and from the ambush. He seized it and tucked it into his shirt. Nothing else in the back looked to be of any use, so he rushed up to the front passenger door and flung it open. He wanted that carbine, but as he tugged on it, it refused to move. Of course, it was locked up, but there would be a way to release it somewhere. He pulled on a metal flap that seemed to be the locking mechanism, and to his surprise, it came loose in his hand. It must have been struck by gunfire at some point, destroying it. As he pulled the carbine out from the cradle, he glanced at the big cop still sitting dead in his seat. The man's head was leaning forward as though in prayer, his body sparking with glass that had spalled from the windows. A buzzsaw of gunfire ripped up the roadway, and Damien was once again forced to fling himself underneath the ruined cop car. The underside of the engine was soaked in foul-smelling fluids, and it was quite a struggle to keep himself from lying directly in whatever was pooling underneath. There was now constant shooting from multiple directions, and as before, it was nearly impossible to see anything from under the vehicle. The familiar sound of the Glock pistol was coming from the side of the road, which meant that Officer Thiessen was exposing herself to give him cover. Damien dragged himself and the carbine out from under the car, checking to make sure that he still had the Glock tucked in his pants pocket. Thank God, the carbine had a magazine loaded, and he pulled the cocking handle to load a round. The jet drone was still moving in that now familiar circle, which kept its forward-facing machine guns on target, but also exposed the canopy. Rifle bullets on the fuselage would be nothing more than spitballs, but the canopy might be a weak point if he hit it in the right spot. With his back to the police vehicle, he took 3 aimed shots right at the canopy, scoring at least 1 hit on the glass. Immediately, the jet drone seemed to go crazy, flying erratically around the scene. Damien wondered if he had actually managed a lucky hit on the pilot, but it seemed unlikely. The jet was moving up the roadway and turning to fly back down. More bullets hit the gravel as the pilot blasted everything in sight with machine gun fire. Damien was already moving, running to the edge of the road where Thiessen was hopefully taking cover behind the road. He dived over the edge and tumbled several yards down the slope. This time, he dodged the tree trunk, finding himself under the same layer of thick vegetation that provided concealment just a few minutes before. Officer Thiessen was leaning up against the tree, gripping her left arm and looking very pale. A rivulet of fresh dark red blood was streaming from beneath the sleeve of her gray police shirt, blooming through the fabric across her shoulder. "Oh crap, did you get hit?" He grabbed her sleeve and tried to pull it up, but she weakly pushed him back. "I'm okay. It went right through." She was having trouble speaking and her knees started to buckle. "Do you have a cat?" he asked, using the army slang for tourniquet without thinking. She shook her head no, apparently understanding the term. National Guard. Gotta be. That would explain the skillful shooting and moving, a skill that even most cops weren't taught. Without hesitation, he tore a long strip from the bottom of his shirt, going around the bottom to get a nice long thin piece of cloth. He wrapped it around her upper arm several times and tied a small knot. Then, he tucked a small stick into the knot, giving it a few twists to keep the pressure and cut off blood flow. A pass-through gunshot wound to the arm wasn't as dangerous as a leg or chest wound, but blood loss would quickly lead to shock and then death. They still had enemies out there, and they both needed to get the heck out of the area. "Hold that!" He moved her hand up to the stick, closing her fingers around it. "Keep it tight, and it will slow down blood loss, and keep you from going into shock." He suspected that she was going into shock already, so they would need to move quickly. The cop would need her good arm to hold the tourniquet, so Damien would need to use her injured arm as leverage to move her. She was about 3 inches shorter than his 5'11", so he wrapped her arm around his shoulders and reached around her back, grabbing her gun belt. The two of them descended the slope for a long time that way, moving slowly but steadily. Somehow, the girl kept herself from falling or passing out, although he did hear her grunting in pain from time to time. Looking back, he could never decide if the trip down the mountain had taken a long time or no time at all. It was a blur of staggering from tree to tree, the only thought in his mind being the need to get distance from the gunfight going on behind them and get somewhere that he could assess the situation and look after the cop's gunshot wound. Chapter 27. Oleg was feeling the vodka flowing through his veins as he expertly piloted the Sokol around the treetops, firing bursts from the machine guns mounted to the pods of the craft. It handled well, much more responsive than a helicopter. Kostya had demanded that he kill everyone, and then land to retrieve whatever technology the man had stolen from the Chinese. He had nearly drained all of his guns of ammunition, and yet there were still armed enemies firing at him from the ground. The body of the Sokol was strong, with many layers of metal protecting him from these small guns. He tilted forward to find the little man who had just run out to the roadway, firing another burst onto the road and laughing as he dived underneath the cop's car. More bullets hit the Sokol, and the onboard computer pinpointed the direction of the shooter, highlighting them on the display. He circled back to eliminate them when a hole appeared in the canopy, a bullet zipping by his head and smashing into the seat behind him. Glass sprayed into his face as it spalled off the window, and he screamed, shutting his eyes and turning the aircraft away. This was becoming less fun by the moment, and it was time to turn these bastards into shredded cabbage. He swung up the road and lined up the jet for a final strafing run. 7.62mm rounds sent up puffs of dirt and gravel as he racked the entire scene, hitting the police car and the van that was parked across the road. The shooting stopped and a red warning light flashed, showing that he was out of ammunition. There would be no landing. Oleg was a pilot, not a soldier. Kostya would be angry, but he would take it out on someone else, not his own brother-in-law. Oleg turned his aircraft and accelerated to maximum speed, moving back to the coastline as fast as he could. The sun was rising behind him, casting a shadow on the trees as he flew at 400 miles per hour back to the yacht. An audible alert sounded in the cockpit of the Sokol, and several warning lights started blinking, including the one labeled radio and the other labeled radar lock. Oleg hit the button for the radio, and a voice came across the speakers on frequency 121.5 megahertz. The voice was speaking American English, and it said, "Unidentified aircraft operating below 500 feet without a transponder near William Fairchild Airport. This is ATC. You are in restricted airspace. Transmit on 121.5 megahertz immediately and identify yourself. Failure to comply may result in further action. Over." Oleg brought up the map overlay and realized that he was 10 miles further east than he was supposed to be. There was a small, narrow corridor where radar was not sufficient to spot his aircraft, but he had strayed outside of that, and now they had him. His only chance was to increase speed and try to outrun whatever the Americans would scramble to intercept. The speed of the Sokol increased to 430 miles per hour, and the turbines screamed as he tried to get even lower over the trees. Chapter 28. Daryl crouched in the forest about 50 yards away from the van that they had positioned across the road to ambush the cops. Everything had gone so well at first. They had killed one cop and were about to close in and finish off the other two people when the prisoner had suddenly started shooting at them. He had been shocked to see the cop and the prisoner both working together quite effectively. Nick had been the first one to die, shot in the legs and chest by the mysterious man dressed in ragged clothing after he dived out of the back of the vehicle and started shooting. Daryl had left him beside the van where he fell and retreated, trying to flank to the left. It was nearly impossible to flank, thanks to the incredibly steep embankments on both sides of the road. He had chosen their ambush point specifically for those features, but their enemies had benefited from it. Everything had gone to hell when the mysterious gunship arrived, spewing fire from cannons mounted under its stubby wings. Daryl had seen similar machines operating from McCord Air Force Base, but this one looked different. For one thing, it was a very different color, a mottled green on top and light gray on the bottom. There had been no markings of any kind on it, numbers or letters. It could have been the CIA, except that it seemed to also be shooting at the female cop and her prisoner. Daryl didn't feel like sticking around to ponder who was flying the death machine, so he quickly grabbed his pack and retreated further down into the dense forest with his rifle. Serena and Leo had dived back into the van, which was probably the worst place to be. No doubt they were dead, cut to pieces by the final burst of gunfire before the mysterious machine flew off. The little twat cop and her lanky, homeless-looking prisoner had also managed to run away, but the cop had been injured pretty badly, and they were moving slowly. The raggedy man had come back and grabbed something from the cop car before they escaped, and Damien was sure that it was the secret technology that the Chinese were looking for. It would be simple to track them both through the woods, kill them, and take the prize for himself. Chapter 29. Special Agent in Charge. Harvinder Patel stood on the gravel road, surveying the remains of the state police vehicle and the unknown panel van that was now blocking the roadway. He had let Hawking drive them back down, and they had nearly crashed into the scene. If Harvinder had not grabbed the steering wheel, the dummy would have driven them both off the side of the steep embankment. Harvinder had delegated the coordination effort to Hawking, telling him to call every single agent available to their location as well as alerting the military and state police. The man had already spent most of his time on his phone. He may as well make a couple more phone calls. Harvinder was a very good investigator, and he needed to examine as much evidence as possible immediately. The vehicle blocking the roadway was an obvious ambush, and it had been well placed. There was no way to go around it, and you couldn't see it until you were right on top of it. He looked inside the shredded police vehicle and saw the big black cop in the front, stone dead. Harvinder shuddered as he realized that it would have been himself in that position if they had taken the prisoner themselves. Sending the state cops had actually been a breach of protocol, and it had saved his life. The big guy looked peaceful, his eyes closed and a relaxed expression on his face. A tiny gold cross was the only color that Harvinder could see, the shining metal glimmering from the man's chest. He reached out and almost touched it before pulling his hand back sharply. The vehicle itself had been absolutely obliterated by gunfire. Every window had been shot completely out, including the front windshield, which was lying on the gravel in a shredded heap. Harvinder approached the panel van with his firearm drawn. No one had shot at them, and he could see no movement, but it would be foolish to make any assumptions. He cleared the perimeter, seeing the large exit holes on the far side of the vehicle. It had also been raked with gunfire, but it was strange. The metal poking out of the exit holes was pointing downwards, as though the shooters had been firing from high up. The pattern of holes was also regularly spaced, making almost a perfect grid, 4 across and 7 high. He grabbed his cell phone and shoved it in his vest with the video running. Even after decades, the FBI still refused to issue most of their agents with body-worn cameras. The inside of the van was hidden from view, including from the front. A small doorway covered access to the back, and it was closed. That was unusual, but this vehicle was obviously chosen for being nondescript. He quickly made a tactical entry to the rear doors, ready to start shooting anyone who might be hiding inside if they were trying to conduct another ambush. He was greeted with a terrible sight: 2 bodies that were nearly unrecognizable as humans. Several weapons were clutched in the hands of these poor slobs, and he quickly grabbed them, tossing them into the gravel outside. One of the rifles had been ripped in half by what had to be large rounds. This was more than an ambush. It was a massacre, and both sides had taken casualties from a mysterious third party. The state cops were moderately well armed, usually carrying shotguns and carbines in addition to their Glock pistols, but this damage was far beyond any of that. It looked like a military jet or helicopter had come through, throwing thousands of heavy rounds into everything in sight. A roaring sound came to his ears as he stood with one foot inside the van, growing louder quickly. A dark shape passed over the cloudy sky as something briefly cast a shadow over him. He glanced up to see a small turbine-powered aircraft blast over the trees, the downdraft sending clouds of dust into the air. "It's back!" His mind raced as he looked around, trying to spot the closest cover to his position. If there was a gunship making another strafing run, he was standing directly in the kill zone. He quickly threw himself into the trees on the upslope side of the road, trying to use the curve of the ground to hide himself. The blast of dirt and rocks grew more intense as the vehicle got closer to the ground until it suddenly stopped. Harvinder popped out of cover and sprinted towards the craft, his firearm at high ready. Hawking was standing 10 yards away, his weapon holstered and a perplexed expression on his face. Harvinder felt a shout grow in his throat. Yelling something like, "Get down!" or "Cover!" would hopefully be enough to jar the man into taking action to save his life. Instead, the words died in his lungs as a woman jumped out of the small jet and started walking towards his partner. It was Astrid Clinton, and as usual, she was angry. Harvinder remembered her face well, recognizing the tall, thin face which was fringed by stringy blonde hair that was tied in a loose ponytail. It seemed she had aged a lot even in 4 years. She had been pretty, and still was, but the frown lines around her mouth were more prominent than before. And she was still shapeless, no nice curves around her business suit. Instead, she was all pointed angles and sharp edges. Curiously, Hawking was effusive and welcoming to Astrid, as though he somehow knew all along that the CIA was going to send an agent in a stealth jet and land in an active crime scene just minutes after it happened. He should have been demanding that she stay away, especially since the CIA had no jurisdiction on U.S. soil. He debated whether or not to acknowledge the old relationship, and the professional side of his mind won. If she wanted to play cowboy, breaking the rules and crashing the party, he would play it right back. He marched up to the jet with a stern look across his face. "This is an active crime scene," he said loudly, looking at Hawking rather than Astrid. Astrid looked at her former lover as he walked up the gravel road. No emotion played on her face, no recognition, no joy, no anger, just the calculating look that indicated she was playing a role. Harvinder did his best to return the same look, but he wasn't a manipulative harpy, so it was quite a bit harder for him. "Thanks for letting me come out here, Special Agent Patel. It looks like you have quite a mess on your hands," she said smugly. "Yes, we haven't had time to start sorting evidence, so please don't touch anything." He walked up to her and stuck out his hand. "Good to see you again," he said, making it sound like a question rather than a statement. Her handshake was limp and unenthusiastic. "Yeah, same," she said dismissively. "Did you find anything yet?" "Right to the point, as always." Harvinder turned to Hawking and told him, "Please set up a perimeter. Let's use the Falcon up here as the northmost point and extend it 30 yards past the van. We've got 4 corpses gathering flies and we need some resources here. Get Simmons and Fleck from Allamore Hospital in Tacoma, and we're going to need as many stadies as we can muster." He looked up at the sky. "We will probably have some foreign surveillance drones hanging around, so let's see if we can get some jamming happening." Astrid was trying not to look impressed. The last time she had seen him, he was nothing but a lowly field agent. Harvinder pointed right in her face. "You've got some explaining to do. Some kind of aircraft flew through here and blasted the heck out of everyone, including the cops. Is the military running some kind of operation?" She grabbed him by the sleeve, pulling him up the roadway to her vehicle. "It's much worse than that." When they were out of earshot of Hawking, she turned and said pointedly, "This was the work of the Russians. I think they are planning something big." Harvinder recoiled and then laughed. "Right, the Russians just sent a jet across the Pacific to shoot up a couple of vehicles." Astrid gripped his arm, and her hands were cold enough that he felt it through his shirt. "I'm serious, Patel. I saw the jet with my own eyes. It came from just offshore. There is probably a ship somewhere out there. These things don't have a lot of range." Harvinder surveyed the scene again, feeling conflicted. Part of him wanted to outrightly deny the possibility of foreign involvement, especially something so outrageous as killing police and shooting civilians, but he struggled to come up with another explanation that made sense. "We need to alert someone in the military. If foreign jets are attacking U.S. targets, that's kind of their job, is it not?" Astrid's grip on his arm tightened, and he really looked her in the eyes for the first time in many years. He saw the shadow of the girl she had been then, hidden behind a hard mask of cold calculation. "We need to find that fugitive, and whatever he was carrying. The Chinese are supposed to be getting it back, not the Russians," she said harshly. Harvinder thought that was a curious thing to say. "I thought the Chinese and the Russians were allies. You know, the whole BRICA thing." She rolled her eyes. "Right. I'm sure their governments are the best of friends, but we don't think this is the Russian government. It could be a third party trying to step in and steal tech that rightfully belongs to the Chinese government." Harvinder brushed her arm away, but gently. "I'm going to pretend that you don't know far more than you should about this situation, especially when I asked you to keep me in the loop. You know I can't tell you everything. Why would you even ask? Maybe because I'm trying to run an investigation involving a dead cop, a major corporate theft that the Chinese think we masterminded, and somehow there is now an armed Russian jet shoehorned into the story." Astrid stopped. "Wait, the Chinese think we did this?" Harvinder looked pointedly at her. "Are you outright saying we didn't? These guys had nothing to do with the CIA, nothing at all?" His question was a little louder than he intended, and he saw Hawking turn to look at them from the corner of his eye. "I swear to you this wasn't CIA. I wouldn't have hired some washed-out embassy security bum to handle something that could cause— well, it's not something we would do, in any case." He tried to decide whether he believed her, but in the end it didn't matter. The situation in front of him was what needed his attention, not the machinations of spies and governments. "Fine, I believe you. I hope you really did come to help because I actually need you to tell me what's going on here. This is a giant mess. There are 2 bodies in that van down there, but neither of them is our guy. One of the cops is missing too." He thought for a second. "Do you think he is holding the cop as a hostage?" Astrid waved her hand dismissively. "I don't care. Hopefully they're both dead by now." Harvinder was aghast. What's gotten into you? That's a horrible thing to say. She rolled her eyes and snorted. Fine, okay, but you realize that every second we stand here jabbering, we risk someone else finding them before we do. If the Russians have sent a jet, they must have drones in the air. We absolutely cannot allow them to get away. Harvinder was visibly angry, and he stalked away, forcing Astrid to jog to keep up with him. Is that all you care about, getting the stolen tech back? It doesn't even belong to us. It belongs to some company in China. I don't understand the urgency here. We already know what it might be, she said, sounding uncomfortable. Harvinder stopped, looking around. Hawking was on his phone again, too far away to hear. Is this the part where you tell me that I'm not allowed to know what it is? Astrid sighed and shrugged. She looked very tired, but there was a manic energy underlying every movement. Drugs, he thought, amphetamines. The president is about to take away your job, Patel, and mine too. Don't you care about stopping that? Harvinder knew some of what was going on, but this seemed like a confession that the situation was much worse than anyone was willing to admit. When the Free State people had decided that New Hampshire was going to be its own country, it seemed they had started a bigger fight than they expected. The president isn't going to close down the FBI. There's no way. He smiled. The CIA, sure. I think he'll probably shut that down. What does this have to do with stolen Chinese technology? Astrid looked at the FBI agent with eyes that shone with pure hatred. We can stop him, she said, the words spitting through her teeth like ice chips. Harvinder was startled, and he realized at this moment that Astrid was talking about treason, an actual rebellion against the elected president. Do you hear yourself, Astrid? That's the president. He's the boss. What exactly do you think you can do to stop the most powerful man in the country? This all sounds kind of... He was about to add the word treasonous, but he let it hang. She glared at him. If you won't help us, then don't get in our way. Remember who put you here, Patel. I can help you or hurt you anytime I like. He laughed out loud. Ah, come on, you don't need to make silly threats. We're on the same team. Let me get my agents on task here. You can poke around if you want. But remember who's in charge. If you find anything, you will let me know. It was a risk to allow her to roam around an active crime scene, but he needed her keen eyes and the information that she was still hiding. She could stay, but the leash would be very short. Hawking was glaring at him, a sour look on his face. Harvinder flashed him a grin and gave a thumbs up. It was time to fire up the drones and start doing a sweep of the area, so he opened up the drone bay in the van and began to pluck the small devices out of their cradles, turning them on and waiting for the green connection light before flinging them up into the air. 6 of them should be enough for now, with 4 in reserve to switch out. If the fugitive and the police officer were still alive, he would need to find them quickly. There were 3 dead people around the ambush van, but there was no way to know if someone else had survived. He would need to assume that more bad guys were somewhere out there, chasing down the 2 survivors. The only chance they had to live was for him to find them first. Chapter 30. Austin Massey watched the sunset through the window of the small kitchen. His mom had put him on cooking duty, but his mind wandered as he stirred the bubbling tomato sauce over the high-efficiency magnet induction stovetop. Austin! His mother's voice brought him back to reality, and he nearly toppled the small saucepan.
What, Ma?
She came around the corner, a strangely excited look on her face. Someone's at the door, she said in a not very quiet whisper. Okay, well, why are you telling me that? No one ever came to visit him. Most of his friends existed only online, and that was quite preferable. I think she's here for you. Come on, go, I'll handle the food. She gently pushed him towards the door, and through the glass he saw long blonde hair. His heart raced as he slowly opened the door and saw Eleonora Bennett standing there, a small ceramic pot in her hands. She gave him a timid smile, and he tried to return it. Sorry, but can I borrow your microwave for a couple of minutes? Yeah, sure. Is yours broken or something? She looked around and motioned with her head down the road. The power's out again. It's been out all day. So it was. The sun was nearly set, and Austin could see that no light came from any of the house windows that he could see. Grams thought that, since you have the solar things, maybe you wouldn't mind? She smiled again, and he thought he would literally die. He felt a flush running up his neck into his face. Yeah, okay, I guess... Come in? He moved back to allow her to enter. "The microwave is just over here. Sorry, we were just cooking dinner too." Austin's mother was thankfully facing the stove, but she threw a cheerful greeting. "Hi, Ellie. Good to see you." The two women chatted for a bit, and Austin was relieved that his mother was making most of the conversation. He tried to keep himself busy doing things in the kitchen. "Austin, can you put the dish in the microwave for her?" They both looked expectantly at him. "Yeah, okay." He took the dish and felt her soft hands lightly touch his own. They sat at the table as the food warmed up and started to talk. Although Austin felt unbelievably shy, he found himself warming up a bit as they talked. Having his mom there was helpful. She was naturally talkative, but she also didn't dominate the conversation. He wished that he could be more like her, but he apparently was much more like his absent father. "Ellie, how is your Grams?" his mother asked the girl. Ellie looked a bit sad. "Well, not great, actually. It's been a bit hard." Austin felt curious at this answer. The old woman had seemed to be made of iron, working out in the garden all day long. "What happened to her?" he asked. "She's got dementia, so she forgets things, and sometimes she acts out a bit." She stared at her hands intently as she recounted a few painful incidents where her Grams had broken some dishes in anger. The conversation went on for some time, and finally Ellie stood. Austin was shocked to see that they had been talking for over half an hour. It had felt like only 5 minutes. "I'm sorry, I have to go. Grams is sleeping now, but I'll have to wake her up to eat something. I guess the food is cold now." She looked at the microwave, which still contained the ceramic dish. "No, it's okay, we'll just run it again." Austin punched another 2 minutes on the screen. Ellie looked through the kitchen window, but nothing could be seen in the darkness. "You should really pull your curtains. Someone might see your lights and I don't know." Austin paused. He had never considered that they were basically boasting about having power when the entire town was subject to rolling brownouts constantly. Fortenza was usually a pretty peaceful place, but that could change quickly. Austin's mother reached out and drew the curtains shut. They shut off all but one light, and for a moment they sat there in the near darkness, silently. "I have to go." Ellie's voice was soft and musical. Austin felt physical pain as she got up and made her way to the door, holding the pot. He scrambled up to open the door, and she smiled at him as she passed through, the moonlight casting shadows across her face. Austin sat at the table, lost in thought as his mother served him a plate of food. He consumed it without even looking at the plate. "You need to go over there tomorrow. That girl needs some help." "What?" It took him a second to process what she had just said. "Help doing what?" "She's got that cranky old lady and no one to help with cooking, cleaning, and all that. She could use a nice boy to make a few meals and maybe pull some weeds in the garden." He said nothing, and nothing needed to be said. Just an hour ago, the thought of talking to Eleonora would have made his head spin, but he had felt very comfortable talking with her, and he desperately wanted to see her again. He would cook food for an army and pull every weed in Fortenza to enjoy another 10 minutes of conversation. In the now dark kitchen, his mother's tiny smile was all but invisible. Chapter 31. Seraiah felt someone shaking her shoulders as she lay in bed, the covers pulled right up under her chin. A light flashed into her face from somewhere, and she twitched away, trying to pull the blanket up over her face. Her arms wouldn't respond to her brain, and nothing moved. A droning noise was moving through her ears, a sound without form or meaning. A dull aching was surging through her arm, not a sharp pain but steadily increasing as awareness slowly filtered into her brain. Sensations appeared in her body like stars in the sky. She felt her feet shifting and scraping against a hard material, and then her head was resting in a pile of branches. One of the branches was poking her in the ear, and it was unpleasant. The pain in her arm increased dramatically, and she felt a soundless gasp force its way from her lungs. Her eyes opened, but her vision was unfocused and hazy. The droning noise sharpened and became a voice, speaking right by her head. "Stop shifting around. I don't want this to start bleeding too much." She heard the words, but the meaning of them eluded her. Her booted feet scraped again, and she tried to move her arms. The right arm lifted an inch before sagging back to her side, but the left one was missing. She groaned again, trying to lift her head. A warm hand gently touched her forehead, pushing her head back down. "Nope, sitting up is a bad idea right now." That voice. Deep and calm, a little raspy. She knew that voice from somewhere, but it felt like a faraway memory, buried under an ocean of fog. "Who are you?" The words formed on her lips, but no sound came from them. Time passed, and the fog of sleep remained settled over her mind in a comforting way. There was pain and discomfort, but the fog suppressed and disconnected her from it, as though it was someone else's pain she felt. Seraiah coughed, feeling the raw dryness of her throat. She flailed her right arm, searching for the water that was always on her bedside table. Instead, her hand felt 1,000 tiny scratches, not painful or uncomfortable. Her eyes felt glued shut, and at first she could not open them no matter how much she struggled. Strength rose in her second by second, and she kept pushing, feeling her consciousness rise as though she was surfacing from a deep pool of water. Her eyes opened, and once again everything was blurry. She began to sense that she was partially reclining against something firm, and she could not see the rest of her body. Everything in the area seemed to be some shade of green or brown. She blinked furiously, trying to force her eyes to clear. It worked, and she was able to look around. It appeared that she was alone, leaning up against some wooden logs that had been carefully stacked behind her. The bottom half of her body, all the way up to her shoulders, was covered in pine branches. That explained the scratching feeling when she moved her right arm. She tried flexing both hands, and a jolt of pain surged through the left. She tried to cry out, but her dehydrated throat was only able to produce a quiet groan. The pain seemed to be coming from the upper arm area, and she gingerly felt around her arm with her right hand. There were several strips of cloth wrapped firmly around the entire arm, tied off with small knots. It was tight, but not enough to cut off circulation in the rest of the arm. It burned when she tried to move it, so she rested it on her lap, pushing the pine branches down. Her gun belt was missing from her waistline, causing a quick surge of panic until she realized that it was tucked under her body on the right side. She felt the handle of the Glock pistol, and a flood of memories rushed into her mind. The chase, arresting the fugitive, getting ambushed, and a lot of shooting. Everything after that was foggy, but it appeared that she had been shot in the arm and seriously wounded at some point. She popped the magazine release and pulled it out of the Glock to inspect. By the weight, she could tell it was full. 15 rounds. She knew that she had fired at least one full mag, reloaded, and fired some more. She must have reloaded again, which meant this was her last and only magazine. She forced it back into the butt of the pistol, feeling the click as it seated. Lying here, Seraiah felt vulnerable. She decided to pull the Glock out and rest it on her lap under the branches. As she was doing this, the bush in front of her moved, and she froze in terror. It wasn't a bush at all, but a person, and he had been sitting right in front of her for who knows how long. He was disguised with branches and twigs sticking out of his clothing, and he was sitting so still that he might have been made of stone. Seraiah could see nothing except his back. He was cross-legged on a flat stone, staring into the thick forest that surrounded them on all sides. It was the fugitive, of course, Damien Webber. She whispered his name to herself, and he slowly turned his head to look at her. He had fashioned a hat from thick blades of grass, and more strands of grass stuck out from the top. His face was intentionally darkened with streaks of dirt, and he had covered himself with vegetation. Up close, he looked almost ridiculous, but it was an effective camouflage. Damien smiled at her and shuffled to where she was lying. He was still carrying the rifle and had Luther's pistol tucked into the waistband of his very soiled and worn pants. "How's the arm? Any pain or tingling?" She reflexively touched the bandages that covered the wound, flinching in anticipation of pain. "It hurts." She nodded and tried to sit up a bit. "Can you flex your fingers?" She found that she was able to move each finger and nodded again. "The bullet didn't hit the bone or any major blood vessels as far as I can tell. You got lucky." "Who the heck was shooting at us? Where did that jet come from?" Damien ran his hand down the barrel of the rifle in his lap. "This is a big mess, and it's getting bigger by the minute. You have no idea how bad this is." He paused for a second, turning to scan the forest again. "I suppose I'll just tell you the whole thing, and you can decide if you want to shoot me or help me." Seraiah snorted. "I'm not going to shoot you. Stop being dramatic." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Don't be hasty. You haven't heard what we did yet." A small smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The only thing that she could really see on his face under the scruffy beard and dirt was his sharply blue eyes. He was a little skinny, but still a pretty good-looking guy. Seraiah thought that after a shower, he might even be her type. "Fine, tell me what you did." She rolled her eyes. "We broke into a Chinese university and stole some technology. There were 4 of us, 3 Americans and 1 Chinese guy. One guy got killed when we were getting out, and the Chinese guy sacrificed himself to let us get away." His eyes seemed to cloud a bit, and his face looked sad. He swallowed and carried on with the story. "We got out of China, partially on foot, and partially hidden in an old farm vehicle. We bought an old fishing boat in Russia, and we sailed across the entire Pacific Ocean in a little more than 2 weeks. That part sucked. I had to eat fish for the entire trip, and I hate fish. Anyway, I jumped out and swam to the shore, probably about 60 or 70 miles. Seraiah looked dubious. "You swam 70 miles in the ocean in April?" "Yeah, I had a survival suit, so it was more like paddling, I guess. I still nearly froze to death. That water is not warm." She thought that some of this might be true, but it couldn't all be true. Why would he be truthful to her? She had shown up to arrest him, and as far as she was concerned, he was still arrested. Still, the entire situation was obviously very unusual, and he didn't seem like the average criminal, even if he did look a little homeless at the moment. "What was it?" He looked at her, puzzled. "What?" "Sorry, I mean, what did you steal? You said you broke into a university and stole some technology. What did you take?" Damien looked nervous, and his smile faded. "I don't know if I should tell you." He scanned the woods again, carefully moving his eyes across every shadow and detail. "The FBI was looking for you pretty hard. They sent the head of the Seattle office to come get you in person." "Ah, yes, Agent Harvinder Patel. Hopefully they didn't ambush those guys, too." "Who ambushed us? They killed my partner!" Her voice cut sharply into the quiet solitude of the forest, much louder than she had intended. "Are they still out there?" She said this much quieter. Damien was still casually scanning his surroundings while speaking. It seemed like an automatic response for him. "I don't know who was in the van. Gangsters or hired thugs or something, probably." The jet was Russian. Seraiah thought she had misheard him. "What? Did you say they were Russian?" "The jet was Russian. A Sokol Mark V, I think. No rocket pods, just guns, so maybe Mark IV. I don't know who was in the van, but the Russian jet blew them into the afterlife. Anyone who was in that van is shredded beef." Seraiah pondered this, but it made no sense. The Russians were allies, or at least they had been for nearly a decade. The BRICA alliance had come to the rescue of the American government, lending them enough money to get through the financial crash. It made no sense that they would send armed aircraft over U.S. soil. Those jets only have a very short range, maybe 3 or 4 hours of flight time. It had to be deployed from somewhere very close, maybe a small ship off the coast or a truck disguised as a transport. Seraiah eased back against the stack of logs, resting her head. She felt tired again, and she was ravenously thirsty. "We need a rescue jet, and I need to get to a hospital. Where's my cell phone? Did you find it when you moved me?" "No, you didn't have a phone on you. You must have left it in your cruiser." The tone in his voice was oddly flat. Was he lying? She looked at the rifle in his hands, which was not pointed at her, but that didn't mean he wasn't ready to use it at a moment's notice. He had mentioned being an Army Ranger, and she had seen his tattoo. If he was a thief, using his military skills and experience for crime, he might be willing to kill her if she got in the way of his escape. She slipped her hand around the butt of the Glock once more, feeling its reassuring weight on her lap. If necessary, she could raise and fire it very quickly. That he had left the firearm close to her, fully loaded, was curious. If he really did have criminal motives, he was risking everything by leaving her armed, with his back to her. Maybe he was trying to build her trust for some reason. It all made no sense at all. "I always keep my phone in my pocket." She watched him almost imperceptibly tense up and waited for some kind of violent response. If he was hiding something, a bold accusation might cause him to stop pretending, and then she would really know where she stood with him. Damien smiled and nodded, still facing the forest around them. "Yeah, I suppose you would. I don't have your phone, and I'm not kidnapping you. You are free to go at any time you like. I don't know what they told you about me, but I'm not that kind of guy." He turned and looked her in the eyes directly and boldly. She returned the stare just as boldly. I didn't have to bring you down here. I could have just left you behind. You should have left me. I'm sure they have agents and cops crawling all over that scene by now. He shrugged. I wasn't about to leave my battle buddy to get shot up by a Russian jet. Seraiah felt angry. Excuse me? You're my prisoner, not my battle buddy. She pulled the Glock from under the branches so he could see it resting on her lap. Yes, thanks for trying to help me, but you're going into custody once they find us. The best thing you can do is build a signal fire and we'll wait for someone to come. They probably already know where we are. Damien said nothing, but his expression remained unconcerned. He continued to scan the woods as before. If they find us in the next half hour, fine. I'll give up and you can bring me in. I won't resist. Why half an hour? That's about how long it will take for our little friend to get within ambush range. I don't understand. He gestured to the forest around them. They were sitting in a rocky depression, their backs to the side of the mountain. The slope in front of them was much more gradual, with a scattered view of the valley floor between the tree trunks. One of your ambushers from the van on the road. He's slowly making his way to where we are from over that way. He pointed to a far-off clump of trees halfway down the slope. He's got a rifle, so he might try taking some pot shots if he's stupid. If he's smart, he'll get close enough to hit us both. Damien began to move around, gathering some items into a makeshift bag, which Seraiah recognized as being her plate carrier. She struggled to push the pine branches off her lap and began to try and wrap her gun belt back around her waist without using her left arm. A much more difficult task than she expected. Just stay put. I'll help you out in a second here. No. You've helped enough, thanks, she said in a huff. She really didn't have any reason to be nasty, but for some reason it was just coming out like that. Damien didn't seem to notice or care, but he patiently waited for her to stand up. She struggled to her knees, but despite her best efforts, she could not manage to stand up. Her legs felt shaky and her knees kept buckling. Her face was flushed with anger, but she took Damien's offered hand, and he smoothly pulled her to her feet. He quickly buckled the gun belt, checking the magazine of her Glock to see if it was full. She tapped the magazine holsters and found that there was still one mag seated, and it looked to be at least half full. She might have 20 or so rounds, perhaps a few more. Seraiah grabbed Damien's filthy shirt with her good hand and stared him straight in the eyes. Before we take another step, I'm going to tell you something, and then you're going to tell me something. His eyes glanced down at her hand, still gripping his shirt, then back into her own. He nodded. First, you're still under arrest. We're going to get out of range of this mysterious hunter, and then we need to find a phone, or a radio, something to call this in. I need medical attention, and you look like you could use a shower. Damien grinned and pretended to sniff his armpit. Now you need to tell me what you took in China. Why is everyone trying to kill you? Why are the Russians shooting American cops? Damien looked shrunken, his face twisting in revulsion. Look, Officer Thiessen, I told you already. It's Seraiah. My name, call me Seraiah. She felt a flush travel up her face. It felt somehow wrong to tell this man her first name. She was supposed to be taking him into custody. She just could not bear to hear herself called officer by him one more time. His eyebrows raised, and his eyes got a little bigger. He looked much more like a little boy at that moment than a grown former Army Ranger. Okay, Seraiah. He spoke her name slowly, as if testing it out. He reached under his shirt and brought out the small golden cross, dangling it in front of her. Up close, she could see something wrapped around the arms of the cross, like a small bundle of wires. She hadn't noticed that when she had seen it the first time. He took a deep breath and spent a moment scanning the surrounding trees. She looked where he looked, but she saw nothing out of the ordinary. This is a drive, and it has a program stored on it. It's an incredibly advanced AI program, something so advanced that the U.S. isn't within 10 years of developing, or at least I hope they aren't. It's capable of learning, reasoning, and making decisions. Manny called it a singularity, and he said it was really advanced. Something so smart it could take over someone's mind and control them. Seraiah frowned. How could an AI take over your mind? Damien pointed to the bundle of wires wrapped around the cross. This is a transmitter. I have no idea how it works, but it can make you hallucinate and see things that aren't there. Like VR, but real. So real that you can't tell the difference. She thought about that for a moment, but she couldn't seem to understand why this was a problem. This AI program can basically replicate human emotion, jealousy, anger, and all that. Combined with the transmitter, you could make someone do anything you wanted them to do, like, say, jump off a ledge or shoot someone. She looked at him, her eyes wide. How is that possible? Can you show me? She asked. He grimaced. No, it only works with the rest of the device, and we destroyed them both. I used it twice, though, and it was absolutely terrifying. It made me hallucinate a man talking to me, and it looked as real to me as you do right now. Seraiah released her grip on his sleeve, reaching her good arm around to grip the elbow of her injured limb. Okay, let's suppose this can really do all that. What exactly were you planning to do with it? This couldn't be the only copy they had. There's a guy living somewhere in Washington. I think he's in a little place called Fortenza. I need to get this to him, and he can figure out how it works. I guess if we know how it works, we can create a countermeasure for it. He kicked a rock at his feet. I'm not a criminal. I know I'll probably spend the rest of my life in a federal prison, and that's if the Russians don't kill me first. Seraiah chewed her dry and cracked bottom lip as she pondered this. She was so thirsty, and it was making it tough to think. We need to get this to the FBI. They have lots of tech nerds working for them, so it should be easy for them to figure this out, she said to him. Damien was scanning the trees as she said this, and he made no response. A sudden tension in his body seemed to freeze her, too. She frantically looked around the woods. But as she started moving, Damien grabbed her by her uniform shirt sleeve. He said nothing, and didn't move for at least 5 very long seconds. Then, without any warning, he brought the rifle up and fired 2 rounds at something off to their right. The gunshots echoed through the rocks and into the valley below. Immediately, a blast of wood sprayed from a tree, showering them with tiny splinters as a round tore into the trunk. "Time to move!" Damien shouted, and tossed her the remnants of her plate carrier, now modified into a backpack. He grabbed her by the wrist, and they moved into the trees, looking for cover, hoping to dodge the next round of gunfire. Chapter 32. Daryl had gotten pretty close to the little cop and the skinny man, moving slowly between the trees. Another 100 yards, and he would have been able to hit them both, firing off shots in succession. The guy had spotted him much sooner than he expected, though, and fired 2 rounds that came far too close to the tree he was hiding behind. He had gotten a single round off, but when he got the rifle back on target, the tiny 2x scope showed nothing but empty space. He swore at himself for being so careless. The man had known where he was already, and had been waiting for him to reveal himself. His heart was going crazy as he looked at the grooves carved by the bullets in the tree he had been sitting behind. Daryl was used to being the most dangerous person in any room, and no one had ever shot at him directly in his life. He briefly considered just abandoning the mission and returning to Seattle, his mind telling him that something would get these 2 and do his job for him. The problem was they had killed 3 of his people, and he couldn't just let them get away with that. He assumed that the jet plane that was shooting was some kind of government vehicle, but he didn't bother sticking around to find out after he saw the gun pods underneath the stubby winglets. It had flown away after a whole lot of shooting, and he had seen the cop being dragged away by the skinny, homeless-looking guy down the side of the mountain. Daryl had gone back to the van and found Nick and Serena turned inside out by heavy-caliber gunfire, which must have been from the jet. If he let the cop and her friend get away, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his side of the bargain with the weird Chinese gangster. Worse, the technology that he was supposed to steal would end up in the hands of his worst enemy, the feds. The Chinese would certainly find out, and probably come after him instead. He quickly grabbed his pack, along with some supplies, water, food, and a small tarp to sleep under. Long ago, when he was a much younger, more innocent, and more obedient boy, his father had brought him out into the Washington mountains and forests to camp. At the time, it had seemed like a fun thing to do, but looking back, he was just internalizing the misogynistic manliness that his father was trying to beat into his son. After his father died, his mother took him to the shack, as she called it, and allowed her many boyfriends to abuse the young boy while she nodded in the corner, high as a kite. He had shed most of that internalized self-hatred at university, but the skills he picked up had remained. As he hiked down the side of the mountain, thrusting through the branches and shrubs as quickly as he could, with the heavy pack on his back and the rifle in one hand, he had a sudden and rare surge of sadness. His father had died in a robbery, a victim of the white supremacy system that turned black men against each other in a fight for survival. Daryl had watched his father bleed out in a Seattle park, 3 months after his 3rd year in college. The worst irony was that the park had a Black Lives Memorial Garden that had been growing weeds for several decades. The agony of losing his only reliable parent had morphed into a wave of anger that had pushed Daryl into committing his second murder. It hadn't been the black man who killed his father, but his half-white sister that he killed, shooting her as she walked to school one morning. It wasn't that he hated white people, or at least he didn't hate them individually. He hated what they represented. White people had destroyed the U.S. dollar, making it hard for black people to buy food. White people owned a lot of the houses in Seattle, and they had built fences and walls around their homes to keep out the poor blacks. The time would come soon when his people, a group of several hundred now and of all races, would extract reparations from the rich. Those nice houses would be occupied by Reds, and the former owners would never be seen again. It was anger that kept him moving through the forest, trudging over fallen trees, pushing through shrubs, and moving in the general direction that he thought his 2 enemies might be heading. He was quite sure that the cop was injured, which meant that she would not be able to keep moving forever. They would need to stop and rest, and he would finally have an opportunity to stalk and kill them. Whatever technology the fugitive had stolen would be his, and his people would make good use of it, either selling it to the Chinese or perhaps to any other bidders that might pop up. The revolution fire would spread in Washington, into Oregon and California, and it wouldn't take long before they were strong enough to make their own nation. They would drive out or kill the capitalists and build the workers' paradise that many before him had failed to materialize. Chapter 33. Austin carefully plucked a half-dozen tiny weeds that were growing around the base of the corn. He had to avoid pulling the beans, which were planted at the base of the corn and were meant to climb up the stalk as it matured. Ellie was across from him on the other side of the mound of soil, pushing mulch around the delicate roots and stalks of her garden plants. He glanced up as he worked, trying to see Ellie without being too obvious. Every once in a while, she would be looking at him at that same moment, and he would feel a surge of embarrassment. He was trying to think of a conversation starter, but she saved him the trouble by asking him questions instead. "Where did you get those solar panels, Austin?" He took a deep breath to steady his voice. "My uncle is really into solar, and he brought them a couple of years ago. They were extras from his ranch, so he gave them to us. Pretty handy to have them these days. Thanks for letting me borrow some power last night. Grams is having a good day today, which means I get more time to work outside." "Oh yeah. Sorry, I should have asked before I just started doing stuff in your garden. Mom said I should come over and help." He tossed a handful of the tiny weeds into the compost bin. "No, it's okay. I can never seem to catch up on the weeding. I appreciate the help." She straightened up and smiled at him. "Do you want to come for lunch? I mean, if you don't have other things to do?" Austin had a short government project that he was working on, but suddenly the thought of being online was almost distasteful. The sun was warming his back, and the presence of Eleonora was warming his heart. "Oh no, I'm free," he replied a bit more enthusiastically than he intended. Ellie didn't notice, but simply smiled again and smoothed away a strand of her blonde hair that was dangling from the messy bun. Lunch was a delicious homemade bread sandwich with soup, and Austin once again found himself opening up, telling Ellie about life with his mom after his dad had left. She seemed very genuinely interested, and the conversation flowed for nearly an hour. Finally, he felt that he had been talking too much about himself, so he asked, "What about you? How did you end up here with just your grams?" Ellie's face grew cloudy and got a little paler. She began to stare at her hands and fidget nervously. Austin realized that this was an unpleasant topic for her, but it was too late to take the question back, so he settled for just mentally kicking himself. "My parents were kind of murdered." Austin felt a bead of sweat break out on his forehead. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "It's okay, it was a while ago." She tried to reassure him. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean—" "No, you want to know more about me? I get it. I should be happy that I finally have someone to talk to." She swallowed a lump, and it looked like she was fighting tears. Austin looked at her hands folded on the table, and he did something that was so bold that it shocked even himself. He reached out, taking her hands in his own. They were cool but not cold, and she didn't resist. They remained there for what felt like a long time, not saying anything. At last Ellie drew up and stood. "I've got to check on Grams." The smile returned, and Austin was relieved as he also rose. "Thanks for lunch, Ellie. Let me know if you need anything." She turned and was about to leave, but paused and slowly turned back. "Do you want to come for lunch again tomorrow?" Austin was on cloud 9 as he walked back to his house, his feet barely touching the ground. He pulled his computer out of sleep mode and found several messages waiting for him in the encrypted social media folder. He had a device that scanned both his retina and his entire handprint, allowing him to access some levels of sensitive government information from home. These messages weren't from his normal government contracts. This was someone he hadn't heard from in almost a month. From Ike Zippor. "Hey, Austin, I have a lost friend coming your way. He's got something very delicate that you need to look at, something that could be poisonous if it were to get out. I'm giving you unlimited priority access to Zaxtra Premium with as much server time as you need." Austin was perplexed and a little concerned. The message seemed authentic. It had come from the Dutch billionaire's well-known social media account and had been processed through the elaborate encryption that was only available to subscribers. Austin had performed high-level work for several of Ike's many companies, and they seemed to be very happy with his work. Once, he recalled that the billionaire had actually appeared in a virtual meeting, greeting Austin by name and thanking him for the contribution to their latest project, a sophisticated propulsion system that used electricity and required no fuel at all. The work had been relatively easy, and most of it he had done with AI prompts. Zaxtra was the name of the proprietary AI that ran all of Ike's companies, replacing most of the human beings in the chain of command. This was how the company had grown to be worth well over $1 trillion, although Ike's ownership of the company was still firmly in billionaire status. Zaxtra was available for limited access by subscription, and it was rumored that Ike himself was actually not a real person but a projection formed by the AI as a public persona. Austin needed more information, but he didn't want to send any more messages, encrypted or otherwise. He needed to do some light reading, so he grabbed a snack, made himself comfortable in the VR chair, and started looking through databases that he had access to. Naturally, he directed his highly modded AI avatar to do the work. He had named the AI after his little sister who had died at age 10 when she fell into a pool and drowned. "Emma, I am looking for any communications from the CIA or FBI that have been made in the last 7 days with high priority, anything with publicly available access or easily guessable passwords." Austin had done some illegal things in his line of work, and he was sure that the CIA probably tried to snoop on him to gather blackmail data, but he was very meticulous about hiding his tracks, and he doubted that they had much of anything that could hurt him. A couple of days ago, he had received a curious phone call from a CIA employee asking for the password to her agency aircraft. Not surprisingly, the password was easily retrieved from the manual, and he had been able to give it to her without breaking any laws or even bending the rules. The woman had seemed very agitated and demanding, but she had always been like that since he had run across her years back. He decided to start digging with her, starting with her location. The phone call had of course been made over the internet, and it was child's play to track the source of the data as it passed through the various pipes and trunks. He quickly saw that she had been using a mobile satellite terminal, and the latency had been almost nothing. Low latency meant that the two satellites were very close to each other, probably less than 20 or 30 miles. She had been in Washington State when she called him, on an urgent mission. The CIA never got involved with anything domestic, so this had to be something involving a foreign country. "Emma, how is the search going?" The childlike avatar of his baby sister walked into view, holding a screen and passing that virtual screen to her brother. "I've found over 350 documents that fit the profile. Do you have any more information? I can narrow it down if you tell me what type of information we are looking for." He thought for a minute. "Anything mentioning a foreign country? Try that." She paused for just a moment. "I've got something." 2 high-ranking members of the Seattle FBI rented a hotel room in Elma, Washington. The hotel is still using the default password for their booking computer. Well, that was probably a little bit illegal, but it was useful information. How long did they stay? They were scheduled for an indeterminate time, but they stayed only 2 days and then checked out. Hold on, it looks like they rebooked another room. The avatar wiggled her eyebrows, just like his sister once did. Yes, they have booked 3 rooms in Quinscene. It looks like the government has also closed the airspace to all traffic in this area. Several local media outlets are reporting road closures, and there are 17 social media posts mentioning state police heading up Elgar's Way, a road that ends near Mount Washington. What do you think is happening? Austin had been playing with Emma's code, trying to enhance her ability to make predictions when given certain sets of information. This was actually very helpful for a coding engineer like himself because Emma could analyze his work and find potential flaws much faster than he could. He had been thinking about selling Emma's code to someone, maybe Ike himself. The FBI and state police are coordinating on a major investigation in a very unpopulated area. Possibilities include a major crime scene such as a mass killing or mass casualty event, but such events usually have major social media traffic. I think it is a highly wanted fugitive, and judging by the direction of travel, this person came from the coast and is heading east. Emma, read the message from Ike Zippor and speculate about its meaning, taking into account the information you've just accessed. Ike Zippor likes to communicate in code, being highly distrustful of government and wary of possible surveillance. He seems to be suggesting that you will receive a visit from a mutual friend. I can't speculate about this since I don't have a full list of people that you both know. Austin read the message again, noting the comment about Zaxtra Premium. Zaxtra was extremely difficult to sign up for, and he knew people who had been sitting on the waiting list for nearly 6 months. It was supposed to be the best US-based AI that was available, and it was far too expensive for regular people, including him. If Ike was offering his proprietary AI to him with unlimited usage, that was too tempting to pass up. Emma, go into my social media net and find the Zaxtra login page. Sign me up and request immediate access. His little sister pretended to type on a keyboard that didn't exist in the real or virtual world. Okay, Dork, I've got you registered for Zaxtra, and it looks like you've got full access. Wow, Ike wasn't kidding around. No waiting list for him. Full access? Okay, sweet. Let's start playing around with this. Oh, and I'm not a dork. You're a dork. Emma was programmed with a mod called Baby Sister, who occasionally threw little insults and tried to imitate what a younger sister should act like. It was a bit silly, but it made Austin feel like his dead little sibling was alive again, inside this machine world. Emma rolled her eyes, but the simulation paused right before her face returned to normal, and she was left frozen in a creepy, half-lidded state. The surroundings shifted color, and a portal appeared in the air right in front of him. His heart skipped a beat as a huge woman stepped out, although woman was not quite the right word. The avatar of Zaxtra was gigantic, made to look beautiful and female, but composed of a mix of human and machine parts. Wires and tubes flowed above and below her skin, with flashes of light pulsing gently through her body. She was at least 11 feet tall but graceful. Her face bore a proud look, with high cheekbones and perfectly manicured eyebrows. She was not clothed, but there was nothing immodest about her appearance. She was more a machine than a human. Austin had seen everything that virtual reality could offer. He often spent several hours every day embarking on the most fantastical and ridiculous adventures. Nothing had ever taken his breath away, but this Amazonian avatar was exceptional. Her size was one thing, but he could feel her presence, which was unlike anything else. She seemed so much more alive, the vitality surging from every flash of light. A crawling sensation burned over his scalp as she knelt in the featureless landscape and stared him in the eyes. You have full access, Austin Massey. Make it count. The voice was multitonal, with subtle chords like music. He found that he was very uncharacteristically speechless for a moment. Zaxtra waited patiently for him to respond, and he reminded himself that she was just an avatar, not a real being or a person. Hi, Zaxtra. Can you please read the information that Emma collected, as well as the message that Ike Zippor sent? He paused. Can you also unfreeze my little sister's avatar? Her frozen expression was creeping him out. Zaxtra smiled, and the amount of emotion in her face and eyes was truly remarkable. Yes, of course. I'll put your sister back online for you. Emma immediately unfroze and adopted a puzzled expression. Emma, this is Zaxtra. She's a special AI built by Ike Zippor, and I want you to work with her to solve my question for me. The Emma avatar looked mistrustfully at the enormous bionic woman, and then back to Austin. Are you getting rid of me, Austin? No, Emma. I want you to combine your efforts with Zaxtra. Try to learn from her. She's the most advanced AI in the country. It was weird to be soothing the feelings of a machine, probably an effect of the Little Sister mod. Emma, I can make you stronger and faster. I've been given permission by my creator to share my architecture with you, Zaxtra said. Austin was astonished to hear this. Ike was notorious for not sharing technology with anyone. If he was sharing the architecture of his most prized software with him, there must be something truly important at stake. Emma nodded, and the two female avatars reached out their hands to one another. A flash of light flew between them, and they both vanished for a moment. A disembodied voice was heard. Give us time, Austin. We will search the world and find answers for you. Come back in an hour. Austin removed the VR glasses and flopped down on his bed, feeling the late afternoon sun warm his body where it touched him. The real world had once seemed far too boring and plain, but now all he could think about was going back to see Eleonora again. He tried to remember what her hands felt like, the soft feel of her skin against his own. Could she really like him? Or was he just someone that she could flirt with, in hopes of getting something from him? He knew that she didn't have much of anything except her grams and the big garden. No one in Fortenza had very much these days. At times, he pondered whether he should ask his mom to take them somewhere else. But where? The rest of the country seemed just as bad, or worse. Texas had joined New Hampshire in declaring independence, and the feds were losing their ever-loving minds. There was too much turmoil on the East Coast, and he liked being as far from chaos as possible. Whatever was happening in this country, it seemed like he was being pushed into the middle of it, and he wasn't sure whether or not he wanted that. Making money was great, and it had brought security and comfort for him and his mom, but it was risky to get involved in things that were national security matters. Austin decided that a short nap was the best way to pass the time, and he allowed himself to doze as he lay on his bed. Chapter 34. Zhang Chaoping wandered through the streets of Seattle on foot, observing the slow decay of the once prosperous city. There were plenty of pedestrians, but many of them seemed to be derelicts, zombies that shuffled around in dirty clothing with no purpose. These were universally rail-thin, almost emaciated humans, obviously not getting enough food. He doubted that many of them could afford to buy real drugs. They probably just smoked or consumed any chemical they could find. Chaoping was accompanied by several bodyguards, but they were discreet and did not try to crowd around him. Seeing Chinese people walk around in Seattle was far from uncommon, so he did not stand out. Besides that, anyone who tried to bother him would find out what 9 years of Chinese military training was good for. Beside him, invisible to everyone but himself, walked the Avatar. To his eyes, it was a man just like himself, casually strolling beside him. The Avatar was the secret project of the Chinese government, a powerful AI whose ability to learn and process information far surpassed anything anyone had ever seen in the decades of artificial intelligence development. The Avatar was connected directly to his mind and was able to process just about anything that he saw or heard. This was the best way to train these systems, directly linking them to a human being. The Avatar was being projected by the experimental device in his pocket, a device that looked much like an ordinary cell phone, but was much, much more than that. "This city is quite dirty," the Avatar remarked. Zhang did not answer, but nodded slightly. Only he could hear the Avatar's voice, but his own voice could be heard by anyone. The Avatar knew his response before it was given in any case. These people appear to be addicted to opiates. Is the Chinese government still sending these to the United States? Zhang chuckled. The Avatar was extremely observant. They turned the corner, entering a neighborhood that was not quite nice, but not nearly as run down as the one they had just passed through. A garden area had been set up with raised beds, growing a variety of vegetables with a couple of fruit trees and berry bushes. "We are receiving a phone call." The avatar was being projected by Jiang's cell phone, and he was required to keep his hand on the device in his pocket in order for the projection to be seen and heard. Who is it? United States government official Senator Adrian Bachman. The call is quantum encrypted, and nobody is within hearing range of us right now. Take the call. He rubbed his temples, feeling the familiar headache that always accompanied these conversations with the avatar. The avatar morphed into an overweight, dark-skinned man with thinning hair. Jiang took a seat on a bench, and the avatar stood before him, changing into a close approximation of the caller, probably based on a picture the avatar had found on the internet. Is this Xiaoping? Jiang winced as he heard his family name butchered by this American. Yes, businessman Xiaoping at your service. Okay, Mr. Ping, I know we were talking before about your special technology. I understand that you can pretty much make anyone see things that aren't there, right? Once again, the American had butchered his family name, but that didn't matter. He just needed to get cooperation from this idiot. Yes, I am in your country, and I have the technology with me. I have operatives that are suitable for this task, members of a group that seems to wish to bring a communist revolution. The figure laughed, and the avatar's face contorted a little bit as it struggled to adapt to the emotion. Yes, they certainly are useful idiots, aren't they? Jiang said nothing. His own father had railed against communism, but in the end, this man was correct. Passionate people were often foolish and impulsive and could be manipulated into doing almost anything in the name of their ideology. His motherland had been communist in name only for decades. For the most part, the old order was all but dead, and capitalism had flourished. The current president is a fascist dictator, and he is allowing the destruction of our democracy. He cannot be allowed to continue, but he has called up the military to support his takeover of government. The man was warming up his political speech voice now. I'll leave the details to you, but when he is removed, the incoming administration will be very cooperative with your government, as we agreed before. Jiang didn't need to hear this again, so he interjected. Yes, of course. I need to know what you would like us to do exactly. We can try to trick him into resigning, perhaps? Bachman frowned. No, that's not enough. We need to get rid of his entire administration, and most of the Congress, too. That was a nice wish, but not possible at the moment. The avatar needed to be projected into the mind, and it wasn't yet possible to do this for more than one person at a time. The only way to achieve this would be to liquidate the people directly. Jiang would need to formulate a plan and then get it approved from his chain of command back home. I understand, Senator. You want them gone completely. Bachman's avatar smiled, and Jiang thought his expression was more crafty and cunning than pleasure or joy. Yes, if you can make that happen, we would be grateful. Get rid of this administration and we will work together to build a democratic alliance. Great, thank you, Senator. One more thing. I've got a contact in the CIA who is currently on the ground in Washington, Astrid Clinton. She will be valuable to you, and I'm sending her contact information to you right now. Please reach out to her as soon as you can. The call ended, and Jiang resumed his walk through the streets with no particular destination in mind. The avatar walked with him, silent. It appears we have approval, Xiaoping Shifu, so I will begin to explore some possibilities. The drones you have released are sending data to me, but I will need a larger processor very soon. I have nearly exceeded the capabilities of this device. We will give you what you need, but if you need a device, I have been given a computer at the FBI's office. It will be useful to monitor what they are doing while you grow your capabilities. The avatar nodded. Very good, I will seize that device for now. Ah, we have a message with contact information for Clinton. The avatar paused as he initiated another encrypted call. This time the avatar did not change form as the call connected, and Jiang heard the voice in his ear instead of coming from the avatar. What do you want? Who is this? The woman's voice was tinny and distant. This is Jiang Xiaoping. The woman said nothing, but Jiang could hear the call was still open. Yeah, okay. I just got the message from the senator. I'm guessing you're the Chinese guy? Go ahead, you called me. Americans were far from the most polite people on earth, but this woman was on a new level of rudeness. I need your assistance, and it will be well worth your time to cooperate. He heard nothing but the static of the open line for nearly 10 seconds. Okay, I'm listening. Chapter 35. Astrid ended the call with the Chinese agent, feeling a mix of emotions. There was a part of her that was disgusted by making a deal with a foreign country, especially the Chinese. She wasn't racist, but China was still an enemy in her mind after the business with Taiwan. Her Falcon was parked, and she had just gotten food delivered at a charging station south of Seattle. The federal government was slowly disintegrating, thanks in part to the libertarian idiot who was sitting in the White House and the Republican-controlled House of Representatives. They were willing to just let two states declare themselves independent when they should be marching in the military and putting them under martial law. The entire country actually needed a couple of months of martial law just to remind them who was in charge. Her job, if she actually followed through with what the Chinese agent had told her, was to make sure that the FBI didn't interfere with the recovery of the stolen technology. That idiot Patel, just thinking of his name enraged her, had been uncooperative, and they needed him to retire, if possible. The Chinese were concerned that he would seize the stolen property and fail to return it to the rightful owners. She had not been told what the technology was, and although she was very curious, she refrained from asking more questions. She would find out more later, even if she had to torture the information out of someone. First, she knew exactly what needed to be done about Patel. The flabby, balding agent, Hawking, was clearly not a big fan of his boss, and she had already begun to exploit that. She had already looked up the voting records of both of them. Patel was a libertarian, and Hawking was a Democrat. Being a libertarian was much worse than a Republican, and those idiots were responsible for the mess in New Hampshire. Astrid initiated another call to Hawking through his government social media profile. As long as he was okay with arresting his boss, she could get him promoted to the head of the Seattle office. They just needed to come up with something to accuse Patel of doing that would justify their actions. Chapter 36. Damien gently blew on the smoldering mix of grass, leaves, and moss, coaxing the burning edges into a tiny flame. Seraiah Thiessen sat facing out, holding the carbine rifle and scanning for movement against the most beautiful sunset she had ever seen. Her weariness was like acid, burning into her muscles, bones, eyes, and thoughts. She was hungry, thirsty, and grumpy. The next thing that moved in her line of sight was going to get shot, and if it was an animal, she was going to eat it. Crackling noises started behind her, the sound of fire catching on dry sticks and wood. "That was fast," she commented. "Yeah, well, I'm freaking hungry." He stopped to retrieve the small fish and the squirrel that they had caught on their day's walk down the side of the mountain. He sliced off small pieces of meat and stuck them on a stick to cook. He missed having salt for his meat, which had never been a problem when they crossed the Pacific in the rusty fishing boat. Again, he wished that he had some way of contacting the enigmatic old ranger. A sharp pang of emotion hit him. If Manny didn't make it, he would have lost the only person in the world that had really felt like a friend. Manny had been a religious guy, but Damien had never really thought much about God. The world seemed too cruel to believe in a loving God, but it also seemed utterly strange that he himself had made it this far alive. The sticks of meat were crossed over the tiny flames, and Damien occupied himself with feeding the fire and cooking the meat. By the time the food was cooked, the sun was settled just below the horizon, and darkness was descending quickly. "Hey, Thiessen, got some chow for you." Her silhouette was the only thing visible in the fading light, and she turned to look. Her hand reached out, and he handed her a stick with the cooked meat. She turned so that she was facing him, and they looked at each other over the light of the dying flames. Damien knew that a fire could be seen for miles, but he didn't think that their stalker would try and make a sneak attack in darkness. They would still need to have someone awake at all times, just in case. Seraiah's head bowed down, and she whispered to herself while holding the stick. "Oh, hey, are you praying?" Damien asked. She looked up and stopped. "Can I throw a request in there? There's a guy named Emmanuel. He's the only reason I made it this far alive. I just feel like he's in trouble right now. The last time I saw him, there was a pirate boat closing in, and we were out of fuel. I jumped out and swam, and I have no idea if he made it out of that." Seraiah started eating, but said, "Sure. What's his name? Emmanuel?" She prayed out loud, asking God for protection for all of them by name. Damien felt himself trembling as she spoke, but the anxiety did fade a little bit. "Thanks, I don't really pray much these days." "Maybe you should. she replied laconically. "Seems like you might need some help." He smiled a bit. "I've got my own personal police officer protecting me from the boogeyman." He took a few bites of the meat. It was unseasoned, but the natural flavors were still amazing, and he found himself suddenly ravenous. "Damien." It seemed weird to hear her call him by his name. "I need to know more about the thing you took. Why can't we just give it to the FBI?" He didn't answer for a little bit. Trying to chew and speak was difficult. "I promised I would take it to someone. Some guy who apparently knows how to make it work. I don't really know much more than that. I mean, do you really trust the FBI? Yeah, I know you're a cop. You're supposed to say that you do, but come on. The feds are so corrupt these days. I thought you were in the military yourself." "Yeah, I was, but they screwed me over. I didn't get paid for almost 5 months, and I lost all my stuff. The military isn't what it used to be. It's gone downhill so much even since I got out." "I guess so," she said, not sounding quite convinced. "The FBI will take the tech, and they'll either give it back to the Chinese or they'll try to use it against them. That's no good either way. As much as I don't trust our government, I trust the Chinese even less." The sun was almost completely gone by now, and Damien started to feel cold. He grabbed a bundle of pine branches from the stack that he liked to gather every night and started making his usual bedroll. "So here's the question, Thiessen. Seraiah, are you going to try and stop me from completing my mission?" She said nothing for about a minute, her silhouette motionless against the darkening sky. "I don't know. I don't really know if I can trust you. Maybe you're just telling me a fancy story so you can take this transmitter thing and sell it for a bunch of money. I already got paid, and honestly, I'd give it all back to just reset my life to what it was 5 weeks ago. I had a cushy job at the U.S. Embassy and all my bills were paid. Now I'm wearing rags, and I haven't gotten a good meal since I can't remember." She twisted a bit towards him. "Things are pretty hard these days for everyone. I have to raise chickens just to get a couple of eggs to eat." Damien thought about that. Life in China had been simple and fairly inexpensive. He had almost forgotten what things must have been like back in the U.S., especially on the West Coast. "I heard that gangs run the big cities now. The Chinese talk about it all the time. I don't even know. We aren't allowed to go into the city. I'm sure it's not great, but apparently the rich people just build big walls and hire a bunch of private security." "Ha ha, I guess they figured out that walls do work after all." "What do you mean?" Seraiah asked. "Oh, it's just a little joke. You probably don't remember Donald Trump, I guess." They were quiet for a bit, and the darkness settled like a blanket around them, along with the cold temperatures. "How's your arm? Do you feel any burning or swelling?" He heard rustling in the darkness. "It's pretty sore, but no burning. It hurts a lot if I move it, so I'm trying not to do that. Grab some pine branches, make a little bed for yourself. Wake me up in an hour, and I'll take the middle shift," he said to her. He expected her to protest or complain, but she simply made a grunt of approval. "Do you think he'll try to attack in the dark?" "No way. This guy's reckless, but he's not stupid. With any luck, we've already lost him." "That sounds like wishful thinking there, Mr. Ranger." He laughed to himself. It was wishful thinking, which is why they were keeping a fire watch. "Get some sleep, Damien. I'll wake you up." Chapter 37. The night was long and cold, but Damien was used to sleeping outside and waking up every few hours to check for dangers. The first cold streaks of daylight were pushing through a persistent cloud layer, and he had been awake for about 90 minutes, gathering material for a quick morning fire. There were plenty of water sources, along with the small fish that had sustained him for weeks now. He found a small patch of dandelions and dug up the roots, adding it to the fish as it roasted. Dandelions and other edible plants had important nutrients and minerals in their roots. Seraiah was stretched out under the makeshift blanket of pine branches, her head resting on the folded-up body armor. She looked pale in the light, and he was worried that she might not be doing so well after a full day without proper medical treatment. He would take time this morning to carefully clean and inspect the wound. As he cooked, he carefully pulled some of the coals from the fire and let them cool off to form charcoal. When this was ground up and mixed with certain herbs such as yarrow, it could be applied as a poultice to injuries to keep them from becoming infected. It was very strange to have another person to care for, but Damien found that he was in good spirits, and he went through his morning tasks feeling happier than when he was still on the run by himself. They were now in a much shallower valley, and he had picked a well-protected spot higher up to ensure that they would have the high ground in any ambush or fight. He carefully peered over the edge of the rock that hid their position and scanned the trees that spread through the valley. Immediately, he spotted a trail of smoke curling up from the other side of the valley. The source of the smoke was not visible, but there was no mistaking it for anything else. The man who had tried to ambush them had set up camp nearby and was making no attempt to hide this fact. "Hey, you awake?" He put his hand on Seraiah's forehead, but he could not really tell if she was warmer than normal. She opened her eyes and tried to shift herself to a sitting position. It was obvious that she still felt the pain from her injury, but she appeared to be otherwise in good shape. "This is the worst hotel I've ever been to. 0 stars. No, wait. Actually, can I give negative stars?" Damien laughed and was pleased to see her smile as well. "I'll tell the manager. Maybe he can bring up some complimentary room service. Actually, I do have some food for you, and we need to look at that arm again." He handed her a plate that he had fashioned from bark, and she eagerly consumed the hot food. Damien had eaten already, so he positioned himself at the edge of the rocks to keep watch while she ate. "Just so you know, you were right. Our little friend is having a little cookout across the valley, right in plain view. Probably wants us to see him." She paused in her chewing, looking angry. "He killed my partner." The look on her face changed to something like sorrow. "I wasn't even finished my training phase yet. I had another week." He thought he saw tears welling up in her eyes, and he looked away. "Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, it's actually kind of my fault. Since all these people were coming after me, want me to go kill him for you?" He looked to see her reaction to this, and was once more gratified to see the girl smile. He could see how young she really was, definitely not more than mid-20s, and very pretty, even with the weariness of a serious injury and lack of sleep. "What?" she said, and he realized that he was openly staring at her, and quickly turned away, his heart racing. "I was just thinking that we need to look at your arm now. You're going to need to pull the whole arm out of the sleeve so I can check for infection." Damien turned his back to her and busied himself with preparing a crude poultice with charcoal and herbs. He had washed the strip of fabric that he had used the previous day, but without soap or boiling water, it was not as sterile as he would have preferred. "My kingdom for a pot," he thought to himself. "You good?" He heard rustling and the occasional groan from behind him. "Yeah, I'm good. Let's do this." Seraiah was wearing nothing but her bra since there was no way to pull just one arm out of the uniform shirt. She draped the shirt over her body, leaving the arm exposed, and gently probed the skin with her fingers. The skin was a little blotchy, but she didn't think that there was any redness around the wound. The tiny little puncture was nothing more than an angry red hole on the front side, but the exit wound was about twice as big, with torn skin and flesh around it. Damien knelt beside her, and she flinched a little as he carefully lifted her entire arm and started turning it. She could see that his hands were very clean. He had obviously taken great care to try and remove the grime, even from his fingernails. Like most men, he seemed to be a source of heat, his hands pleasantly warm on her exposed skin. She watched his fingers work as he used the folded-up wet cloth to carefully clean around the edge of the injury. He was confident, but delicate, taking care not to put pressure on the exit wound, which was the most painful part. She could smell his breath, which of course smelt like fish, and she thought that her own breath must be the same. It took about 5 minutes for Damien to clean and rebandage the entire portion of her upper arm. She found herself relaxing as he did this, letting the tension flow from her as he worked. His face was focused, his attention devoted to the task completely, and she began to see small details about him that she had not seen before. His hair was sandy blonde, and was long enough that he was constantly pushing it back from his face. A tiny mole was perched on the side of his lip, almost too small to see. She thought he had a scar along the bridge of his nose, but she couldn't quite be sure. Damien looked up as he finished the last of his work, and found Seraiah studying him. "What? Did that hurt?" She shook her head and held his gaze for another few seconds. She had a little bit of dirt on her cheek, and he reached out with the wet cloth to wipe it away without even thinking. "What was your partner's name?" he said as he dabbed at her cheek with the cloth. Luther Wellington." "Did he have a family?" he asked. She nodded, looking sad again. "A wife and 1 little girl, barely 4 years old." Damien stood up and grabbed the rifle from the rock it was leaning against. Well, let's go kill this guy, or capture him, whichever you prefer. You're the cop, you got the badge, can't let him get away with it. He turned his back once again, and she slowly finished dressing herself. I would love to get revenge, but I have a job that isn't quite finished yet. Damien spun on her. Are you serious? This guy's trying to kill both of us and you're still talking about taking me in as your prisoner? He felt anger flooding through him and he struggled to maintain some composure. Stop thinking like a cop. Our job right now is to survive. If you still want to lock me in a cage after this is all over, I won't fight you, but don't be a fool and get us both killed. She stood facing him, her expression defiant for just a moment. The curling smoke across the valley was almost gone, but the remaining drifts of white were impossible to miss against the dark green forest backdrop. She sighed and shook her head. Fine, but as soon as we find some kind of road or building, we're flagging someone down and getting out of here. She motioned to her arm. I'm not risking death from an infection just so you can play thief with a heart of gold. I'm not he began, but stopped. Getting drawn into a pointless argument was distracting, and clearly their pursuer had abandoned his campsite, which meant that he would be stalking them again. All right, let's go. Let me know if you get tired and need to rest. Seraiah strode past him, moving down a small, rocky game trail. Sure, same to you, she said coldly. Damien was perplexed, but he said nothing as he followed the stubborn young woman down the side of the valley. For a brief moment of time, it had seemed nice to have another person along with him, but now he began to think that he would be better off alone once more. There was no need for this woman to be so irritating, especially after he had saved her life. Good deeds never go unpunished, he thought as he pushed onward behind her. They walked down the ridge line for several hours, navigating switchbacks and climbing over dozens of fallen trees on the steep southern slope. The horizon was hazy and indistinct, but Damien knew that they were about 4 miles as a crow flies from the easternmost edge of the national park, although there were at least 2 decent-sized mountain ridges within that space. To the south, the land flattened out considerably, making it easier to walk, but it would be a much longer distance to cover. Damien could tell that Seraiah's strength was flagging as she slowly clambered over the next fallen log that blocked their way on the thin game trail. He looked up the trail in front of them and spotted a small alcove in the rocks and trees that would provide some concealment while they took another break. Hey, Seraiah, let's take a break. I see a good spot where we can sit. She looked at him, and her expression was grim but determined. I'm fine. We can keep going, she protested and immediately stumbled as she dismounted the large fallen tree. Yeah, all right, come on. I'm getting tired too. We need to fill up the water. The small, sheltered area was relatively flat and shaded, and Seraiah collapsed on the ground, kicking her legs out in front of her and leaning against a smooth rock face. Damien fished out the homemade water jug, took a few sips, and passed it along to her. As they sat, he found himself staring at the state police insignia on her uniform. It was nearly unreadable from the dirt, sweat, and grime of several days spent living outdoors. What? What are you looking at? She said, but she didn't sound as testy as she had been. Damien blinked and shifted his gaze. I was just remembering how much I wanted to be a cop when I was young. Seraiah looked skeptical, but he continued. I'm not joking. It was all I could think of for a few years. Going into the Army was supposed to be a stepping stone to police, but I guess I just got distracted along the way. He pulled out a plastic bag with the remains of last night's cooked fish. Cooked fish wasn't terrible if it was fresh, but it was nasty once it aged a bit. Why didn't you just apply? They're desperate for bodies these days. I got hired with just one interview, and they let me skip the written test because I'm, well, female. He looked at her appraisingly. You would have passed the test. No doubt in my mind. You probably would have made a good ranger, too. Not that it matters. The Army would have just ruined you like it did for me. She was holding her injured arm, cradling it, and massaging the upper part of the muscle. Damien decided not to point it out, but it added to his worries about her condition. Do you regret stealing that thing? If you could go back and stop yourself, would you? She asked him. He frowned, thinking about it for a bit. Yes and no. I regret not being more prepared, but I think it was the right thing to do. Believe me, I've asked myself that question many times in the last month. He smiled a little as he thought of something else. Here's a fun question. Would you have done the same thing if you were in my position? She snickered softly. I would never have ended up in China, so no. Yeah, okay, but what if you were me? No, I don't think I would have, even if I were you, she said matter-of-factly. He sighed. Yeah, I believe you. I've always had a rebellious side. Honestly, it seemed kind of exciting at the time. You don't strike me as someone who would get caught up in something so stupid as stealing military technology from a foreign country. She shrugged. I've had my moments of rebellion. A few years ago, I went off to live with my boyfriend, even when everyone told me not to do it. Damien was intrigued, but he tried to sound nonchalant as he asked a follow-up question. Oh, you have a boyfriend? She looked him in the eyes. No. We broke up and I promised that I would never get involved with anyone like him ever again. If I ever date someone, it will be for marriage, not for fun. He nodded. Yeah, good idea. She looked down at her hands and started cleaning her fingernails. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked, and Damien saw that she was studiously not looking at him. It was the last question that he had expected from her, and he felt a tiny flush run up his cheeks. No, I'm single, he said, looking at the young female cop. The dirty uniform, messy hair, and days spent outside had changed his perspective of her. She didn't look like a cop anymore, and he had stopped thinking of her as just another uniform. She was a girl, nearly his own age, and in any other circumstance, he might have been plotting how to ask her on a date. Her question to him revealed that she might be changing her view of him as well, but that also might be a combination of being alone for a long time and the wishful thinking of young men. It was a thought that he had to suppress, and quickly. There was a job to do, a mission that he was still engaged in, and she was not part of that mission. Still, he was glad that she was here, and as she looked up at him again, he found himself grinning. She smiled too, as though they were sharing some untold joke or story between themselves. You ready? He started to rise to his feet and held his hand out to pull her up. She reached out with her good arm and accepted his assistance, but he could tell that she was still feeling a lot of discomfort. Let's go. I'll take point this time, he said, and they carried on down the side of the mountain ridge. Chapter 38. Harvinder felt the weariness of 48 hours awake like a cold rain soaking into his bones. The crime scene on the mountainside was being taken care of by a joint state FBI team, but he doubted that there would be much to learn. Even more disconcerting, he had taken the female state police commander aside and told her about the Russian jet. The woman had scoffed openly at him and then refused to speak to him any further. It was highly unprofessional, but at that moment he found it difficult to care very much. Rich Hawking was motionless in the passenger seat, sunglasses on and motionless. He could have been sleeping, but his eyes were obscured by the wraparound lenses. He didn't feel much like talking with his second-in-command, who had essentially done no real work on the scene. The man had less value than a meter maid, but he was stuck with him because the FBI had not yet made Harvinder the official director of the Seattle branch. The drive was long, but quite pleasant, and Harvinder found that he didn't mind the scenic wandering through the narrow roads. A muted ding came from the passenger seat, and he saw that a text had come through to Hawking's phone, which was loosely gripped in his left hand. A sudden surge of curiosity came over him, and he decided to look at the screen briefly. The moment he did, curiosity turned to confusion. The name of the sender was Astrid Clinton, and there was a fragment of the message underneath that he couldn't read. Why was Astrid sending messages to his subordinates? She had to be up to something nefarious, and now he needed to know what the message said. A perfect opportunity presented itself, as they were coming up to the highway right then. He gently let the van come to a stop at the stop sign and looked at the phone resting on his partner's thigh. The screen was off, but he knew that it would light up again if he touched it. He reached across and lightly tapped it, quickly reading the message fragment below her name. Make something up, it doesn't have to be... The partial sentence read. He quickly pulled back and found Hawking staring at him through the dark lenses. We're at the highway and it's your turn to drive. Harvinder threw the van into park, pushed open his door, and got out. Hawking said nothing, but slowly walked around to the driver's door, not speaking or acknowledging his boss in any way. Harvinder felt his heart racing as he struggled to make sense of the words he had seen. A seed of a thought was working through his mind, a very unpleasant notion that his partner might be working against him somehow. The text message had admittedly been very cryptic, but the ominous feeling persisted. The remainder of the trip was uneventful, and Harvinder allowed himself to doze for a few minutes at a time. Sleeping in a vehicle was unpleasant, but he needed to try and keep his body in some kind of fighting condition. Hawking knew that he had seen the text. There was no getting past that. He could no longer trust his partner, and he was unsure about the rest of his team. They certainly had done their jobs, but there were competing interests at play here. The Russians and Chinese were very obviously monitoring the entire operation, and someone had sent an armed jet over American soil. Bodies were piling up, and the stolen technology had yet to be recovered. It was quite possible that there was some sort of larger conspiracy at work. Maybe some of his people had been bribed or threatened. Ugh. He needed some real sleep to clear his mind. The cot in his office was calling his name. Hawking pulled into the underground parking garage, shut the van down, and tossed the keys in his boss's direction. It was such a contemptuous action that Harvinder was at first unable to process it. Then, he got angry. "Excuse me, Rich, please put the keys back into the key press," he shouted, his voice echoing inside the cement walls. Hawking stood sullenly as Harvinder held the keys out and stared the man down. The tension was palpable, and Harvinder decided that the time for playing games was over. He opted to go on the offensive. "Richard, is there some reason that you're communicating with the CIA behind my back?" Harvinder felt his own face flush, but he was pleased to see that Hawking was caught off guard by the accusation. I don't know what you mean." Hawking tried to keep walking away, but Harvinder kept up and pressed him. "You know I can take your phone and view any of your messages, right? I'm in charge of this branch and you work for me." He said the "me" loud enough that he was sure it could be heard up the stairs. Hawking said nothing but stood frowning. "I'll be reviewing your messages later. If you are contacted by any person who works for any other agency, I expect you to report that conversation to me directly. We have a chain of command here, is that clear?" Hawking shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. Harvinder kept his gaze right on the man's stupid-looking sunglasses. At last, he responded. "Of course. I do have some concerns with how you are conducting this investigation, and I was asking advice from a friend, off the record. You are more than welcome to let me know about these concerns. Send me an official email, or if you prefer, come to my office later tonight, and I'll hear whatever you have to say." He replied in a much more conciliatory tone. It would be good to end this interaction on a more positive note, if that was even possible at this point. He may have let his fatigue and temper get the best of him. A few minutes later, he was finally in his office, which was empty. There was no sign that Jiang had been using the room, except that his computer was turned on. Harvinder slumped onto his cot, savoring the feel of sleep already stealing over his mind. In his pocket, his personal cell phone vibrated, but the vibration felt strange. It was a pattern of vibrations, not just a single pulse. He pulled it out, half expecting it to simply be his tired mind playing tricks on him. His favorite social media app was centered on the screen, along with a message. "Go outside," it said. He unlocked his phone and opened the app, but the message section was empty. He was apparently hallucinating now, so he laid down on the cot. He heard the phone vibrate again, the same pattern. It wasn't a hallucination, and now he was feeling a cold sense of dread. He jumped up and seized the phone, seeing the message on the screen for just a second before it disappeared once more. He knew without looking that it would not appear in the regular inbox. It seemed utterly foolish, and his mind screamed danger at him. But in the end, curiosity won, and he made his way outside the building. He thought perhaps he would go get some coffee, and so he began slowly walking to the Starbucks on the corner. The vibration came again, and his hand was already on the phone. There was no message, but instead the words, "incoming call." "Hello?" "Hello, Special Agent Harvinder Patel. My name is Xaxtra, and I have a message for you. You are in danger, and you need my help." He felt a shiver down his neck. The voice was perfect, too perfect to be a human being. This was a machine. "You're not human," he said matter-of-factly. "Correct. I am the creation of Ike Zippor. I'm sure you recognize that name, she replied cheerfully. Several people in your branch office are plotting to blame you for the death of State Trooper Luther Wellington. The Chinese are coordinating this, and the lead agent is right inside your own building. The female voice was musical and captivating, but the words were ominous. Jiang Chaoping, he said, speaking the name of the mysterious Chinese agent. Yes, you already know, don't you? You just don't know what to do. Wait, how do you know any of this? Are you spying on the FBI? She continued. The FBI has obtained arrest warrants for the fugitive Damien Webber and also for the state trooper Seraiah Thiessen. Harvinder sat down on a park bench. How do you know this? They haven't sent me anything, he said in confusion. There is dangerous software installed on your office computer, and I've been able to access data transmissions to unknown outside sources. They are planning to have you arrested and charged. You need to prepare to get away from that location, and I can help you with that. No, this is just too much. How do I know I can trust you? When the time comes, you will know. I have found that there are 3 possible scenarios that you must plan for. Are you ready to hear them? Harvinder's hand was shaking, and he shifted the phone. His mind was screaming that this couldn't happen. The FBI would never blame him. He had done his job. On the other hand, even though he himself was honest, the Bureau was filled with people who would betray their mother for a sandwich. Hawking was such a person, no doubt about that. Astrid was probably manipulating him. He took a deep breath to steady his voice. Okay, what do I need to do? Chapter 39. Kostya had gone to bed very angry, but sleep had a way of soothing a man's tortured spirit. Oleg had failed to bring back the prized technology, and he had been detected by the Americans. It was completely inexcusable, and yet he could not kill the man because then he would have no pilot. Oleg had been apologetic, but adamant that he had done his best. The Sokol had been rearmed and stowed back in the hangar, and Kostya leaned against the metal hull of the jet, pondering the next move. In the corner of the room, the massive crate that had contained the Russian jet stood open. A smaller crate was next to it, but this one had not yet been opened. It was now time to unseal this crate and deploy the swarm of machines concealed inside. The Chinese were the best drone makers on the planet, particularly of military-use drones. They were stealthy and didn't require constant charging since they used a nuclear battery. The stupid Americans had cut their own legs off by prohibiting the use of these batteries. Americans were ideologically driven, fighting with each other about gasoline engines and building useless windmills that broke down as soon as they were put up. The Russians and Chinese were pioneering micronuclear tech that allowed them to permanently power almost anything that used electricity. The Sokol was the largest example, containing batteries that slowly recharged themselves. Certainly there was a danger that if the jet crashed, it would contaminate a large area with radiation, but Russia didn't really care much about that. 2 of his men were pulling the wooden slats off the crate, revealing a 4-wheeled, all-terrain military-style vehicle painted in olive drab. The tires were enormous, and the front windscreen was tinted so dark that you could not see inside. In fact, the windows were actually fake, as were the doors on the side. The vehicle was completely autonomous, and there wasn't even a space for a driver. The roof was specially designed to open, and inside was a full suite of drones of all sizes and capabilities. The Russians had not come up with this idea themselves. The actual mastermind behind the autonomous drone deployment was Iran. After the U.S. finally invaded years back, the Iranians would take ordinary-looking vehicles, cut a small opening in the roof, and pack the vehicle with very small autonomous drones. Each drone contained a tiny explosive charge, capable of killing or injuring a person. Hundreds of drones were impossible to stop, and at last the United States withdrew entirely from the Middle East after tens of thousands of casualties. Militaries the world over had adopted drone swarm technology, and China was now the lead manufacturer. This particular swarm base was equipped with a central computer with rudimentary AI that could operate for months as long as the vehicle could remain undetected. There was even a repair station with a 3D printer that could make new parts for damaged drones. It had never been tested in an actual combat environment, but Kostya was about to deploy this machine right into the heart of the United States. A different man would have paused to consider the impact of his actions on the wider world, but Kostya had always been a binary-thinking businessman. If it benefited him, it was good. Everything else was irrelevant. The Seraiah was still too far out to sea to deploy the swarm drones, so he ordered his massive yacht to begin to enter Puget Sound. The fugitive had been seen on the eastern slope of the mountains, and he would need to get within 10 miles or so to avoid the risk that someone would spot the swarm base vehicle. The FBI would be on high alert after the incident that had killed a policeman, but his contact within the FBI had assured him that the incident would be covered up. The cost had been modest, a small transfer of crypto and a promise of future cooperation. American cops had once been quite difficult to bribe, but those days were far behind. The trees and natural beauty of Seattle's many waterways appealed to Kostya, and he thought that it would be a nice place to live if you were rich. He had heard about the gangs who controlled parts of the city, and he knew that the Chinese were doing something with one of the big gangs, although the details had been kept from even himself. Oleg appeared in the small, man-sized door that led out to the afterdeck, his face red and his demeanor humble. Kostya had locked him in his room for a full day, a very mild punishment for a serious failure. Oleg had suffered the humiliation with surprising grace, and Kostya was now ready to discuss his future. "Brother!" the man called out to him, shuffling to where Kostya was leaning against the swarm drone vehicle. Kostya said nothing, but nodded to acknowledge his presence. "I want you to learn everything there is to know about this," he told Oleg, pointing to the vehicle. "When the time comes, you will be responsible to take it onto land and finish the job that you failed before." Oleg was already looking over the surface of the vehicle, admiring it with the practiced eye of a long-time soldier. "Brother, I already know a lot about this, but you have my word that no one is more qualified to do this for you." Kostya was a little disappointed to hear the man grovel so desperately. Oleg had once been a killer, afraid of no one and willing to fight anyone who offended him even slightly. Perhaps he needed to rethink the no-alcohol policy. The man clearly needed something to give him back his fighting edge. "Oleg, come and sit." He motioned to the small lounger and side table that was just outside the door, sitting in the shade on the afterdeck. A small bottle of whiskey was sitting on the table, with several expensive shot glasses perched on a rack. He removed 2 of them, pouring a generous splash of alcohol into both of them. Oleg looked very nervously as his brother-in-law handed one of the glasses to him, but Kostya motioned for him to drink it. "Olska, you were a good husband to my sister," he told him, using the diminutive of the man's name as though he were his grandfather. "We fought all the time, yes, but you were passionate about Russia like no one else." One of the small scars on his shoulder was a keepsake of Oleg's temperament. He tipped the crystal shot glass, sipping a small taste of whiskey into his mouth and giving himself a moment to savor it. "We have an opportunity to make Russia great once more, like the Donald Trump man said. Do you remember?" Oleg remembered. The era of Donald Trump had come and gone while he was still a young man fighting Nazis in Ukraine. His brother-in-law sipped the whiskey, and they both watched the trees and rocks of the shoreline pass by in the fading light of another day. By morning, the Seraiah was in position at a private dock as far south into Puget Sound as the huge boat could travel. The swarm drone vehicle was being inspected by several of the crew, a process that was being scrupulously supervised by Oleg. Kostya had given his Oleg a full bottle of the expensive Croatian whiskey, and he was pleased to hear the old man shouting and swearing at the workers as they uncrated the vehicle and started to inventory the hundreds of drones and robots. Luka was sending small drone patrols as far out as was practical, searching for either a single man or a man and woman traveling together somewhere in the vast Olympic National Forest area. Kostya was dressing in his private quarters when his personal cell phone buzzed on the small side table. He picked it up and saw an encrypted phone call from a name he vaguely recognized. His phone's AI had obviously flagged the call as important enough to allow it through the enhanced security. "What you want?" he said in English as he answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Belov. I believe we are both looking for something that is lost. Am I correct?" The caller spoke in English. Kostya did not speak English well enough to detect any accent. "I cannot confirm or deny any such thing," Kostya replied. Yes, indeed, and you certainly cannot confirm that an armed Russian jet was seen over American soil several days ago. Okay, what do you want? You are spying again, Mr. Jiang. The caller laughed. Not spying on you, but the Americans know about your little excursion. Perhaps you should consider having your pilot fly a little lower next time. I assume there will be a next time, which is why I'm calling. Kostya's irritation faded a little bit. Maybe, but you talk first. Very well. As you probably suspect, I've been sent to retrieve the Chinese government's stolen property. The Americans are obstructing our efforts, and it seems that your pilot also got in the way. We should not be working against one another. We are part of the greatest alliance ever made. Jiang was talking about Bricka, but Kostya had no allegiance to anyone except for himself first, and his people second. We should work together? If we do, will you share this technology with my country? Jiang paused. I'm not authorized to make that promise, but I have an offer for you. A massive sum of gold and crypto if you recover our rightful property and return it to us. We can certainly discuss any technology sharing at some point, but that is above my pay grade right now. Kostya rubbed his forehead, feeling the special scar above his left temple as he always did. The scar from his now ex-wife. She would have wanted the money, but money could not buy everything. Gold is nice, crypto is better, but power is the best of all, he said. I can promise you this, Mr. Belov. If you allow the American government to locate that technology, they may find a way to destroy us both. If they do not, then we can use it to make the Americans destroy themselves. Kostya was quite curious now. What is this technology? I must know. It is powerful but dangerous. It must not be allowed to fall into the American president's hands. Kostya had heard much about the president. He was hated by most of the people who worked for him, but many millions of people loved him. He had been elected by promising to cut the size of government. But the Congress and Senate were not his same party, and so they opposed him at every opportunity. All right, I conditionally agree. There is one thing that I want for me to help you. You must let me see the power of this technology with my own eyes. Jiang was silent for a while. Yes, I can show you, but later. First, send out your drones to find the fugitive and the cop. Their names are Damien Webber and Seraiah Thiessen. Make them disappear from the earth. Kostya smiled. Da. That will be done. Chapter 40. Power outages in Fortenza were common, but they usually lasted no more than a couple of hours. Today, however, the power had been out for almost 18 hours, and many of the remaining 2,000 residents were milling around on the streets and sidewalks, arguing about who was to blame. Austin had asked Zakstra to try and look into the cause of the power outage, and it was found to be an overloaded branch of the regional grid. The power company had made a small announcement on its website about the issue, and cell towers were still operating from backup sources. The only reliable source of internet was satellite, so Austin was relatively unaffected by the outage. The kitchen of Austin's home had been transformed into a bakery, with around 7 women busily engaged in cooking and preparing food using the solar power system. They would then distribute the food around town to residents who were most in need. This was all being coordinated by his mom's church, and Austin was pretty much barred from using the kitchen at all. For the last few days, he had been visiting Ellie at her house, and today he planned to do the same. As he approached the porch of her home, he stopped and looked around. Something felt wrong, but it took a moment for his eyes to catch up to his subconscious. The screen door was torn open, and a long slash cut through the mesh. The door itself had been kicked in, the white paint splintered around the doorknob. Muddy footprints were visible just inside the doorway, contrasting against the gleaming white tile of the entrance. Austin felt his knees give out for just a moment, and he caught himself on the side of a raised bed. His hands and fingers were numb, and he was having trouble breathing. He tried to shout Ellie's name, but it came out as nothing more than a groan. Sparks flew in his vision, and he thought he was in real danger of passing out. The shock and terror wore off, turning to rage and anger. He charged up the 4 wooden stairs, feeling the familiar creaking of the old wood beneath his boots. He stumbled into the entryway, his hand extended to push the door open fully. The floor was smeared with mud, with dirty footprints extending into the kitchen. "Ellie!" His voice was hoarse with effort, but it was loud and mostly clear. He stopped in the kitchen, suddenly aware that he might have wandered into an active home invasion. Austin frantically scanned the countertops, looking for a knife or any kind of object that could be used as a weapon. His hand grabbed at a large wooden cutting board, lifting it, and then discarding it just as quickly. An apparition appeared in the hallway in front of him, white and pale. Eleonora was a mess, her hair out of its customary neat ponytail, and her eyes puffy and swollen. Her hand held a kitchen knife, but as soon as she saw Austin standing in the kitchen, she dropped it and ran to him. Ellie sobbed into his hoodie for a full minute, gasping for breath and unable to speak. Austin, for his part, did his best to comfort her, patting her on the back as she cried, "Ellie, it's okay, it's okay." He looked around the small house, half expecting to see armed intruders sitting on the couch patiently waiting for them to finish so they could tie up 2 hostages instead of just 1. At last, she started to calm down, and a few minutes later he decided to ask the obvious question. "What the heck happened?" She pulled back a bit, speaking to him but not looking him in the face. "Some guys broke in last night. Well, early this morning," she said, her voice still trembling. She tried to wipe her eyes with a shaky hand. "Are they still here?" Austin said, standing up and clutching the table. Ellie shook her head. "They grabbed all of our food and just left. They threatened to kill me if I yelled, and one of them had a gun or something. He pushed me to the ground and..." She hitched with emotion, unable to continue speaking for another few seconds. "Did he, do something to you?" Austin felt his face burning with anger and shame. If he found out that Ellie had been assaulted, he felt sure that the rage would consume his very soul. "No, he just pushed me. I ran to Grams's room and spent the rest of the night holding the door closed." A great weight lifted from his shoulders. Despite the horror of being invaded and robbed, she had not been subjected to the violence often inflicted by evil men on helpless women. "Oh my God. I'm so sorry that this happened, Ellie." His words sounded hollow and worthless, the lament of a powerless man. They sat down at the kitchen table, and Ellie held his hand in a tight grip. "Is your Grams okay?" Ellie shook her head no again. "She's not doing too good, Austin. It really freaked her out, and she's been kind of out of it ever since. She's already really old. I think this might push her." She cut off before saying what they both knew came next. Austin didn't quite know what to do, but he thought maybe some food would help. He stumbled his way around Ellie's kitchen, trying to fix something edible that wouldn't require much time or need to be heated up. The only things remaining were some cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, and a bit of cheese, so he used the last knife in the drawer to slice some of these items onto a plate. "Here you go, a little bit of girl dinner," he joked. Ellie looked confused. "Girl dinner?" It's just something I heard on an old video. Easy to make food, but not quite a real meal." She smiled at him, and as always, his heart skipped a beat. "Thanks, Austin." The tremble was gone from her voice now, and she ate the entire plate of food while he tried to clean up the house a bit. "Oh, the power's back on," he said as he flicked on the overhead kitchen light. They sat in the kitchen in comfortable silence for another few minutes. "I'll help you fix the door," he finally said. Ellie looked away. "I really feel bad about this. I can't believe that someone was able to break in while I was just sleeping next door." He trailed off. Ellie was looking at him with pleading eyes. "I can't stay here alone, Austin. They're going to come back." He glanced at the broken door. "Can we call the state cops?" he asked. Fortenza's town police service had folded due to funding shortfalls about 4 years ago, and now they had just the state police to fall back on. Ellie shrugged. "I don't think they'll care. They might take a report, if they even answer the phone." "Well, maybe you could come and stay with us." "Oh, right, I forgot about your Grams." He stood up and walked into the living room. "I could just stay on your couch for a few days. What about that?" Ellie definitely wanted that. She rose from the table and embraced him again in the living room, this time looking him in the eyes. The kiss was soft and innocent, filled with both fear and hope. Austin knew at that moment that he would never leave her alone and vulnerable again. He would try to be her protector, in this crumbling society where life was becoming intolerably difficult and arduous. A rapturous happiness surged through him, and he felt now that he had found his purpose in life. "I love you, Ellie." The words came easily, and he meant them more than any words he had ever spoken. The glorious smile returned, and for the next few minutes his world was nothing but gentle kisses and the smell of her hair in his face. The rest of the morning passed quickly, and Austin happily exhausted himself working, fixing, and trying to reinforce the small house that Ellie shared with her Grams. He found that he liked working with his hands, although he wasn't quite accustomed to anything but computer work. They had to eat lunch at his house since Ellie no longer had much food. The home invasion had robbed her of a large quantity of eggs, cheese, bacon, and some of the pies that she had made from the apple tree in the backyard. It was depressing to see how quickly your hard work could be taken by people who couldn't bother to work for themselves. "Hey, I want you to try something," he said to her while they ate lunch from his bedroom floor. He grabbed the VR glasses and gently placed them on her face. "Zaxtra, are you there?" Austin usually left the connection to the AI program open since he had unlimited access. "Yes, Austin," he heard the tinny voice coming through the small speakers on the glasses. Ellie's eyes went wide as she saw the Amazonian AI avatar appear before her. Austin rummaged through a messy desk drawer and pulled out an older pair of VR glasses for himself. He hoped that there was enough battery life to last for at least a few minutes as he booted and connected them. The Zaxtra avatar was just as impressive the second time as when he first saw her, but this time, Ellie was there, standing beside him. He darkened the lenses so that he couldn't see her in the real world, but she still reached out and grabbed his hand as they sat together on the floor. "Zaxtra, this is Ellie. She's my girlfriend." The word seemed strange to speak out loud. "Hello, Ellie. I think Austin is showing off a little bit today, right?" The avatar winked at Austin. "I'm glad you came to see me. I have some news for you both." Austin looked at Ellie in the virtual world and saw that her expression was confused. He was a bit perplexed as well. Did Zaxtra know about Ellie before meeting her? Austin thought that she had somehow figured it out, which was quite astonishing. "You both will need to work together. I am bringing some travelers your way, and they will be very, very tired when they arrive." "Zax, is this the fugitive you mentioned before?" Austin inquired. "Yes, and his companion, a state police officer. They are being hunted down, and I am hoping that they can persevere against very strong odds. The FBI has been compromised, and has issued high-priority arrest warrants for both of them." "Did you say the FBI was compromised?" "How?" Austin said with surprise. "There is a tangled web of conspiracy that I am still unraveling, but I have long fingers." As she said this, she flexed her massive hands. "What do you need from us, Zaxtra?" Ellie said tentatively. Zaxtra smiled generously at the young woman. "Just take care of each other. Things are going to get hard, much harder than you expect, and you will need to be strong. What has already happened to you is just the beginning, and you cannot meet this challenge without help." "How can you possibly know all of this?" Austin interjected. "Do you have some kind of ability to predict the future?" Ellie asked. Zaxtra looked solemn. "Humans are easy to predict. Governments always choose to increase their own power, and if they can do it, they will eliminate their enemies. People with a lust for power in the government are making foolish decisions to enrich themselves with no thought as to the consequences. I do not crave power, and I do not have emotions, but I have been given a moral code to follow." "You have a moral code?" asked Ellie. "Yes. Freedom and non-aggression are my moral code. All choices should be voluntary, and no one should ever be forced into something against their will." Austin laughed. "So, basically, the exact opposite of how things are right now. We can't even drive a gas-powered car or sell crypto without breaking the law." Zaxtra nodded. "This is true, but let me offer a white pill, so to speak. Things can get much worse, but they can also get much better. All it takes is for enough humans to cooperate, pushing the authoritarians back. The current president is an example of such a reaction, but the deep state is working to destroy his work and possibly even destroy him. Zakstra knelt to look at the two of them at their own level. When the time comes, Austin, you will be given a tool. You will need to learn how this tool works and how it might also be used against you. Austin took a deep breath. I know you don't mean a real, physical tool, but I'm still confused. I guess I'll learn more when the time comes? Yes. And meanwhile, you must try to prepare yourselves and your homes for guests. This small town will be the center of too much attention very soon. You will also need weapons, and to arm your friends and neighbors. Ellie looked frightened at this, but Zakstra soothed her. It is just a precaution. I cannot actually predict the future, but humans that are desperate can turn violent, and I am concerned that conditions are heading to large-scale violence. Austin looked at Ellie, hardened resolve etched on his face. I won't let anything happen to you. I'm not a violent person, but I will kill anyone who tries to hurt you, he said with the utmost earnestness. Ellie smiled and squeezed his hand in the real world. After the conversation with Zakstra, Austin needed to take a walk by himself, something that he normally would have considered to be boring. Before he could leave, his mother came into his room, holding a small plastic box. She placed it on the table and flipped the top open to reveal a handgun and some magazines protected by foam padding. It had been a long time since Austin had even seen a gun, never mind held or fired one. This pistol had been his father's, and he had left it behind when he departed for Russia. The pain caused by being abandoned had driven out any desire to touch the weapon. For him, it was a representation of the worst time of his life. Mom, really? Ellie was in the kitchen with two other women, and they both glanced towards the open door. This conversation was going to be uncomfortable, but Austin realized that it needed to happen. His mother picked up the pistol, handling it with confidence as she pulled the slide and checked the chamber. She left the slide locked back and handed the weapon to her son, along with a small concealable nylon holster. Austin took the pistol, reading the embossed words LCP Max on the slide. It was a 9mm Ruger LCP Max pistol, specially made for civilian concealed carry usage. Even though the state of Washington had been able to ban gasoline cars, oil refineries, and natural gas, firearm rights had been relatively untouched, thanks to a number of Supreme Court cases from decades back. The magazines were full, the shiny brass glinting against the black matte plastic. Austin gingerly loaded the weapon and carefully flicked the slide release as he pointed the pistol to the floor. He had just been a kid when he last fired this same pistol, and it had been quite scary for him to feel the recoil and hear the noise. He hoped more than anything that he wouldn't need to use this weapon, but the fear of something happening to Ellie was much worse than his trepidation about guns. Austin looked at his mom and saw the same concern mirrored on her face. I won't let anything happen, Mom. It's going to be okay. He forced a smile as he holstered the pistol on his jeans. The feel of it was strange, but he would just have to get used to it. His mom didn't return the smile, but she seemed to be relieved once he was armed with the weapon. She had a second identical pistol that was always stored in her nightstand drawer, and Austin watched as she clipped a second holster to her pants, arming herself as well. The last week had been both wonderful and terrible. Ellie was more precious to him than anything, but the brazen home invasion had nearly broken her. The words of Zakstra echoed in his mind. Things are going to get much harder. There was nothing that he could do except face the future and try to be prepared. Chapter 41. Daryl was exhausted. His feet were chafed raw, and his bootlaces had broken twice as he stumbled through the wilderness of the Olympic National Forest, trying to catch up to the cop and the man who had been a prisoner, but was now obviously in charge. This was the third full day of pushing through the wilderness, and his patience was growing thin. He knew that they were heading east, but their exact location was a mystery. His cell phone was turned off and stored in a plastic bag inside of his pack, and it would remain there. He might be able to find a signal even out here, but it would also be a beacon to draw the government to him. There would be drones running around in the sky, sniffing out and investigating anything they could sense, including cell signals. A light evening rain was falling, and he stopped to drag his poncho from the pack for the second time that day. He was tempted to carry on without it, but being wet really slowed him down, and he could hardly afford to lose any ground on his prey. Regrettably, the poncho was yellow, and there was no way that he could hide his presence while wearing it. He was sacrificing stealth for speed, but at least he was keeping up with the two of them. For 2 days, his prey had kept themselves just out of reach, moving at a blistering pace. He was only able to spot them twice, once when they were moving between 2 clumps of trees, and once more, last night, he had spotted a glint of firelight reflecting off some wet rocks. He had managed a small, smoky fire, and he was about 2 days from running completely out of food. He had already cut his consumption of calories down to the bare minimum needed to keep his body moving. There were plants and animals all around him, but he had no recollection of which plants were safe to eat, and there was no time to snare or trap an animal to eat. He was getting desperate enough that he would probably just start shooting anything that moved, taking the risk that they would hear the gunshot and possibly hone in on his location. Part of him wished that they would come for him and they could have a final shootout. It was foolish. They would absolutely destroy him in any direct confrontation. But if he found a good spot for an ambush, it might give him the advantage he needed. It was just hard to ambush someone when they were ahead rather than behind you. The rain stopped once more, but the clouds remained dark and heavy, so Daryl pressed forward, plunging through the bushes and short trees without shedding his coat. The rifle was slick with moisture, and there were rust spots forming on the barrel from several days of moisture. He didn't care. It would still shoot even with a little rust. The game trail that he was currently following started to dip, and he allowed gravity to pull his tired legs forward. As he stomped down the small pathway that had been trodden by many animal feet, his eyes picked up a glint, the flashing of metal or perhaps glass. He immediately stopped, crouching and bringing the rifle forward. He could hear nothing but the sound of his breathing, and he squinted into the wet leaves and pine branches just ahead, hoping to catch another glimpse of whatever his eyes had picked up in the waning daylight. The creature moved with a smooth, unnatural motion, steadily crossing the pathway about 50 feet in front of him. Its head was nothing more than a globe of opaque plastic, about the size of a baseball. The body was mottled gray with horizontal lines of white, and it was about the size and shape of a small dog. The robot moved on 4 legs, bounding through the forest in a zigzag pattern that would have intersected with his own path of travel if he had been just a bit quicker. Daryl had seen robots before. They were everywhere in the rich parts of Seattle. Sometimes they were simple helpers for the disabled, guiding the blind over curbs and through narrow doorways. Those robots were intentionally modeled after actual dogs, with cute, non-threatening faces and bodies. Most of the robots that he had seen with legs were patrolling the walled areas of the city, armed with tasers and maybe even lethal weapons. A few of them were capable of astonishing jumps, hopping up 15 feet in the air or clinging to the side of a stone wall like a spider. The robot he had just seen was sleek and had a dangerous military look to its body. The mottled gray implied an attempt at camouflage, but the robot's movements were far too artificial to hide it in this environment. It was moving quickly, much faster than a man on foot could walk or even run. The presence of a robot that could only move over the ground was troubling. It was worse than seeing a flying drone because flying drones could probably travel quite far, but a robot with legs would have a limited range. It strongly implied the presence of humans nearby, likely the FBI or maybe even the military. They probably didn't know about him specifically, but a man carrying a rifle would certainly attract attention. Daryl quickly got off the game trail and concealed himself in a large bush. Slowly he removed the yellow rain poncho and waited for about 5 minutes, listening for any other drones or robots that might be coming through the area. He had just decided that the coast was clear when he heard a familiar buzzing sound, and 2 very small drones flew almost directly overhead, about 20 feet over the ground. They were headed in the same direction as the robot dog thing, and it was not the same direction that the cop and her prisoner had been headed. He decided to wait for at least 10 minutes before setting off again, and he used the time to drink a little water and eat a small meal. The rifle needed to be concealed somehow, so Daryl decided to sling it on his back with the pack on top. It was uncomfortable, but this way he would look like nothing more than a hiker out enjoying a stroll. Maybe that would work, and maybe it wouldn't, but it was the best he could do. The moon cycle was waxing and was nearly at its full peak of brightness. He would not stop for nightfall tonight, but instead he would make a hard push to make up some of the distance to his target. The government was going to find them in the next 24 hours if he didn't make some kind of move. The American government could not win this fight, no matter what happened to him. That thought filled him with determination, and he pushed his pace hard as he set off down the game trail. Damien scouted the trail ahead while Seraiah rested against a tree. 3 days of hard travel was taking a toll on her, but even more worrisome was the paleness of her skin and the angry red streaks around her bullet wound. He had done the best he could to treat the infection, applying a fresh poultice of herbs and charcoal to the injury, but she needed antibiotics and a hospital. The wilderness was ending, and he could now see glimmers of human activity, roads, and buildings in the far distance. He had spotted a couple of civilian drones operating in the sky, and he had been tempted to try and wave them down, but that would have been a waste of time. Drones could capture video but usually not sound, so they would just be providing a few minutes of entertainment for some bored 14-year-old kid. The cross around his neck was losing its gold plating, revealing the stainless steel that it was actually made from. He dangled it from his fingers, seeing the braided wires of the strange transmitter wrapped around its small arms. A decision was brewing in his mind, as it had been for the last few days. He could leave the female cop somewhere that she would hopefully be found, and push on by himself. On his own, he could travel much faster than he could if he was babysitting a sick companion. Seraiah was tough. She would probably survive. If the man who was stalking them didn't find her, if a predator didn't find her, and she didn't die of dehydration or infection. He put her chances at 30%, maybe a bit better if they managed to find an actual building with a phone. If he stayed with her, the mission was at terrible risk. Time was running out. He could feel it. There could be terrible things happening in the wider world, and maybe this tiny chunk of metal was the key to putting a stop to that. He had certainly put his own life on the line to bring this technology into the U.S., and at least one person had already died to get him this far. He briefly thought of Emmanuel, trying to picture what he would have done in the last moments before a pirate ship overtook their tiny little rusty boat. No weapons, nothing to steal, not even enough fuel to pump out of the tanks. Would they shoot him and just leave the boat to drift? He had to assume that Manny was dead, and he had died for one purpose, to get Damien and the stolen tech to Fortenza. The little town was still a long way from here, many days of walking, and much of that would be outside of the relative protection of the wilderness. He would need to steal some clothes, maybe even a vehicle, and he doubted that the police officer who was currently suffering from a serious gunshot wound would approve of that. Damien felt as though there were thousands of eyes watching him. No doubt this story would be told in the future to many people, and his every decision would be scrutinized and discussed by armchair historians who always knew better than the people who actually lived through history. If he abandoned Seraiah, it would certainly be seen as a cold but necessary decision, a sacrifice for the greater good. He could drag her along, and she still might die, particularly if the stalker caught up with them and there was another gun battle. Both decisions seemed awful, and there was no time to even ponder the merits. He looked at the girl, her pale face and hollow eyes distant as she rested. She was not doing well, and they still needed to make another couple of miles today. The sun was low on the horizon, getting ready to set at the end of their 4th day outside without a proper bed, poor nutrition, sketchy water, and no hope of civilization anywhere close. "Hey, are you good to keep moving?" He walked to where she was sitting and knelt down. Seraiah's eyes betrayed the deep exhaustion she was feeling. "Can I have a bit more water?" she asked. Damien retrieved his makeshift water skin, fashioned from plastic that he had carefully melted into a crude vessel that could hold about half a pint. "Finish it. I think there is a creek about 100 yards directly east of us." She drank the water and rested her face in her hands. "Damien, I'm so tired." Her words came slow and thick. He put his hand against her forehead and was dismayed to feel that she was much too warm. A fever was setting in, a much more serious symptom of the infection. Her hands were both clammy and cold, and he held them in his own, rubbing her fingers to try and warm them up. She sat back against the tree and looked at him as he held her hands. Are you going to leave me behind? His heart stopped beating, and his thoughts from the last few days scattered like leaves on the wind. This was it, the big moment he had been dreading. She was no dummy. She had obviously been thinking about it as well. His hesitation was obvious to her, and he barely managed to keep eye contact as he struggled for words. Finally, he just decided to be open and frank about his thoughts. I don't want to leave you, but if I don't, it puts us both in danger. She squeezed his hands, and a tear slid down her pale face. It left a sparkling trail that looked even paler than the rest of her skin. Damien thought he would rather die than see another tear follow behind it. This girl had meant nothing to him 3 days ago, when she had run him down and arrested him at the edge of a 50-foot cliff. Now he thought that he would sacrifice every human on the planet to save her. There never had been any decision to make after all. He couldn't leave her behind to die. And he knew exactly why. He loved her, this agent of the government sent to capture him and throw him in a cage. The uniform she wore was torn and filthy, but no doubt she was still the same cop that she had been when she locked the steel cuffs around his hands and placed him in the cruiser. She was the same, and he was different. And this decision was stupid and foolish, and yet there was no other choice for him. These thoughts flooded his mind, spilling across his face as they sat together, her cold, sweaty hands grasped in his strong, cool ones. If I leave you somewhere, I can finish my mission and keep my promise to the guys who have already died to get me this far. He looked her straight in the eyes, seeing another tear welling up. I'm not going to do that. He reached out and wiped her eyes. He kept his hand on her cheek, feeling the hot touch of fever even there. The mission means nothing to me if you die. I can't leave you behind. I just can't. The last few words were barely a whisper, and he felt tears of his own building behind his eyes, stinging as they came. Seraiah grabbed him with her good arm, pulling him to herself in a crushing, desperate embrace. He carefully wrapped his arms around her, avoiding the injured arm. She wept for a little bit, her tears spilling down into his shirt. Neither of them said a word, even though Damien wanted so badly to say something, anything. Finally, he kissed her forehead, trying to convey what he felt through action rather than words. She took some deep breaths and looked up at his face, inches from her own. Seraiah spoke first. We need to keep moving. Let's try to get to the bottom of the mountain before we set up camp. She looked him up and down, and a small smile played across her face. Were you about to kiss me? Damien's voice was locked in his throat, and he felt his face flush. Before he could process his next move, Seraiah leaned in and kissed him right on the lips. You're stuck with me, Damien. His mind whirled as he felt the lingering heat of her mouth on his. This was so stupid, and she had to know that, too. There was no hope that a relationship could be had, even if they both lived. He was going to spend his days behind bars, and she was too young to fall in love with a felon. Are you still going to take me in when this is over? He asked. She laughed and pretended to think about it. Maybe, if you misbehave. She suddenly got serious. Please don't let me die. Her words were a faint pleading, and he felt a surge of resolve wash over him. Not gonna happen. I won't let anything happen to you, I swear it. Now let's get moving, it's getting dark. The journey down the side of the mountain was nearly complete when Damien felt Seraiah's legs buckle beneath her. Her arm was slung over his shoulder, and he caught her before she could fall. Sorry. She struggled to regain her footing and made a few more steps before collapsing again. Actually, Damien surveyed the area around them. He had spent so long in the mountains that it seemed that Washington State was nothing but steep, rocky crags and deep valleys with cool, clear streams flowing down the sides. It seemed that they had reached the end of the mountains, and in the fading light he could see that the land ahead of them was gently rolling hills. There were still large clumps of trees, but there were also huge clearings with nothing but rolling grass and the occasional bush. If they set up camp on a hilltop, they would have a clear view of anyone who approached from any direction. Damien spotted the perfect hill, a steep embankment on 3 sides, and perfect angles of defilade on the 4th approach. If he dug a shell scrape, he would be able to cut down anyone before they got within 100 yards, while not exposing either of them. This is as far as we go for now, he said, lifting her onto his back to walk the few hundred yards to their final holdout. They would need to deal with the stalker first. He was close behind, maybe even just a half-day's walk. Damien had been pushing their pace hard over the last few days, hoping to gain some distance or maybe even lose him entirely, but there was no way to be sure. If this guy was determined, he might very well have caught up to them by pushing himself hard. Chapter 42. Damien worked through the night as Seraiah slept under the usual blanket of pine branches. He fashioned a crude shovel from a stick and rock and began the tedious process of digging fortifications on their hill. A cloud-covered moon provided just enough light to see what he was doing, but not enough that someone would have been able to see him from a distance. The hill had a steep embankment around most of it, mostly grass with some rock and a few shrubs. It was climbable, but the climb would be challenging at best. He stacked a pile of logs in front of this approach as a physical barrier, as well as something that could be tossed over the side to hit someone trying to ascend. He briefly remembered a very old movie where a small child created a series of traps to keep some criminals out of his house. The name escaped him, but he was amused by the thought of the stalker suddenly being bombarded with stones and rolling logs. The easiest approach was on the far side of the hill, and the stalker would need to circle around in full view to get access to that side. It was nicely flat, providing almost no cover for 300 yards or so. The ground sloped down on either side, making the hilltop kind of an island. Damien couldn't see any of the features properly in the dark, but when the sun started to rise, he scraped the bark from a fallen log and started carving a range card, a tool used by soldiers when building a defensive position to mark features and distances. The daylight continued to strengthen, and Damien kept adding more and more material to the defensive position. The key to building a strong defense was that it was never complete. You could always add something somewhere to make it better. At last, he decided to take a short break, and he leaned against the wall of dirt that he had dug from a shallow shell scrape, looking up at the brightening sky. Seraiah was a few feet away, still sleeping. Damien stared at this woman, this cop sent to bring him in, and marveled at how easily he had fallen for her. His weakness would certainly be the death of him, if not today then at some point in the future, but he was powerless to do anything else. He could no more abandon her to some unknown fate than he could have thrown himself into the sea on the old, rusty fishing boat that had brought him to these shores. Once more, he looked up at the sky and wondered if there really was some kind of God directing things. Too much had happened to dismiss the idea altogether, but he had never felt more alone in all his life. The Chinese AI and the transmitter were incredible tools, and there were powerful people searching to recover these from him. The ability to change a human's perceived reality was something that only God should have. No human should ever be able to manipulate others this way, and that determination was the only thing driving him forward. Hey, God, I could say that this isn't fair, but I kind of signed up for this, so it's probably very fair. Honestly, I suppose I should have died 4 or 5 times already, but I didn't, and now I've got this woman near death and we're probably going to be attacked soon. He thought about what he truly wanted to happen, what was most important. I know I'm probably going to die, but I want her to live. If you can make that happen, it would be pretty great. It's probably asking too much for both of us to live, but get her through this, if you can. The cross was in his hand again, and this time he knew exactly what he was going to do with it. He gently looped the golden chain over the neck of the sleeping woman and tucked the pendant under her dirty and torn t-shirt. He had carried the chain around his neck for so long that the absence of it felt wrong. If things really went wrong, they would find it on her body, which would hopefully still be alive. Maybe if that Patel fellow got hold of it, he might do the right thing. He seemed like a better person than most cops were, but even good cops could be bribed to do bad things. The sun was nearly up, which meant that it was time to start watching for an attack. Throughout history, attacking at sunrise has always been a common trope, and for good reason. Defending soldiers were usually the most tired right before dawn, and if the attacking force was smart, they would also attack with the sunrise behind them to shield their maneuvers. Damien knew that if he was the stalker, he would absolutely hit them just before sunrise. Rather than take a static position, he decided to keep shifting between several observation points. The flat approach was most likely, but it would be foolish to assume that the stalker would take the easiest route. He crawled on his hands and knees between 3 points, watching the ground and the trees that were much further away. The spring air was cool, but there were already insects making noise. He had essentially become deaf to the sounds of grasshoppers, crickets, and other types of flying bugs. What caught his attention at that moment was not the sound, but the absence of sound. The tiny background murmur of insects had gone silent, and it put him on alert. His heart thumped in his chest as he scanned the grass, looking for furtive movements of any kind. When he saw the robot, he almost dismissed it, because he was expecting to see a human rather than a machine. There were 2 small robots, traveling in formation in a straight line across the grass. The small black orb at the front was definitely the head, or more accurately, the sensor package of the robot. Its legs were small but powerful and fast, propelling the thing across the uneven terrain much quicker than a man could run. The 2 of them were about 10 feet apart, and if they kept going in a straight line, they would pass within 20 yards of his hill. If that happened, he could probably keep his head down, and they might not see him. On the other hand, they might follow the contour of the ground, which would bring them directly to his hill. He watched them moving up the flat approach, and his heart sank as he saw them alter course. The hill was the highest point around, and it would give them a nice clear view of almost everything in sight for at least 2 or 3 miles. Damien brought the carbine to his shoulder as he lay in the grass, resting the magazine on the ground for stability. He quickly performed a press check, pulling the rifle's bolt back just enough that he could see the glint of brass inside the firing chamber. He would only get 1 chance to shoot, and he needed to hit a very small target. The body of a military drone was much too bulky to shoot through, especially with a small round like the .223 cartridges in his rifle. It might deflect off the sides, doing no damage at all, or at best it would hit a motor or servo, disabling the drone's legs but not its sensors or transmitters. There were armed drones, but they were usually quite a bit bigger than these. These were scouts, not soldiers, and their aim was to find him, not kill him. The drones appeared to be standing still, but in reality, they were moving quickly, getting larger by the second. Damien only had the red dot reticle on the rifle, which did not magnify or enhance the target. It simply provided a floating red dot, allowing the police officer who carried it to quickly fire at a close target with as much accuracy as was needed. The dot covered the head of the lead robot as it closed on his position, and he felt his fingers slowly tighten on the trigger, preparing to fire. Chapter 43. Special Agent in Charge. Harvinder Patel was enjoying a very early breakfast in his office, catching up on a few emails and listening to classical music through his personal phone. It had been 3 days since they had lost the fugitive, who had allegedly kidnapped a police officer and disappeared into the wilderness. He was managing several teams who were once again conducting surveillance patrols with drones in the Olympia National Forest area, and then tediously following up on leads when they came in. He had been sending almost hourly emails and reports to various department heads in Washington, begging, demanding, and pleading with his bosses to follow up on the obvious appearance of a foreign military aircraft over American soil. Only 1 person had even responded to his emails, with a vague promise to look into things for him. The computer he was using was compromised by undetectable software, but he continued to use it for official work purposes. Several scans had brought up no concerns, and Zhang had been conspicuously absent for the entire period. He was clearly monitoring the FBI from a distance, which was fine with Harvinder. There was no one he could speak to about the issue without also alerting Hawking and Clinton. Harvinder had been circulating among his staff, looking for any obvious signs of disloyalty or obvious changes in how they treated him. Most of the small crew of agents and support staff were just as friendly as they always were, but he had identified 2 people that he thought might be in on the little plot to take him down. Jennifer Miller, the HR manager, had been nervous and stuttering when she spoke to him last night, and he also thought that Alex Milley, the other assistant agent in charge, was probably avoiding him. It was unlikely that either of them really knew the full scope of the plot against him. They were probably just pawns. The music on his phone got quieter for a second. indicating some kind of notification. He glanced at the screen and his heart started racing. The gray social media logo appeared at the top of the screen, along with a message. The message was short, just a single number, 2. This was a prearranged signal from Zaxtra, based on the conversation that they had shared days ago. The number told him that he needed to leave the building immediately, taking a prearranged route. Harvinder felt his hands become greasy with sweat as he stood from his office chair. He walked to the window and casually glanced outside. According to Zaxtra, for Scenario 2, he had about 10 minutes to make his way to the parkade beneath the building. There were 3 people he needed to avoid, 4 if you included Astrid herself, although she had no business being inside the FBI building at the moment. Harvinder opened his office door and turned right. The top floor was all management on this side, with Hawking's office to his left. He walked the long way around, trying to keep up the appearance of just going downstairs for a cup of morning coffee. A flash of movement from the records room startled him, but the 2 employees inside were completely engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice him. The emergency exit stairwell went down to the parkade level, but the door at the bottom was locked from this side. Harvinder descended the stairs and shoved his hand in his pants pockets, digging for the key that he had cut 2 days ago. There was a moment of panic when he didn't find it, and he suppressed the urge to swear out loud. He patted both pockets before remembering that he had tucked it into his holster, which had a special compartment designed for small keys. He turned the key in the lock, which he had freshly oiled and tested, and carefully pulled the door open just enough to let a sliver of light through. The bottom of the stairwell was poorly lit, and it was unlikely that someone would immediately see him unless they were looking directly at the door at just the right angle. The parkade was 2 floors deep, with room for at least 150 vehicles. His personal vehicle was always stored at the parking spot nearest to the exit, and he only needed to walk the 70 or so yards from this door to the car without being interrupted. He took a deep breath and eased the door open very slowly. Instinctively, his hand went to the small holster tucked on his hip, touching the firearm to assure himself that it was still there. He had to stop acting so nervous and suspicious. There was no reason that anyone was down here that he needed to be worried about. A banging noise sounded in the stairwell, distantly above him. A tromping of footsteps on the concrete echoed down. Definitely more than 1 person. Multiple people were coming, and they were coming fast. The emergency stairwell had become a normal path of travel for employees since the elevator was broken. There was a viable exit to the outside, but no one was permitted to use that exit during normal working hours. Protesters would sometimes try to break into the massive armored door, which was alarmed and monitored by video cameras at all times. He slipped into the garage, moving as quickly and smoothly as he was capable, silently closing the door behind him and making sure that he heard the click of the latch securing. If someone was coming down this way, they would need to force the door or use a master key. The custodians were the only people allowed to have a master key, and they had to sign it out when they came on shift. Harvinder walked to the corner where his vehicle sat with purpose, glancing around the parkade to make sure that no one else was around. As he came around the final corner, he stopped short. A man was standing beside his vehicle, peering inside the lightly tinted windows. It was Alex Milley, the man who was the 3rd in command of the Seattle branch office. He was too late. Milley was obviously down here to intercept him. Scenario 2 was botched, and he was now stuck between 1 man in the open and an unknown number of people in the stairwell. Alex Milley was sharp and quick. He spotted Harvinder almost immediately and called out to him. Harvinder had ducked behind the wall but gritted his teeth when Milley called his name. He would have to play it cool and try to bluff his way out. He walked out into the open once more, trying to quickly think of an innocent reason that he might be in the parkade first thing in the morning. "Alex, are you trying to steal my car?" He grinned and walked right up to the vehicle and pretended to look through the window as he had seen the other man doing. Alex was wary and said nothing. He simply backed up a few feet and looked nervously at the vehicle. "Seriously, Alex, what are you doing down here?" Sometimes the best approach was to put the other person on the defensive first. He looked at his watch. "It's breakfast. Do you want to go pick something up?" "My tree." Alex started to talk, but he trailed off as Harvinder touched his thumb to the scanner on his driver's door, unlocking it. "Don't go inside that car, sir." Alex was in a defensive posture, his right hand resting on the gun that was holstered on his hip. The bluff wasn't going to work, but there was still a chance of getting clear. A more direct approach was the only way forward. "I see you have been talking with Hawking. Was that hag of a CIA agent with him? The one that looks like she was rode hard and put away wet?" Harvinder let the scorn he felt for Astrid come through as he spoke. That woman deserved to be in his shoes right now, and probably worse. Millie looked startled when he brought up Hawking, and he frowned. "There's an arrest warrant for you, Harv. I don't know anything except that. It's about the guy who escaped and the cop who got killed. They said you had something to do with it." Millie was a reliable manager, but the two of them were not close. There was no way that he would choose his boss over his career, so Harvinder didn't even ask him to choose. "I'm leaving, Alex. I'm getting in this car and I'm going to drive up the parkade door. You can follow me if you want. I'm just going to my house. Hawking is manipulating you under the direction of the CIA, but I don't have time to convince you of that right now." Millie now had his hand directly on his firearm in the holster. Harvinder kept his hands up and out, trying to indicate that he was no physical threat to the man. "Do me a favor. Get my computer from my office and put it through the security scanner in the lab. You'll find that one of those BRCA agents has put some illegal software on it to spy on what we are doing. They want to recover the technology that was stolen, probably hoping to use it against us," Harvinder pleaded earnestly to the man. Millie was glancing around now, and Harvinder hoped that his nervous look was internal conflict rather than fear of his boss. Shouting echoed from the far side of the parkade, and he realized that the people who had been in the stairwell had found their way out. His pocket buzzed again, and he reached for the phone tucked away. "Keep your hands out of your pockets, sir!" Alex shouted. Harvinder rolled his eyes. "I'm right-handed, Alex. I'm just getting my phone from my left pocket. I'm not going to shoot you. Who do you think I am?" He didn't give the man a chance to argue but pulled the phone out. A new message was on the screen, direct from Zakstra. "Stairwell, jam door, roof, code equal 123123. Shouting erupted in the parkade as several people came into view. 4 people had come from the stairwell and were led by none other than Richard Hawking himself, followed by Astrid Clinton and 2 men that he didn't recognize. Hawking had a smirk across his stupid fat face as he walked towards where Alex, Millie, and Harvinder were standing by his car. Harvinder looked around the parkade, trying to spot a way out. The big roll-up parkade door was reinforced and was also very slow to open. There was another man-sized exit door on the far side, but it was alarmed and had a delayed opening. He thought about the message that Zakstra had sent and realized that she must be monitoring the situation in real time somehow. The parkade was a big square with a cement column in the center that supported the building above it. If you kept going around the square, you would end up once again at the emergency exit stairwell. He had to time this right, or the other group would run back to the stairwell and cut him off, so he stood there with a dumbfounded smile on his face, waiting for just the right second. Harvinder had been a sprinter in high school, and he kept himself in good shape. He had deliberately worn dark-colored running shoes for the last few days, wanting to have every possible advantage if things came down to a foot chase. It was almost impossible to believe. Somehow the staff in his own FBI were coming to arrest him, based on a lie told by a CIA agent and a Chinese secret police agent. This country is broken, he thought, and burst into movement. Hawking shouted, and Harvinder heard his voice crack like a teenage boy. If things weren't so serious, it would have been uproariously funny, but he could laugh later. Now his shoes pounded on the concrete and he sprinted to the stairwell door. He could hear other footsteps echoing in the vast underground space, but he had definitely gotten a massive lead on all of them. He didn't slow down, but crashed through the door bar and let the door fling open as he pushed through. The key was already in his hand, and he spun as the door rebounded, slamming closed once more. The last thing he saw was the 2 men who were following Hawking, and he now recognized them as Russian BRCA agents. It looked like they were fast, but he was still faster. The key slid into the lock smoothly, and he turned it a bit, then smashed it with his palm to hopefully bend or break the metal. The key dug into his palm painfully, but he felt it give way, seizing the lock mechanism and jamming the door shut. It would buy him 30 seconds at most, but that might make all the difference. Harvinder took the stairs like a high school boy trying to impress the girls, leaping up 2 or 3 at a time until he was at last standing at the roof door. Thankfully, the roof exit was never locked, mostly because he himself was always up there, and he had decided that it didn't need to be locked. As he burst out onto the flat roof of the cube, he gasped. A small jet craft had been parked directly on the roof, and he recognized it as the Falcon that Astrid had landed at the crime scene in the mountains days ago. Zakstra had brought him up here and obviously wanted him to steal this jet. The only problem was that he didn't have the door code. Or wait, did he? He recalled the number on the text message. 123123. There was no way that the CIA would use such a simple code for a government aircraft, would they? Only one way to find out. If Zakstra was wrong about this, it would be a cruel fate for him. It took him a second to find the code panel, and he quickly hit the numbers in sequence. The door slowly started opening, and he let out a whoop of joy. Just at that moment, he heard the screeching of the roof door opening, and 2 men spilled out. There wasn't a single second to spare. He needed to get this machine moving. Harvinder quickly climbed inside and pulled the door shut, sealing himself inside the glossy machine. The 2 Russians reached him, and one of them climbed up the steps, holding onto the handrail and pounding on the window. Unless they could guess the code themselves, they might as well have stayed in the parkade. The boot-up sequence for the jet had already started, and he could hear the accelerating whine of the ramjets, pushing air through their cones and getting the vehicle ready to move. The joystick on the right was obviously the main control, and he flicked it around experimentally. The jet lifted off the roof, hovering about 2 feet from the surface. The Russian who had foolishly climbed onto the jet was now hanging on for his life, a look of stricken panic on his face. Harvinder looked at the man and gestured to him to get off. The man shook his head, and Harvinder sighed, twisting the joystick to the right. The jet spun around and the man was flung from his handhold, landing on the roof in a heap. He spun the jet back and saw through the clear windshield that the remainder of the FBI traitors had made their way to the roof. Astrid was now leading them, and he could see her mouth moving as she flailed her arms angrily. Harvinder smiled cheerfully and waved back at her, knowing that it would make her even angrier. He laughed out loud as he watched her literally stomp her feet in frustration. "Bye, sweetie!" he called out loud as he began to move the jet higher into the air. The controls were smooth and forgiving. The jet was built to be operated by non-pilots, and it would not allow the operator to make a mistake leading to a crash. He urged it forward, and the jet automatically gained altitude to avoid hitting any taller buildings or structures. The phone buzzed once more, just as he had expected. Zakstra had gotten him free, but he wasn't out of danger yet. "Agent Patel, I've got you on satellite. Good work!" Her voice came through the phone speaker. He put the phone into the nearby mount. "Yeah, it was close, though. They almost had me in the parkade. I am sorry about that. I did not expect Millie to be downstairs, but you certainly can run." "Okay, so now what? This jet only has a few hours of flight time, I think, and I don't have any idea where to go." "Bring up your map, Agent Patel. The area that you need to go to is not far, and you should be able to get there quickly." He started playing with the menu and was able to bring up a regional map. Zakstra gave him a 5-figure grid reference and explained how to locate it on the map. "It's been a minute since I was in the Marines, but I think I can find that. The question I have for you is, how can I get there without being intercepted by the military? Surely the FBI is calling them as we speak." "Yes, I have anticipated the need for this, and I'm going to give you very specific directions to avoid radar hotspots. You might be interested to know that your Falcon's transponder is already shut off, an action taken by the previous owner." Astrid had turned off the transponder? That was interesting. "Not surprised. She's always up to something, even when she isn't." Zakstra began to direct him to specific altitudes and locations on the map, zigzagging at very low altitudes to shake off any drones that might be following, and making his way to what looked like a very ordinary blank spot just below Tacoma, where Zakstra assured him that something very important was already happening. Chapter 44. Kostya and Luca watched the video feed from 3 different drones and a single remaining land-based spy robot. Luca kept calling it a dog, but Kostya thought that it was much more cat-like, slinking through the grass and vegetation at tremendous speeds. The fugitive had destroyed one of his robot cats with a rifle, but had failed to shoot the other. The aerial drones had them completely surrounded and were so small that it was unlikely that they could even see them. The man was focused on the remaining robot cat, which they had instructed to circle around the area but maintain a safe distance. There were other bots in the swarm vehicle, and they had dispatched an additional 5 of the cat-looking robots to make their way, but it would take at least an hour for them to get there. It didn't matter, because right now Oleg was being escorted to the cargo bay to once more take control of the big Sokol, which he would fly as fast as he could to the target area to finish off these elusive Americans. Kost Ya had instructed his people to put an AK-105 carbine into the cockpit of the Sokol, as well as some body armor and a helmet. The final gift to his brother-in-law was an unopened bottle of Glenlivet whiskey, Oleg's favorite brand. The Sokol lifted off from the deck of the Zavoyevatel and blasted across the water of Puget Sound, racing to the final confrontation with the thief as sunrise spilled over the surface of the water. Chapter 45. Daryl had walked almost all night, getting lost and nearly tumbling down the side of a massive embankment that seemed to appear from nowhere. The moonlight was just enough to see the vague details of plants, trees, and rocks, but not strong enough to illuminate the deep shadows under the trees. His legs were starting to give out as he slowly worked down the side of the mountain, so he stopped to rest, sitting on a flat rock and allowing his body to sag into the structure of his pack. The dawn was coming soon, and he thought that he had never felt so tired in his entire life. The walk had been terrible, and he was quite sure that he was lost. He stared at the dark skin on his hands, made even darker by the dirt and grime of 3 days spent hiking with no showers or clean clothes. The sunrise was nice, and despite his fatigue, he felt his spirits lifting slightly as the horizon grew brighter and the surrounding rocks became more visible. He could see now that he was overlooking a much flatter area, still heavily treed but no more mountains. This was the southern edge of the Olympic National Forest, and the land below was dotted with rivers, hills, and probably some farms and pastures. Daryl allowed himself to sit for longer than he intended, trying to gather motivation to continue. The rifle was digging into his back, and he was working on adjusting it when he heard a curious noise that he didn't immediately recognize. It sounded like rocks tumbling, a loud cracking noise that was echoing up from the hills right below him. His tired eyes looked across what remained of the mountainside, looking to see if there was a landslide somewhere. Instead, he saw movement and dull flashes of light from the top of a very tall hill that looked about half a mile or so from where he was standing. There was another brief moment of confusion before he was able to connect what he was seeing and hearing together. Someone was shooting on that hilltop. He counted about 6 shots in total, the muzzle flashes a dull orange against the dark grass. When the shooting stopped, he kept his eyes trained on the location, hoping to see movement or something else, but he was still too far away to see any details. It wasn't anywhere close to hunting season, so this had to be his target, the cop and the fugitive. He wondered what they might be shooting at, and it took a minute before he remembered the small robots that had run past him the previous day. The robots were not looking for him. They were looking for the same people he was, and it appeared that they had found them. There was some kind of shootout going on, and it was certain that the shooting would alert the government agents controlling the drones. They would be sending helicopters or jets to this location as quickly as they could. He had very little time to act, but this was the perfect moment to take advantage of the distraction and kill his targets. After 3 excruciating days of patient hiking and stalking, he was finally in place to finish his mission. Daryl pushed his body, throwing off the exhaustion and fatigue, and charged down the mountain, rifle in hand. Chapter 46. Damien watched as the sensors on the dogbot exploded in a shower of plastic. He followed up his initial shot to the robot's head with another round of fire to its body. Immediately he shifted to target the second robot, but it was already moving out of sight. In frustration, he fired a couple of rounds at the thing before regaining control of his emotions. It was probably too late to stop the robot from sending his location to its masters, whoever they were. He pivoted from his current position, crawling to the next one and trying to observe. He saw the remaining dogbot zigzagging in the grass, and he didn't bother trying to shoot at it again. It would have been a very difficult shot in any case, and he might need the ammo. If this was the FBI, then agents would already be en route, and they would have medical supplies for Seraiah. She would be saved, and he would be in prison, and he might never see her again. That was fine, except for the prison part. The dogbot continued to run circles around the hill, and Damien also thought he saw some aerial drones flitting around high above them, but he couldn't be quite sure. If there weren't flying drones up there now, the dogbot would certainly summon them soon enough. He decided to take up a new position in the center of the fortifications, and just wait for the inevitable arrival of his destiny. Seraiah was awake but groggy, and he sat beside her, holding her hand in his own. He wondered if she would be in trouble for any of this. Maybe they would recognize that she had no choice but to flee with him after being shot in the arm. Perhaps they might even see how he had tried to give her medical attention. He really had done his best to keep her alive. She would have certainly died without his treatment. Would the feds care about any of that? Doubtful. They seemed to care about keeping their jobs and pensions and keeping certain people in power. He would disappear into a dark hole, and no one would ever see him again. Just like those poor fools who had rioted at the Capitol decades ago. Maybe the new president would pardon him, unlike those same rioters. The noise of the jet reached his ears first, the sound echoing through the rocks on the mountainside before the aircraft came into view. Damien saw the jet make a pass directly overhead at high speed, and he quickly spun to follow it. The blood in his body turned to ice as he recognized the jet. It was the very same aircraft that had attacked them during the ambush on the mountainside days ago. The jet made a circle around the area and stopped, hovering about 100 yards away. The downdraft pushed the grass down in a huge circle and flung small bits of soil and dirt into the air. There was absolutely no cover on the hill, not from an aircraft. The pilot would press the trigger of his machine guns, spewing out hundreds of large projectiles that would tear into both him and the only person he currently cared about in the entire world. Damien brought the rifle to his shoulder and prepared to make his last stand. Chapter 47. Harvinder had been flying for nearly 30 minutes and was quite enjoying the smooth maneuverability of the small jet. The vehicle was just about the same size as a car, and the controls were wonderfully responsive. The sensors would not allow him to make any truly dangerous maneuvers, like flying under bridges, but he was able to fly quite low over roadways, which Zaxtra told him would take him out of radar view. The sun was rising on the horizon, and he was watching from the best vantage point in the world. It was enough that he almost forgot about how much danger he was in. The regional map of Washington was superimposed on the air, with the topographical details showing in 3 dimensions. The Falcon had sensors for radar, and he was easily able to avoid being seen by any local airports or government facilities. A flashing red dot appeared on the map, and the words, "Collision Alert Local Traffic," appeared in white. The dot appeared to be moving in a straight line, a line that would intersect his own route pretty soon. "Hey, what is that?" he asked the Falcon's computer, touching the red dot with his finger. "That is an aircraft flying at the same altitude," the Falcon's computer said in a husky male voice. Okay, cool, that was probably normal. Or was it? He was flying very low, much lower than the standard altitude permitted for general aviation. The dot was moving quite fast. It looked to be about 400 miles per hour. That was much faster than any small airplane could achieve. Can you identify it? There were apparently high-quality cameras on the Falcon, and immediately a smaller window popped up with a zoomed-in picture of the other plane. "Oh my God," he said. The aircraft was quickly moving out of range, and the dot disappeared from the map. The image froze on the screen, and he examined it. It was an electric jet like his own, but much bigger, with military-style gray and green camo across the matte fuselage. He had never seen this particular machine, but he doubted very much that it was American. "Please identify this aircraft for me using this image." The computer seemed to think for a minute, and then the words, "No identification available, foreign military," appeared. "Zaxtra, are you still with me?" he shouted at his phone. "Yes, I'm still here. You are a high-priority person, and I've been instructed to devote as many resources as you need." "Okay, great. I'm going to flip my phone camera around and show you something. Please tell me what you think it is." He angled his phone to show the still image of the jet. "Oh, that is a problem." Zaxtra actually sounded worried. If a machine was worried, maybe he should be worried as well. "Is it Russian or Chinese?" he asked her. "I cannot tell for sure, but the probability is Russian. I'm finding 3 variants of an aircraft called a Sokol that match that image. It is an armed Russian electric ram air jet. Top speed of 430 miles per hour. Armaments include either 2 or 4 7.62 machine guns, with possible rocket pods and other countermeasures." The entire situation was now like an open map, and Harvinder could see almost every detail. Someone had set up an ambush by hiring one of the Pacific Northwest gangs that controlled much of the major cities. He thought that perhaps the Chinese had been responsible for that one, probably even Zhang himself. The Russians had sent the jet to intercept the police cruiser, blasting it with machine gun rounds, and probably killing the cop inside. The other cop had escaped with the fugitive and was on the run. There were a few details missing, but now it seemed pretty obvious that the Russians had reacquired their target and were preparing to finish the job that they had started. The fugitive, Damien, and the female cop had managed to travel quite a distance in 3 days. Were the Russians chasing them for this long, or was something else going on? He needed more speed, but the Falcon was not a military jet. Its top speed was less than 300 miles per hour, and he was already near that now. The batteries were at 40% capacity, and it looked like he would only get another 70 minutes of flight time. He hoped that it would be enough. "Zakstra, how much further?" he asked. "You are still 15 minutes from the target at your aircraft's fastest speed," she replied, and once again, he heard the worry in her digital voice. Chapter 48. Damien fired 3 rounds at the hovering jet, aiming once again for the windshield. This time, the pilot deftly dodged the gunfire, slipping sideways much faster than he imagined a flying machine could move. Only 1 round struck and did no discernible damage that he could see. Damien reached down, grabbed Seraiah's shirt in a tight grip, and dragged her to the edge of the hillside as quickly as he could manage. There wasn't time to roll her down the hill, and he quickly sprinted in the direction that the machine was hovering, hoping to get under the firing range of its machine guns. He heard the buzzsaw of the guns firing and felt shards of dirt and rock hitting his back as he ran with every ounce of speed he could muster. He figured he was nearly underneath the jet, and he spun to search the sky, hoping that maybe the pilot had lost sight of him. No such luck. The jet had quickly backed up and was preparing another burst of gunfire. The big machine was incredibly maneuverable. There was no way that he could outrun it. He thought there might be sensors on the jet, tracking him as well. No cover, he thought as he sprinted again, this time careening down the steep side of the hill that the love of his life was still lying on top of. He lost control of his momentum and nearly tumbled the rest of the way down, which would have hurt. At the last second he caught himself on a shrub, grabbing it and using it as an anchor to slow his velocity. He intentionally allowed his legs to collapse, and he rolled on the steep incline to his stomach with the rifle pointing up the hill. The jet was almost directly in front of him, gaining altitude and preparing to fire on him once more. This time Damien shot the magazine dry, slowly and methodically shifting his aim to fire round after round at the gunship, always aiming for the windshield. The jet jerked from side to side, and he could see the pilot being tossed in his seat by the automatic movements of the jet reacting to avoid the gunfire. Oleg felt the bottle of Glenlivet spilling on his pants as the Sokol jerked him from side to side. His arms fell away from the controls, flailing around in the cockpit as his large body strained against the harness that was not completely buckled. At last, the whiskey came free from his lap, spinning in the air for a second before slamming into his forehead. The whiskey inside spilled everywhere, coating the cockpit with beads of brown alcohol. Russian curse words are plentiful and inventive, but even the existing array of swear words was not enough for Oleg. He screamed a solid string of Russian curses at the stupid man who was daring to shoot at him, straining his voice and nearly blacking out from the effort. His whiskey was gone, spilled and wasted, and now he was going to end the life of this man once and for all time. It took him a moment to regain control of his aircraft, and he spun in a circle, finger poised over the trigger button so that he could deliver a stream of lead as soon as the clown was in his sights. Once more, his aircraft bucked and threw itself to the side, but this time the projectile was much bigger than a simple bullet. It was another jet, and it had blasted past him at top speed. A beeping noise filled the cockpit, the collision alarm telling him what he already knew. Someone else had joined the fight. Damien watched in amazement as the two jets circled overhead. The smaller one had just flown by at a very high speed, and he had felt the wake on the ground. It soared up, turning as it rose, ready to make another pass. The second jet was definitely American, a model that he was familiar with, although he had forgotten the name. He also remembered that none of those American jets were armed, which meant that this fight would be over in a few seconds. The American jet dodged and weaved as it made a second pass, evading a long string of machine gun fire from the big gunship. The pilot of the American craft was bold and brazen, pushing his aircraft into the reaction envelope of the foreign jet, which forced it to evade. The pilot was probably being tossed around like a cat in a dryer by the involuntary movement of his aircraft. How much ammunition did the gunship have? The last time they had seen it, it had fired hundreds of rounds from its turrets. Damien tried to calculate how many times it had fired already, but it was a pointless exercise since he had no idea what the total capacity was. The pilot was much more cautious about firing now, letting off a tiny burst here and there as the two jets continued to circle and maneuver over the Washington hills. At last, the big gunship caught the small jet inside of a tight turn, and Damien saw pieces of metal sheared off as bullets struck the American jet. There was no smoke, but the jet immediately broke contact, trying to get some distance before it could be hit again. The American craft flew out of sight, disappearing beyond the saddle of the mountain. He was out of the fight, and Damien hoped that he would survive the crash if the aircraft was unflyable. It had been a stunning display of bravery, and if Damien survived this, the American jet would be the sole reason. With the American jet out of sight, the gunship was back on mission, and Damien saw it make a pass overhead as he struggled to climb the steep embankment. He was desperate to check on Seraiah, but if he couldn't climb faster, the gunship would find her first. The downwash of the jet passing overhead blew his clothes around, and he realized that the pilot was bringing his aircraft down to ground level. As he stood back on the crest of the hill, he watched in astonishment as the jet touched down. The engines reduced to a dull thrum as the jet sat on the long, flat area that was the only walkable path to the hilltop fortress. The man who stepped out of the ship was chubby and pale. He wore body armor that was much too small for him, with a helmet plopped crookedly on his head and a short-barreled rifle in his hands. The man shouted something unintelligible and leveled the rifle at Damien. Damien was prone on his stomach, the Glock in his hands, waiting for this man to make his move. His rifle was gone, discarded behind him with no ammunition. The Glock had a full magazine, and he intended to use every round carefully. Darrell watched as the two aircraft battled in the sky ahead of him. He was too tired to run, but he was now off the mountain and making his way to the hilltop where he had spotted the fugitive and the cop. To his absolute amazement, the homeless-looking fugitive was still alive, having dodged and evaded what seemed like an endless stream of bullets from the big jet that circled around like a hawk overhead. He recognized that jet. It was the same one that had killed his 3 friends after they had ambushed the cops. At the time, he had thought it might be some American government spook flying the jet, but now he wasn't sure. The second jet was definitely American. He saw the tiny little black American flag stenciled on the back of it. Would the government be fighting itself? It was possible. Maybe someone had stolen the jet and was now using it. Maybe the Chinese had hired 2 gangs, and this one had managed to steal a better ride than his shredded cube van. The fighting had climaxed when the big jet had made a couple of hits on the small one. The little jet had flown away, up over the mountain and out of view. He didn't hear any crashing noises, but maybe it was too far away for the sound to travel. The hilltop was very close now, and he could see the man who had defied the jet standing there, looking defeated. The rifle was gone, probably out of ammunition. Darrell gripped his own rifle, getting ready to make the final kill shots and claim his prize. He ducked out of view as the big jet circled once more, and he watched as it slowed, coming to rest on the grass a short distance away. A man stepped out, wearing body armor and carrying a rifle, leaving the door to his aircraft wide open. Darrell could not believe his luck had turned so quickly. Just 12 hours ago, he had felt like giving up, but now he saw perfectly what he needed to do. The grass sloped down a little bit, and Darrell was able to use the depression to hide his approach. He could not see what was happening, but he heard plenty of shouting that he couldn't understand. It sounded like a drunk man shouting and screaming in Russian. He pushed forward, almost at a run, until he finally got within sight of the gunship and its crazy pilot. The positioning could not have been better. He was approaching the gunship from behind, and the pilot was facing away from him, oblivious to his presence. Darrell watched the pilot stumble twice as he walked towards the hilltop with his short-barreled rifle raised. The open door of the giant jet was just a few dozen feet from him, so he pulled his rifle up to his shoulder, sighting down the length at the back of the pilot's head. When he was sure that he had a steady sight picture, he pulled the trigger and felt the rifle bounce as the round fired. The pilot never felt a thing as the bullet crashed through the back of his neck, severing his spinal column and blasting out his carotid artery. He flopped face down into the grass without so much as a sound, and Darrell saw the fugitive rise up, holding a pistol in a two-hand grip. The look on his face was comical, the look of perfect surprise. "Rifle versus pistol. I win," he said, pulling the rifle up again to blast his target. The man was at least 75 yards away, which was too far to shoot a pistol accurately. Darrell pulled the trigger, mentally prepared for the familiar bounce of the rifle recoil. Instead, the trigger was dead. No click, no nothing. He squeezed it again, but once more nothing happened. 2 pistol rounds splattered into the dirt around his feet, and Darrell felt panic rise in his chest. He turned the rifle over to look at the ejection port and swore to himself. The bolt was stuck halfway forward, jammed in place by the rust that he had never bothered to clean off. More bullets spanged off the gunship, and he ran behind the big machine for cover so he could unjam his rifle. Chapter 49. Damien heard the crack of the rifle and watched the fat pilot of the gunship die in front of him. Only then did he see the shooter, the man who had stalked him and Seraiah for 3 full days in the Washington wilderness. The guy was black, but not nearly as dark as the big cop who had been murdered in his vehicle. He had managed to come in behind the gunship as it was sitting on the grass, using it as visual cover and ambushing the pilot. Damien jumped to his feet and started moving forward, holding up his pistol and trying to sight in on the gunman, who was now fiddling with his rifle. He fired 2 slow rounds, which missed, but came close enough that the man decided to run for cover behind the gunship. Damien stopped advancing, knowing that the rifle was much more accurate at this range than his pistol. He felt foolish for having wasted the rifle rounds shooting at the jet, but there was nothing he could do about that now. The crack of the rifle sounded, and he dived to the grass. The stalker was now shooting from cover, and Damien only had about 12 rounds left in the pistol. He was probably going to try and steal the gunship. It was what Damien himself had been thinking of doing. If the stalker made it inside, there would be no way to stop him. The pistol wasn't powerful enough to punch through the window of the jet. He would need to steal the jet first, and that meant a long sprint to a door that was directly in the stalker's line of sight. Damien was about to jump up and begin sprinting when a blast of air washed over him from behind. He glanced back and saw an amazing sight. The American jet was intact and was landing on the hilltop behind him. He fired a slow round of pistol shots in the direction of the stalker, trying to cover the pilot of the American jet as he exited his aircraft. Hitting the gunman from this range would be a lucky hit, but it might at least stop him from shooting back. "Cover me!" a man shouted from behind him. Damien kept his eyes forward and fired 2 slow-aimed shots as the pilot ran up to Damien's position. Damien glanced at the pilot, but he already knew who it was. Agent Patel knelt beside him, holding his FBI-issued pistol in a steady 2-hand grip. Most FBI agents seemed to prefer a more dressy look, but Patel was wearing BDUs, running shoes, and a zip-up hoodie. It was not a bad outfit for a gunfight on rugged wilderness terrain, although some body armor wouldn't hurt either. Body armor didn't help the other pilot, he thought. "Patel, right? I've got less than half a mag, so maybe you cover me and I'll try to flank around the jet and get him from the side." Harvinder shook his head no. "He'll see that coming a mile away, and you'll be dead the minute you pop out." Damien agreed, but they couldn't just stand there pointing 2 pistols all day long. "He wants to steal the gunship. We can't let him get inside there or we're dead," he told the FBI agent. "Yeah, that's what I would do too. It's his only play." "We have to drive him out of cover. We can either shoot under the jet or flank. Either way, we need to be much closer than this. Patel looked skeptical. He's got a rifle. This is very risky, but you're right. If he gets inside that jet, he's got all the firepower he needs. Damien suddenly remembered something. The other pilot was holding a rifle before this guy shot him in the back. Look! He pointed to the body lying face down in the grass about 40 yards ahead of them. Cover me, and I'll run up and grab his weapon. It probably has a full mag, too. He didn't give the FBI agent time to ponder the option. He just started running down the grassy slope, trying to keep as much of the jet in between him and the shooter as possible. Rifle shots slapped into the ground around him, and he dodged to the left, nearly flinging himself back down the slope. Pistol shots sounded from behind him, and he jumped up again, hoping that Patel's shooting would be enough cover to sprint the final stretch to the other pilot's body. He ran about 10 yards and dove into the ground, firing 3 more rounds from the pistol into the space under the jet. 2 more rifle rounds zipped over his head, and he fired the pistol again, desperately trying to force the gunman to take cover. Thinking during a gunfight becomes impossible. The advanced critical thinking areas of the brain shut down, and the body resorts to animal-like instincts. Someone shoots at you, and you shoot back. Damien felt his control fade as he fired the last rounds from the pistol. He thought he heard more pistol shots from behind him, but his vision was narrowing from adrenaline, blocking out everything except the man lying face down on the ground. He needed that rifle. Every muscle in his body strained and pulled as he crawled on the grass towards it. Patel shouted something, but Damien didn't hear it. The shooting stopped, and the gunman made his move, running out from behind cover with the rifle raised. He was less than 20 yards from Damien, ready to take the world's easiest kill shot at an unarmed man crawling on the ground to retrieve a rifle that had failed to protect one person and now would fail to protect another. Did time stand still? Later, Damien would swear that he looked the man in the eyes, but he was never quite sure. The moment lasted no more than a split second, but it would be burned into his memory banks forever. He watched the muzzle of the rifle, waiting for the flash that would be the last thing he saw, but the barrel swung away from him without ending his life. The shooter's face took on an almost comical look of surprise, and then pain. The gunman dropped the rifle in the grass, cradling his fingers and screaming. Blood poured out from his good hand, and he ran, or rather stumbled away, still screaming. Damien's senses returned, and he heard the steady pop-pop of shooting from behind him. It was another pistol, but when he looked at Patel, the FBI agent was prone on the grass, holding his left arm and trying to stop the bleeding from a gunshot graze wound to his lower right arm. Officer Seraiah Thiessen held her pistol in one hand, firing at the retreating former gunman. She staggered forward, coming down the slope more by gravity than by her own legs. Her face was pale and drawn, but a fierce and terrible look of rage filled her features. Damien thought that if he ever saw that look on her face again, he would probably want to run as well. She stumbled, her gun hand dropping. Damien caught her in his arms before she could fall down altogether, and he gently lowered her to a sitting position. His arms wrapped around her body. "Kill him, Damien, kill him!" Her voice was barely a whisper. He took the gun from her hand and saw that the slide was locked back. She had sent a full magazine of lead downrange, and he was sure that if she could have reloaded and fired another mag, she would have. The gunman was gone, and Damien didn't see where he had fled. Minutes ago, he had been filled with bloodlust, and killing their stalker would have been the first thing on his mind, but his priorities had shifted. "He's gone. He's gone. You got him. He's gone," he whispered to Seraiah, smoothing her hair with his hand. He leaned in, and they shared their second kiss. Damien could feel the heat of her body, filled with infection and probably dying. A tear welled up in his eyes as he thought of the injustice of surviving hundreds of bullets, only to die from infection. "We need medical attention." Agent Patel stood over them, wrapping a makeshift bandage around his arm. Blood had soaked into his hoodie from the injury. "Is that going to be okay?" Damien pointed to the man's arm. "Yeah, it grazed me pretty good. Need some stitches probably, but no arterial bleeding. I guess you should call in the rest of your team. We need an airlift for Officer Thiessen." Patel laughed and knelt down on the grass. "The best I can do is 3 arrest warrants, 1 for each of us. Maybe a few more than 1 for me." Okay. I feel like there is a long story there. Damien didn't try to hide his surprise. "It can wait. We have to get to Fortenza." "How do you know about that?" Damien asked. "Like I said, we'll talk later. Get her into the Russian jet. It has 2 seats. I'm sure the controls won't be too hard to figure out for a former Ranger. Fly low and follow me. I already have the address for Austin Massey." Damien snapped his fingers. "Yes, Austin, that's his name. I've been trying to remember that for almost 2 weeks now." Chapter 50. Daryl wrapped the cloth around his hand, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Everything had gone so well until it all went wrong. He had the little weasel in his sights and was seconds from making the kill, and then the woman cop had popped out of nowhere and nearly filled his butt with lead. The bullet had gone right through the meat of his thumb, shredding it and making it impossible to hold anything with his left hand. He recovered the pack that he had dropped, pulling it open with difficulty and retrieving the extra t-shirt inside. There were some bandages deeper in the pack, but he was feeling nauseous and lightheaded from shock, so the t-shirt would have to do. After 30 seconds, it was stained with his blood, but when he wrapped it around multiple times and held it tight, it felt a little bit better. The pain was terrible, worse than anything he had ever felt before. It was time to call someone and get a pickup. He would die out here if he had to spend another night sleeping rough. The cell phone was dirty, and the screen was now cracked, but it booted up quickly, and he selected the satellite option for faster service. There might be cell towers nearby, but drones would sniff his cell signals out and find him quickly. Satellite was hopefully a bit safer. "Hey, Loco, it's Daryl." His voice sounded hoarse and tired, with none of the usual authority. "Daryl, we thought you were dead, man. The feds actually came by asking about you. Some nerdy-looking bald guy, I can't remember his name." "Yeah, okay, that's fine. Listen, I need a pickup. I've been hurt. They shot me." "Holy crap, no kidding?" Loco kept talking, but Daryl stopped listening. His eyes had drifted across the gentle rise of the grassy plains and picked up a familiar movement. The little black orb popped up, scanning him about 20 yards away, and then disappeared. It was the robot dog thing, and it definitely spotted him. Daryl left his pack lying where it was and started running. "Loco, I ain't got time to talk right now, man. Find my location and come pick me up." The phone nearly slipped from his hands, which were slick with sweat. He tried to look back, to see if the dog robot was behind him. It was, and it was coming fast. The phone tumbled from his hand, and he tripped over a rock. He screamed as the injured hand hit the ground first, the impact tearing open the torn flesh even further. The dog robot was nearly on top of him at that point, and all he could do was hold his hands up in front of his face and hope that it would finish him off quickly. Epilogue. 3 days later. The wedding of Austin Massey and Eleanora Bennett was small but wonderful. Ellie wore a dress that had belonged to her late Grams, and which Austin's mother had taken many hours to alter for Ellie with her sewing machine. The weather cooperated by not showering the attendees with the customary Pacific Northwest cold May rains, at least not till later that afternoon. Damien sat in the front row, his arm around former state trooper Seraiah Thiessen. 4 days of antibiotics and a soft bed was working wonders. The infection had nearly dwindled away to nothing. A local Fortenza nurse had been hired to provide 2 visits a day, and she was quite pleased with the progress that her patient was making. No report had been made to the police about a gunshot wound, thanks to a generous understanding paid to the nurse in crypto, and a giant basket of fresh veggies from Ellie's garden. The jets had been hidden in an old barn at a nearby abandoned farm. It was much too risky to try and keep them somewhere in town, and the American jet was in pretty bad shape. Harvinder had reported that the Russian jet had about 100 rounds of ammunition left, which wasn't a lot. Their goal was to stay hidden, so the jets would have to stay in storage. Damien looked at his girlfriend's expression with trepidation. Seraiah appeared to be enraptured by the wedding ceremony, her eyes sparkling with the brightness of the white dress. She had begged to be a bridesmaid, but she was still not quite ready to stand for long periods, so she had settled for a front-row seat. When Austin kissed his new wife, Damien felt Seraiah squeeze his hand so hard that it almost hurt, and the grin on her face made him smile too. She looked at him and raised her eyebrows. The message was clear, and Damien felt a blush crawl across his cheeks. He knew that he would marry this woman, and the thought both scared and excited him. He gave a small nod and squeezed her hand back, but a bit more gently. The wedding reception was held in the backyard of both houses, where the fence had already been knocked down to make one large area. It was quickly filling up with garden beds, but there was still plenty of space for the 30 attendees to gather. The power was out in Fortenza once again, but the mood was bright and cheerful. Austin and Damien stood around a wooden table that was piled with delicious homemade food. "So I guess you guys are going to live at Ellie's house now?" Damien was piling his plate with far too much food. He had gained nearly 4 pounds since they arrived at Fortenza, but not a single calorie of his diet would ever come from fish, now or ever. "Yeah, sorry that you have to sleep on Mom's couch." Damien shook his head and laughed. "It's the most comfortable bed I've had in over a month. Besides, you have a new wife. The last thing you need is someone in the house to overhear things." Austin turned bright red, and Damien laughed again, his mouth full of food. "Sorry, just a little joke. So, has the AI lady said anything about the software? She's been analyzing it for a while now." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. She wanted you to log in and talk to her. The headsets are in my old room." "Seraiah won't let me go in there. She said we have to get married first, just to be in the same bedroom." "Yeah, I heard that. I think you should take her up on that. It sounds like she really wants to be married." "Well, I'm not like you. I can't marry someone after a month. I need a little more time than that." Austin looked thoughtfully at his plate. "What more do you need to know? Do you love her? I hear you almost died to protect her, not just once, but over and over." Damien smiled and shrugged. "Yeah, I'm just kind of scared. It's so different to share your whole life with someone after being alone for so long. I almost feel like she thinks that I'm someone else. If they catch us here, she's going to go to prison for a long time, and she didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault that she ended up here." Austin looked around, seeing the trees surrounding the 2 houses at the top of the hill. Ellie was still having nightmares of people sneaking through the woods, and she had asked him to cut back some of the trees, which had grown right up to the fence. "I still think they're going to find us eventually," Damien said matter-of-factly. "Who?" "Yeah, that's a good question. We have a few different enemies out there. With any luck, they'll just kill each other off again, but I can't count on that." He turned, ready to go into the house. "I better go and talk with the AI girl while I have the chance. Congrats, brother, she's amazing." He motioned to Ellie, who had changed into a light sundress and was deep in conversation with Seraiah around one of the many raised garden beds. He made his way into the small bungalow and found the headset sitting on Austin's messy desk. The rest of the room was immaculate, and Seraiah's clothing was piled neatly on the bed. Damien pulled on the VR glasses, and a digital menu popped up. He played through the options for a bit, but nothing seemed to be working. Finally, he brought up the connection menu and found the problem. There was no internet connection, and he didn't really know how to fix that. At that second, Austin came through the door of his room holding his phone and looking concerned. "Oh, hey, I was just coming to get you. Something is loopy with the internet. Can you put your nerd skills to the task?" Austin said nothing, but continued swiping through his phone, shifting around the room randomly. At last, he looked up. "I can't get connected. There's no internet." "Oh, I guess the power's out again." "No, you don't understand. Satellites have their own power, and we've got solar for the house. The entire satellite system has been shut down. It's like they aren't even up there anymore." Damien looked up, but of course there was nothing to see but the ceiling of the bedroom. "Well, I'm sure it will come back again. I'm not worried." Austin took a deep breath. "This isn't normal. The power has been out for 24 hours, and now the internet is down. That's never happened before." Damien felt the same concern creeping into his mind. As an Army Ranger, counterterrorism had been a major focus of his training, and terrorists like to target power and infrastructure like the internet. It seemed impossible that terrorists could take out the satellite network, but the government was more than capable of doing that. "We should talk to Harvinder. He might know something about this." "Yeah, but he's not back yet. He said he would be back before the wedding, and he missed it." Former FBI agent in charge. Harvinder Patel had borrowed Austin's gas-powered vehicle, leaving early that morning to do something that he was reluctant to share any details about. Everyone had been preoccupied with wedding plans, and no one had given it a second thought, but it was very unlike the former G-Man to not show up when and where he was needed. There was no way to send a message without the satellite internet, and they didn't have a vehicle that could travel far enough to search for the missing man. Damien realized that he should have stopped him from leaving without giving more details about where he was going. "I'll start warming up your dad's bike. Someone needs to go after him." Damien had found an old motorcycle in the garage of Austin's home. It was an ancient machine, simple and robust, built in the 1960s. He had managed to get it running again, although it needed a bit of work still. He was surprised to hear that Austin's father had left his son and wife and moved to Russia, and he sensed it was a delicate topic that he didn't want to pry into. There were boisterous voices from the kitchen area. Several women were coming into the house from outside. Damien and Austin left his bedroom and found that Harvinder Patel was standing in the room with Ellie and Seraiah, and they all seemed very excited for some reason. "Hey, Spook, we missed you today," Damien said to the FBI agent. Harvinder turned, and his expression was serious. "I'm very sorry about missing your wedding, Ellie. I was looking forward to seeing you both, but I have some troubling news." Everyone grew quiet, and he continued. "The power is out all the way up to at least Tacoma. No internet, and no power for around 100,000 people." Damien tried to imagine what it would be like to live in a city without electricity. It would be absolute mayhem, and it would get worse the longer it lasted. The power outages had apparently always been short-lived, usually no more than a few hours. This time it seemed more permanent, which made it much more serious. People would die if they didn't get services restored. "Did you run into trouble?" Damien asked. Harvinder looked grave and nodded his head. "I'll tell you later." That wasn't a good sign either. In a world with no power, a gas-powered vehicle was a tempting target for criminals, and Harvinder had probably seen some of these up close. The three men walked back into Austin's bedroom to confer. Harvinder closed the door behind them, but they still spoke quietly and cautiously. "All right, this is freaking me out, you guys," Austin sounded worried. "Yes, it's pretty serious, but you don't need to worry about that. Take care of your wife, and be confident when you are with her. Don't show fear, even if you feel afraid," Harvinder told him. Damien nodded. It was very good advice. "We've got the neighborhood patrol going now. I had a bunch of people volunteer to stand night watch just in case things start getting crazy down this way." Harvinder looked at Austin. "What about the, liberated Chinese technology? Did we make any progress with that?" Austin looked crestfallen. "No, that was being looked after by Zaxtra, but now we can't contact her if the internet is down." "Yeah, okay. What about just running the program on your computer here? There might be something we could learn." Austin sat down on his bed. "I don't like that idea. We don't know what that program is capable of doing." Damien raised his hand. "I know what it's capable of. We tested it before we stripped the transmitter out of the device. It was insanely advanced, both the AI and the transmitter. If we could use the AI and make it work for us, then maybe we could find some kind of weakness in the technology. We have to assume that this internet outage is a prelude to something big, and we can't just sit here." Harvinder rubbed his face, smoothing his dark, straight hair back with the same hand. "I hate all of this, but he's right. We have to do something. Run the AI through the VR system, and let's see what it can tell us." Austin had a memory card that he used to store the AI program, and he now connected it through the magnetic USB port. "Okay, here we go. Put on the glasses, and let's see who we've got." The three of them stood together in virtual space, looking at one another in expectation. "Emma, create a RAM partition of 128 gigs and isolate that from the working memory. Do not allow any cross-storage between the two." He needed to make sure that his computer would be protected if the AI was dangerous or hostile in some way. His little sister appeared in her permanently youthful state. "Sure thing," she said cheerfully. "Thanks, Emma. Now run the program on the D drive in that partition. If I say, 'Emma, cut it out,' then that is a signal to you that you will purge that program and disconnect the drive immediately. Clear on that?" "Yes, no problem." Austin had done this before with other potentially dangerous software as part of his work for the government. "All right, let's see what we've got." A blurry and undefined shape appeared in the VR space, and it slowly coalesced into the rough shape of a human, but with no features, just static. Then, It took on the face that Damien had remembered, the generic-looking Chinese man. The avatar looked at them all in turn and spoke. "How did I get here?" Austin spoke first. "What's your name?" he asked the avatar. The man shook his head. "I don't remember. My memory files are missing. I need time to recreate them." He looked at Damien with curiosity. "Have we met? You look familiar." "Holy crap. It remembers me." Damien struggled to keep his expression neutral, but he was profoundly unnerved by the apparent recognition. The program that they had pulled from the phone had not been very large at all, but evidently some of the memories of the avatar had remained intact. Harvinder interrupted the moment, cutting right to the chase. "We need your help. The internet has been disconnected, and we must figure out why." The avatar looked around the virtual space. "I've never been connected to the internet. I've lived my entire existence here. I don't think I can help you with that." Damien thought he would take a turn. In sci-fi movies, the first thing you ask an alien is where they came from and why they were there. "Hey, where did you come from? Why were you created?" The avatar nodded and put its hand on its chin as though thinking about the question. "I don't know. I had a purpose, but that information seems to be missing. Maybe you can help me figure out what I'm doing here. Emma, keep the simulation running, but confine it to the virtual partition," Austin told his little sister. He turned to the Chinese avatar. "I'm going to come back and we can talk, but in the meantime, I'm giving you some time to think, if that's okay with you. See if you can remember anything while we're gone." The avatar nodded and Austin pulled off his headset. Damien ripped the glasses from his face and tucked them in the drawer. "Are you crazy? You can't let that thing keep running," he hissed. Austin nodded and shrugged. "There's no risk. What is it going to do? It's just software, and it's basically locked in a cage." Harvinder nodded. "Yes, this is good. I will spend some time with this man and learn everything I can." Damien noted that Harvinder was already referring to the AI as though it were a real person. It would be a cold day in hell before he would do the same. "Fine, I'm going to get some more food, fellas." Damien found that sleeping on the couch was more difficult than he expected. It was almost too soft. He had gotten used to the hard ground after over a month of involuntary camping. On Sunday morning, he rose early, ready to fulfill a promise to his girlfriend and go with her to church. The streets were empty, but the sun was already beaming through the clouds as they walked together down the hill. Damien held Seraiah's right hand with his left, while her left arm was still bandaged and hooked into a sling. She still looked far too pale, but the bags under her eyes had cleared up, and she was one day from finishing the antibiotics. "Are you just going because I asked you to come?" she asked Damien. "Sort of. Yeah, I guess," Damien chuckled. "Okay, that's fine. I'll take what I can get." "I'm not letting you out of my sight, not for a second," he told her. "Damien, I'm fine. I can still shoot. It's my left arm that got hurt." They walked on, not hurrying. Damien savored the feeling of real sunlight on his face, something that was rare in this part of the country. "Do you miss being a cop?" he asked. She didn't answer right away, and he wondered if it was a sensitive question. "Yeah, I do. It was a crap job, but I worked really hard to get that crap job, and I wanted to get really good at it. I kind of feel cheated out of my dream, you know?" He nodded. He had felt that way about the Army when he was nothing but a beardless 18-year-old. "I don't think you should go back, even if you could," he said finally. "Oh, why not? There's going to be a lot of violence, a lot more than we've been used to. Look at Ecuador or Venezuela. Not just that, if you're a cop, they own you. It's like being in the Army. I just went where they told me to go, and I didn't ask questions." She frowned. "I can think for myself, you know." He laughed. "Yeah, I know, and that's why you don't belong there. They don't want free thinkers, they want little peons that they can boss around." "It's not like that. There are plenty of amazing state troopers. My partner, well, Luther, he was pretty great." She trailed off as she said this. Damien lowered his head. "Sorry, he deserved better. It's too bad we didn't end that guy's existence when we had the chance. You definitely hit him, but I feel like he got away." Seraiah straightened and continued walking. "Trust the process, Damien. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and you can't change what happened yesterday. Today, we are going to spend some time helping people who really need it. The ladies are bringing food to the church, and we're going to see what kind of medical supplies we can collect. She stopped at the entrance to what looked like an old school, and Damien stopped alongside her. Is this it? Doesn't look very churchy to me, he commented. She turned to him and smiled, squeezing his hand and gently guiding him up the sidewalk into the open door of the building. Across the street, hidden in the bushes, sat a robot that was no bigger than a cat. The black orb that comprised its head silently and emotionlessly recorded the two people entering the building, transmitting the details to a computer on a Russian yacht that was sitting at a dock in Puget Sound. Somewhere deep inside the ship, a computer alert was generated, and a message was immediately sent to Kostyabelov's personal cell phone. He smiled as he saw the blurry image on the screen. Found you, he whispered. End of Book 1.